1st of July. Hello, welcome to Good Morning Kenya. A beautiful Wednesday morning. We are right at the beginning of a bright new month. Good morning, welcome to Good Morning Kenya. My name is Victor Lo. Karibu sana. So, Vivian?
Yes.
I made a prediction.
Yes, you did.
I said Norway is going to beat Cote d'Ivoire 2-1.
2-1.
And that's how it landed.
And beat them they did.
And beat them they did. So, Regina Lisema, she doesn't have a team at the World Cup.
She's a Gor Mahia fan.
Yes, unless Gor Mahia was playing.
No.
Which it's not.
Yeah.
Which it is not.
Yes.
So you can pick a team to replace Kogalo. Loyalty.
Standing
Kogalo
with her
Gor.
team.
Hey,
Standing with her team.
Ginwa Sekao.
But okay. Basically, what can you see so far? Round of 16. Now we are getting to the from round of 32. Now we are getting to round 16. So far, the momentum is picking. Ray, Vivian, unlike at the beginning of the World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, it was kind of, was it really, people were feeling like they were not feeling the World Cup games as, as the previous World Cups.
Yes.
But I also tend to think that it's because of the timings. So we are not really getting maybe the time to watch the games because sometimes some of them come in at 2 a.m., some at 4 a.m. So maybe that could be the issue. But now, with the rounds of 32, we've been seeing the games come in at 8 p.m., 7 p.m. So it's more favorable right now, I tend to think. So I guess that's why now we feel like, okay, now the World Cup has just begun.
Yeah, I'd say it's going to be more interesting. Mexico currently and Ecuador, 2-0 to Mexico, 75th minute. So I think this is for Mexico to take home. This is for them. So we are here right on time for it. So let's wait and see how it's going to be.
Let me weigh in, Victor, on the view of the World Cup. I may not be supporting any team during this 2026 FIFA World Cup, but I am happy that we are having what is said wild cards in the World Cup because you did not expect Paraguay to beat Germany, did you? No one saw that coming.
I know.
Yes.
You know? That was quite a twist.
Yes.
I actually predicted that Germany was going to beat them. But things flipped.
Also, the Netherlands not playing, that was also caught people off guard. We had some favorites with South Korea and Japan and all that stuff.
Yes.
So there's a lot that the World Cup is offering, and I really want to see who is going to carry the day because I mean, for Africa, I saw some comments when Cote d'Ivoire were playing and a majority of spectators and fans alike were concerned about the moves that were pulled by their coach there to bench one of their stars. And some of them coming out to say that that was a wrong move for such a particular game. There's also been conversation around the psychology of the game. Some coaches opting to rest their main players as they seed off or as they finish off with the round of 32, just preparing maybe to meet opponents they deem tougher. So there's a lot that is happening.
They unleashed the superstars one by one.
Yes.
And I think that is why, look at even France, the way France played Sweden. France actually unleashed, if not 90%, but the best of their team.
Yes.
All right? That's why it was a one-sided game. Kylian Mbappe scoring 2 goals against Sweden.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And by the way, when we look at the top scorers right now, Ray, Vivian, Kylian Mbappe, 6 goals. So they are tying with Lionel Messi.
Yes.
Messi has 6 goals, and then Haaland has 5. So it's going to be an interesting one.
It is. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. And today, DRC are playing, and they're playing against England. I've been saying that anytime an African team is playing, I am supporting the African team. But I know for sure that this is going to be a really difficult game for DRC. But can we talk about their tenacity with all that has been happening in their country, and for them to get to this point in the World Cup? I think they deserve an applause, you know? with the war, with Ebola, but they're still there, and they've been playing a good game. So I'm rooting for them in today's game, and it's actually going to be showing right here on KBC at 7 p.m. Yeah,
correct.
Perfect timing.
And maybe finally, I am also going to be supporting actually DRC Congo for this. For all intents and purposes, I really don't want it to come home.
Yeah.
I don't want it to come home. England has been singing that slogan for so long in so many competitions and tournaments over the years, international, local. Well, let's just say we don't want it to come home this time. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
It's going to be an interesting one. Actually, the World Cup has just begun. So as we get into the round of 16, then out to the semis, quarters, and all that's going to be quite an interesting one. All right, so let's talk about, come back home a little bit for a minute. Today, let's talk about the game plan. So this is the reality, okay? So this is the reality. My guest will tell me what the reality is. I'll be joined by Stephen Mwakesi, party leader, People's Empowerment Party. Gilbert Aweno, lawyer and secretary of SupreComp, will be here, as well as Peter Ndungu is a political analyst, and a gentleman, Christian Atandola Senior, who is a political analyst and a historian. Let's talk about what is here, the game plan. So this is the reality. What is the reality? Wait for that answer at exactly 7. Vivian.
And away for that, we'll also be having 2 other conversations right here on Good Morning Kenya, one of them being fossil fuels and threat to marine life along the ocean corridor. And I'll be having that conversation with the National Network Coordinator, Kenya Oil and Gas Working Group, that is Mr. Muturi Kamau. And right after that, we'll have our Women at the Forefront segment. And today we'll be having the co-founder and CEO of Universal Future Frontiers. Her name is Nyakeo Geshoki, and we'll just be looking at the anatomy of a purpose-driven CEO. That conversation will come to you around 9 a.m. So do stay right here with us. Regina, what is in the news? And I would like to chat a bit about the NTSA regulations that should be in play.
Well, according to developments from the particular authority, is that the NTSA has shelved the private car inspection to next year after public rage. It was also revealed that the NTSA, that is the National Transport Safety Authority, went ahead to suspend the mandatory annual inspection of private vehicles, citing shortage of certified centers. In fact, the revelation was quite, damning, so to speak, and a majority of people who've come out actually to speak to what was happening during that particular press conference is that this was the first time a government authority admitted not to having the capacity to implement what they had already planned to roll out. So much is coming up. We're going to be looking at that as we bring you up to speed with those stories that have been making headlines. And we focus on Nyandarua, more precisely in Ol Kalou, where a section of government allied leaders has defended the ongoing development projects in Ol Kalou, dismissing claims by opposition leaders that the projects are aimed at influencing the upcoming parliamentary by-elections. Led by TSP party leader Mwangi Kionjori, they cautioned the opposition against politicizing development, maintaining that the ongoing projects will be completed within the stipulated timeline. Now, speaking separately, residents of Rorata and Ngorokia in Kianjuri, Ol Kalou, hailed the government for rehabilitation of the Rutarab Dam, saying the project has greatly improved access to water for domestic use. The remarks were made during the inspection of the ongoing works by engineers from the Ministry of Water, who also conducted a feasibility study for the second phase of the project.
Mtawadanganya kwa njia gani? Kama hata unachukia mtu jameni, si useme ile moja inafanyika, utamsukuma aendelee kufanya mengi.
Tukiwa hapa Ngorika, sisi tumekuja hapa kwa maneno ya maendeleo. Na sisi sera yetu kubwa tukiwa hapa Ngorika ni maendeleo ambayo itasaidia wananchi wetu wa hapa Ngorika. Maneno ya barabara ndio sisi tunaongea. Maneno ya maji ndio sisi tunaongea. Maneno ya kujenga mashule ndio sisi tunaongea.
Sisi tunataka watu wetu waelewe haja kukaa ndani ya serikali. Ukiwa ndani ya serikali ndio iko na nguvu, ndio iko na fedha ya kuweza kuleta maendeleo katika vijiji.
And I also want to thank the government because they promised they would come for distribution of water to their area residents. So I'm very, very grateful.
Tunaomba serikali tusaidiwe na hii maji kwa sababu tunaweza lima, tunaweza fuga mifugo na tena maji ya kunywa.
There's a lot of focus by government as well as the opposition in Ol Kalou there. We understand that by the weekend, Ol Kalou, we're going to be having the Cultural Tourism and Blue Economy Festival taking place from the 4th all the way to the 7th, where various government officials, including the Cabinet Secretary in charge of tourism, Rebecca Miano, visiting or rather attending that particular festival. We'll continue keeping tabs on what happens in Ol Kalou ahead of that by-election. Now to matters of foreign affairs is that the government has evacuated 26 Kenyans from South Africa following recent xenophobic attacks targeting foreign nationals in parts of the country. According to the Principal Secretary for Diaspora Affairs, Roslyn Njogu, the 26 are the first batch of evacuees, with other group of 63 Kenyans expected to arrive in the country later. The returnees are among more than 200 Kenyans who have registered with the Kenyan High Commission in Pretoria, seeking assistance to return home after expressing fears over their safety. The State Department for Diaspora Affairs says it will continue monitoring the situation and providing support to affected Kenyans abroad.
This morning, we prioritized in our evacuation the neediest cases. So in that group, we had largely mothers with young children, women and children first, and then we do have others following later. We are coordinating with the South African government to ensure the safety of the Kenyans who have sought shelter and sanctuary at our High Commission and to ensure that they are safe as they move to the airport and then are evacuated here.
That story found its way to the dailies there with quite the headline there. South Africa's migrant deadline sparks protests. There are brief outbreaks of violence in cities as shops remain shut. This was witnessed in Joburg as well as Durban, where hundreds marched and swathed in South African flags. The deadline to have undocumented migrants into South Africa was yesterday. That is the 30th of June, being that today is the 1st of July. And so much has been said in regard to that. So according to the report is that the immigration population stands at around 3 million or about 4% of the total. That is according to statistics from South Africa. A relatively low share as per global standards, but whether it's a low share, residents or South Africans feel that undocumented African immigrants should not be within the country. We'll continue keeping tabs on that as we keep track of the other 200 who are yet to make their way home there. Now, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, has reaffirmed the government's commitment to strengthening regulatory institutions, saying that they are essential to protecting public confidence, democratic governance, and economic stability. Speaking during a consultative breakfast during the leadership of 25 national regulatory institutions in Nairobi, Mudavadi said Kenya's progress has been anchored on strong and credible institutions.
Mudavadi said the Global Trust Summit is a strategic initiative aimed at moving beyond discussions in declining public trust to practical reforms that strengthen confidence in institutions. The CS challenged regulatory institutions to implement measurable reforms that promote transparency, accountability, fairness, and responsive service delivery.
We must build capacity in the institutions that are regulators. In areas where there's no clear framework of regulation, those currencies are diminished. When you underfund the regulator, their capacity is diminished and their ability to do what they have to do is seriously undermined.
The meeting, convened by the State Department for Foreign Affairs in partnership with Strathmore University, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and the Open Government Partnership, marked the first major domestic engagement ahead of Kenya's hosting of the Global Summit in September. The Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Abraham Korir Singoei, said the summit demonstrates Kenya's commitment to rebuilding trust in public institutions. He added that the summit will bring together local and international stakeholders to strengthen institutions, enhance investor confidence, and support sustainable economic growth.
Mutual trust is sitting around the table with critical principles, including the principle of peaceful coexistence. You can imagine how important mutual trust is, to sit around the table with the principle of peaceful coexistence, the principle of good governance, amongst others.
During a fireside discussion, Strathmore University Vice-Chancellor Dr. Vincent Ogutu said strong institutions and principled leadership are both necessary to sustain public trust. The forum brought together regulators from the finance, health, transport, communications, energy, agriculture, and environmental sectors to identify commitments that will contribute to the legacy of the Global Trust Summit, which Kenya will host in Nairobi this September. Michael Mondiga for Good Morning Kenya.
Now, village elders across the country will start receiving a monthly stipend from the government effective today, the 1st of July 2026. This was announced Tuesday by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo, who made the revelation during an induction training for 530 newly appointed Deputy County Commissioners. During the induction, he spelled out the role of Deputy County Commissioners as a link between the national government policies and implementation on the ground. Omolo called for discipline and professionalism among the newly appointed deputies, warning that compromised officers will not be tolerated.
Basically the face of government. When the public interact with you, how you treat them, how you speak to them, how you engage them, that is the impression they have of government. So we have a very big and noble responsibility in your assignment as administrators across the Republic. How well or how easy is it for the public to come to your office, to access services, or even to raise concerns?
Now, efforts to enforce human rights and health standards within the correctional facilities received a boost on Tuesday, with the State Department for Correctional Services receiving a donation of 980 mattresses from the Office of the Deputy President. The donation, which was delivered by Chief of Staff in the Office of the Deputy President, Dr. Christopher Wanjao, will support ongoing efforts focused on rehabilitation, human dignity, and addressing overcrowding. Dr. Wanjao said every citizen, including those held in correctional facilities, has a right to dignity and treatment without discrimination. He at the same time called on Kenyans to participate actively and fully in the reintegration of reformed offenders into the society.
Tunza mali ya serikali kwa sababu yeyote gereza anaweza kuingia ili muweze kukaa mazingira mema na mazingira ambayo yako na utu na heshima. the constitution pia ilitambua umuhimu wa human dignity, yeah, of all Kenyans, irrespective of where they are, either wako huko nje ama wako ndani ya prison, kwa sababu pia kuwa ndani ya prison sio kusema you are not Kenyan, you are still Kenyans.
And we would want this collaboration to continue in the rehabilitation programs, in the reform programs, in ensuring that these people are completely equipped and ready to be reintegrated in society as formidable citizens who can be and who are productive.
Now, before we get into sports, I want to bring your attention to one of the top stories in the dailies this morning in regard to matters of justice, that is rogue officials to pay for abuses. And in a short, just to make it short from that, is that it means that the Court of Appeal has reaffirmed that the public officers who act maliciously or outside the lawful scope of their duties can be held personally liable for damages and awarded by the courts. Now, the ruling means that officials cannot automatically rely on government to pay compensation where they are found to have abused the public office. So it means, as a public officer, if you err in your duties, you are likely to carry the burden and not the taxpayers, as has been. Now we cross over to sports. The National Olympic Committee of Kenya, NOC, hosted a Continental Olympic Forum in Westlands, Nairobi, bringing together national Olympic committees from across Africa to begin preparations for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games. The Olympic Solidarity Forum brought together African Olympic leaders in Nairobi to discuss athlete development, Olympic qualification, pathways, and high-performance programs ahead of the championships. Organized by the Kenya under the International Olympic Committee's Olympic Solidarity Program, the forum also provides an opportunity for delegates to share best practice, strengthen partnerships, and enhance sports governance across the continent. NOC says hosting the forum reinforces its commitment to advancing the Olympic movement while supporting Africa's quest for greater success at the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games.
Together we can ensure that Africa arrives in Los Angeles stronger, better prepared and ready to compete with the distinction in the world's greatest sporting stage.
The most important thing is that we are progressive and we want to see to it that our all sports, we participate in all sports, be it in the African, but African Games or Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games.
We want to see now, as he has mentioned already, how do we increase the numbers of participants going to LA? And that's why now we want to see the pathways on how the qualification standards will be met, the rankings of our athletes, and to ensure that we maximize on those areas that we know that will increase the number of athletes that will be going to LA.
Well, that effectively puts a cap on matters in the headlines this morning. Just to recap, what we are going to be following up on is, now that NTSA has suspended the private car inspection for the next year due to public rage, what is the way forward in that particular directive that was proposed and was to be implemented to ensure that we have a mandatory annual inspection of private vehicles there? Also, we're going to be keeping tabs on what is happening in South Africa. 26 Kenyans have already arrived into the country and 200 others are listed with the High Commission there in South Africa. We are also going to be looking forward to hear what the Education Ministry is saying in regard to the conversation, the proposed hike by secondary school principals to increase fees, the direction that will take. Should it have sailed in that particular proposal, it would mean currently the fees would go up by at least 43,000 shillings. So if you were paying around 53,000, you'd likely to be parting with 87,000 1,000 shillings there for secondary schools. That's a developing story that we're going to be keeping tabs on. In as far as the World Cup is concerned, Match 80 will be televised to you from KBC Channel 1 at 7 p.m. where DRC is going to be squaring it out there in the field, taking on none other than England. Will England be going home, or will it be bringing its cup home, as I say? Well, KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner, will be giving you that match live. 7 p.m. it is. I'm Regina Manyara. I effectively hand you over to my colleague, Victor Olo, for the next conversation, which you can be very much part of. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1.
Umechoka kutumia links za kukwama? Cheki, free rewards ni hatari.
Bro, ulikuwa unatumia wrong link na wrong info. Unahitaji info sahihi na link sahihi.
Ni time ya info sahihi. IEBC Continuous Voter Registration iko live. Mistari ndefu Z, hakuna cha wrong links.
Main character energy unlocked. Right information, right direction. My vote is my ultimate choice.
Jisajili leo katika ofisi ya eneo bunge, kituo cha huduma au Customer Experience Center iliyopo Anniversary Towers, Nairobi. Kuwa change, kura yako ndio future yetu sote.
Sasa mume wangu anapenda sana World Cup. Watu huwa wanakuja. Previously nilikuwa nimewaona, nikamwambia don't come kwa sababu hiyo mpira ilikuwa inachezwa 2:00.
And I told you, and I made it very clear.
Tulikuwa tunakuja kuona mpira na tukule kwa sababu ni kwa shemeji ya huyu.
Na kwani kwetu hamnaga chakula na hamnaga TV ya kuona hiyo World Cup?
Na wewe kwako hakunaga chakula hata wewe. Unajua mpira walisema it will bring people together. So tuliletwa pamoja mwisho.
Wewe nyamaza. Pia wajulisha kuwa KBC wanaweza watch for free.
Yes, hawalipishi.
Hawalipishi.
Na mtu afungua mtu. KBC inaidhinishwa kuonesha huo mpira mwanzo mpaka mwisho.
Yeye anapata.
Kama mkipenda Tayo TV, enda tune in KBC Channel 1. Na msipiganie.
Kwanza kabisa, mitandao ya kijamii imeongeza uhalifu mitandaoni. Kumekuwa na visa vingi vya utapeli, wizi wa utambulisho, ulaghai wa kifedha na unyanyasaji mitandaoni, hasa kimapenzi na kijinsia.
Mnaposema kuwa mitandao hii inaendeleza propaganda, sio mitandao, ni watu walio katika mitandao. Na kwa hivyo mitandao hii inafanya nini? Inatafuta njia za kuweza kuondoa watu kama hao mitandaoni hiyo ili watu waweze kuendelea kwa usalama.
Tofautisha sauti zifuatazo ukizingatia uzuiliwaji wa hewa. Sauti nya na ya.
Nya ni kingongo na sauti ya ni kiyeyusho.
Very good, welcome back. It's now 4 minutes past 7. Karibu sana to Good Morning Kenya. It's now time for us to get to the discussion, reminding you that today is the 1st of July 2026. Happy New Month, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow Kenyans. When you say fellow Kenyans, we all remember that sound, fellow Kenyans. All right? So today we are going to take a look at the game plan ahead of 2027. And what is the reality in as far as this is concerned? Today being a Wednesday is the viewpoint. So let's discuss that. Starting with Stephen Mokesi, who is a party leader, People's Empowerment Party. He will tell me what is the reality about People's Empowerment Party. The reality is, Mokesi will answer that. Stephen, karibu sana. All right, and next to him is Gilbert Awino, who is SecGen, and also a lawyer of SecGen of Supracomp, and he's also a lawyer. Karibu.
Asante sana.
And Peter Ndungu, next to me, is a political analyst. He's also salivating for Kiambu County senatorial seat. You're good?
Jambo Kenya.
Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
And Christian Atandola Senior, political analyst and historian. Who is the junior? Christian?
The junior is at home. I am the senior.
This is a serious business. So the reality is,
yes,
junior ako nyumbani.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me start with the front page of the Star, and I will go, Peter, you will take me front page of the Standard, and Gilbert on the Daily Nation. IBC vows to stamp out political goons. That's on the front page of the Star. IBC vows to stamp out political goons. This is something that has been witnessed in the country for some time now. And the latest one was last week during the second anniversary, the Gen Z anniversary. IBC says that no politician or political party will be spared in fresh campaign to curb violence. Will they? Okay. The pictures there is of the United Opposition leaders led by Kalonzo Musyoka visiting the gentleman Lishuma in hospital. And the court has also said that they need one of the suspects arrested, dead or alive. That is what is here. Rights group slam state terror as abductions grow. That is, the police say that alleged abductions and disappearances are actually under investigations. That is on the front page of the Star. Another story which is of quite importance here is that there's a fresh twist as NTSA overlooks Senate in new transport rules. They have so far suspended a number of orders, and for the next 1 year, that is on the front page. And another sad story, 3 million youth hooked on Miraa as heroin and cocaine spread. Okay, so that's on the front page of the Star. Peter, what's on the front page of the Standard?
Why the state must produce missing man. This is the
habeas corpus.
Standard.
All right.
The Standard is
just read what's on the front page of the Standard.
The High Court has ordered Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to account for one of the 2 men who vanished, dead or alive, as a protest demanding their release, descending into bloodshed with police fatality, shooting a bypasser. As pressure mount over the disappearance, abductors are resurfacing with chilling similar accounts of being blindfolded, handcuffed, stabbed and tortured in secret safe houses, prompting the question, who is behind it all? Meanwhile, the government insists that those claiming they were kidnapped were merely in hiding.
All right.
Yes, and then the most interesting story here, as I have been saying it, is that clerks in Leader Mwananchi over opposition alliance ahead of 2027.
Why is it interesting? Why is it interesting?
Because I have been saying that you need to lay foundation. My brother here has a foundation for his political party, but these guys they are relying on the things which they don't have foundation. They don't have political party.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold there. Gilbert, on the front page of the Daily Nation, what's on the Daily Nation?
A very interesting judgment by the Court of Appeal.
Go ahead.
That upheld the High Court decision.
What does the headline say?
The headline says that rogue officials to pay for abuses, basically stating that you are now going to be personally liable for the commissions while in office as public officer, as opposed to the government paying for the damages that might be given by the courts out of your commissions as a public officer. This arises from a case where a district commissioner had been slapped with some, I think, substantial amount, about 4.8 million. But he had asked that since he was a public servant, that cost be borne by the government.
Yes.
And the judge says, no, for the commissions individually you performed while in office, you are the one who is
carry
supposed
your own
to
cross.
Yeah, carry your own cross.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that is a very interesting judgment coming from the courts, that now people will realize that huu msemo kwamba serikali haina mjukuu, wajukuu wapo. Iwapo utatekeleza pengine makosa fulani, the time to reckon will come even 10 years or many years after you leave office.
Yes.
This is a very interesting judgment. However, it is also marred by, I think, a certain level of paradox in this sense, that when we speak of civil servants or public servants, the courts are also not left out. Even the judges themselves are public servants. So in the same breath that we expect that civilians are held personally liable, let's also say that then, in that case, judges have also been accused of malpractices. Some of them have even left the judiciary. In that case, then instead of just slapping them on the wrist, let them as well be held accountable personally for the commissions that they undertake while in office. You know that a judge cannot be, or a judicial officer for that matter, cannot be held to individually account for the commissions during the practice of perhaps execution of their mandate as judicial officers. So therefore, I see the paradox that, yes, they're expecting the civilians to pay for this. We hope that this also transcends the judiciary, where they will remember that even them as public officials, the commissions that they undertake, the times for to reckon will come.
Let's come back to our discussion. Gentlemen, today is going to be an open question. So the 2027 game plan is here. So what is the reality? And Stephen, I'll start with you. The reality is, you are the party leader of the People's Empowerment Party.
Yes.
PEP.
Yes.
So the reality is, go ahead.
The reality is Kenya needs a transformation, and we have a bunch of leaders who are politicians but not leaders. We do not have people who have the best interests of the people at heart. And when we are going into 2027, we need a new paradigm in the way we look at leadership, in the way citizens actually select and elect the people who represent them in the spheres of influence and governance in this country. And that is why you find a party like the People's Empowerment Party has only one agenda in this coming election: to instigate and push for the change of as many elected members of parliament, elected members of MCAs, and elected members of Council of Governors as possible. Because this country needs a ballot revolution that actually completely changes the way the people who are seated in certain offices currently are running things for the affairs of this country. June 25th of 2024, something got broken in this republic. And the place where we were shown the biggest problem was in Bunge. And it's about time that in 2027, the story changes. That anyone who has ever participated in letting down the people of Kenya, when it comes to issues, economic wars, when it comes to issues that are concerned with their rights, it's time for them to go home. And the People's Empowerment Party is the party that we are opening up for common mwananchi. Even you, Victor, jioni unafaa kuwa unaingia ground pia wewe, you get a ticket from PEP, and we make sure you are leading this nation. The reality is the People's Empowerment Party is the vehicle that we are actually putting together to help people get into office.
Are you associated with the Linda Mwananchi?
Now, this...
Are you associated with the Linda Mwananchi?
Let me tell you why I'm not associated with Linda Mwananchi as yet. The reason is, as it stands right now, Linda Mwananchi is an ODM pressure group. The only reason it exists is to create pressure in ODM. Now, all of us know, and even you can read from that newspaper, there is only so far you can go in someone else's party. If you truly want to lead, you have to step out and actually find a vehicle that actually can capture the aspirations of the people that you need. So as long as these brothers of mine, Bwana Sifuna, Bwana Babuino, and Mzee Orengo, are still playing around ODM games, they cannot be able to capture the imagination that Kenyans want going into 2027.
Are you affiliated to any political party?
My party is the People's Empowerment Party. I'm not affiliated with any coalition, because there is no coalition yet that actually captures the imagination of the people. Now, if this gentleman were to move away from holding large rallies that are attracting young people, old women and men who want to see a change in this country, only to take them back into ODM to be led by youth leader Oburu Odinga, then they have lost direction. But if they want to be part of the change, they can come to People's Empowerment Party, and I am willing to host them so that they can actually see.
Who do you want to come to PEP?
Sifuna can come into PEP. I am happy to host him, and I actually make sure that he's a co-party leader na tuende tuchukue serikali. That is the problem.
Are you denying that PEP is not part and parcel of the Linda Mwananchi?
Linda Mwananchi as yet is an ODM pressure group. In fact, it's a very amorphous group that only speaks one language. Keep Sifuna in office. Oburu is not our leader. Who told you? What are those? You cannot take that to win an election and remove William Ruto from power. Linda Mwananchi needs to get his act together. And are we conversing with them and telling them it's time to move and actually take the country in the right direction? Of course we are. And
okay. So you're having some. So you're having some.
Of course,
tea.
we definitely must have tea with people like that who have.
Okay, Gilbert. The reality is
that if the opposition does not put itself in order, it doesn't matter whether ODM Linda Mwananchi is a pressure group or otherwise. If the opposition does not put its house in order, the presidency in 2027, William Ruto will win with a landslide. That is the fact. We have seen that every so often it is President William Ruto who is seen by everyone. And in communications, the person you see is the person you know. The medium becomes the message. I don't know where Kalonzo Musyoka is, because he has been mooted to be, the flag bearer for the united opposition. But you cannot take forever to unite when there is no drive towards what basically is going to drive those people into having one presidential candidate. The reality also is that there is something in a name. The political party, the naming of political parties does not arise from the blues. In fact, in the boardroom, people have come up with very complicated names for political parties. And ultimately, those political parties just end up being parties for, winning 1 or 2 political seats. When the Orange Democratic Party was named ODM, the origin of that was Kivuitu, who then had given Kenyans 2 options. We are going to have the no, that is going to have the banana, the orange, and the yes, that's going to banana. And that is how some people started calling Kenya Banana Republic. And that is also how we ended up having Orange Democratic Party of Kenya. Therefore, the Linda Mwananchi is a conversation that happens within the Kenyan space. I will not be surprised if Linda Mwananchi becomes a party or morphs itself into unions that perhaps associations or the coming together organizations that basically just mirror what they stand for. So I will not be surprised going forward that even though Bwana Mwakesi here refers to Linda Mwananchi as an ODM pressure group, there is always a beginning. I highly suspect that perhaps the Linda Mwananchi team are thinking that we cannot continue to be wearing the same jacket because people always see us as the wheelman, Mr. Oburu. And therefore, ultimately, maybe he's preparing a ground for...
I asked him whether they have
he's preparing a ground for the disgruntled lady in another man's home. So ultimately, he's found a new bride, a new groom, and maybe I'm sure maybe a time will come when he will tell us that nimewakaribisha kwangu.
Okay, the door is open. Christian, what is the reality? The reality is...
Okay, Victor, according to the new constitution, that is the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 1, it says that power belongs to the people, and it goes ahead and gives the way forward on how that power is supposed to be exercised. And in the context of our republic, we exercise our power through elections.
Yes.
You understand? All of us cannot go and sit in parliament. We are represented there by the elected leaders.
Right.
And that gives me a direction that all these things starts and end on the ballot. You know, when I was a small kid at my village, we used to go to hunt in the forest. So what we used to do, we could collect like 50 dogs, the whole homestead.
Dogs?
Yeah, 50 dogs and 30 boys. We collect the dogs and we go to the forest to hunt.
Okay.
But now, something that used to amaze me, at the evening, we could come with 1 rabbit. 1. So we went to the forest with 50 dogs, 30 of us, and we only managed to come with 1 rabbit. But now, in the same wilderness, in the same jungle, we have animals like the lion, the jaguar, the leopard. When they want to catch a prey, they don't mobilize other animals. They go one to one. So, in the context of our Kenyan politics, Victor, William Ruto is a formidable candidate. William Ruto is a political heavyweight. I compare him to the jaguar in the wilderness. I compare him to the lion. But now the opposition, it's like us, the 50 of us who could go in the forest and only catch one rabbit. And severally, the opposition principals have accepted that fact. Rigathi Gachagua said that, look here, if we don't unite, William Ruto will beat us. Kalonzo Musyoka said the same. The Linda Mwananchi, Sifuna said the same. So that tells you that even the opposition, they're not sure if they're going to take the government. So from where I sit, I see William Ruto as a lone ranger. Actually, he's a front runner. He doesn't have any serious competitor as far as the election of 2027 is concerned. So, kazi ipo.
Kazi ipo.
Kabisa.
Peter, what is the reality?
The reality is, kumi bila break, His Excellency William Ruto is continuing all the way. There is no stumbling block. We are now talking about results and progress. The other day we saw the Gong Road. It's very beautiful. How I wish, Victor, you have passed there. I passed there this morning, and the place is beautiful. Taranta Stadium is beautiful. Go to Bomas International Conference Center. Thing is so beautiful. Mau Summit Road is still, results can be seen, is still progressing. Garana Kuraru resort can be seen. Go to every part of this country. The other day, I had a discussion with some of my fellow leaders, and we realized that out of 1,500 wards in this country, like 80%, there is something going on. This government has not said that we are going to develop only this area. This government has said that it's going to develop the whole of this country. Go to Northeastern, which you used to call Northeastern. Go to Mombasa. Go to every part of this country. The discussion is results and progress. That's why we are saying that President William Ruto has the system. He has the plan. He has the plan, most importantly. And he knows where he is. He knows where he has come from, and he knows where he is going to. And that's why people like us, I believe in him. William is one person who will not go blindfolded. William is one person who knows that I have to achieve this regardless of what. But I have to achieve whatever I promise Kenyans. Let me tell you, promise, a commitment is very, very important. And the UDA, the party I belong to, committed itself to Kenya through manifesto. One thing we are proud of today is that we have been able to implement manifesto word by word. We talked about uplifting the lives of Kenyans. We talked about assisting farmers. Fertilizer was dropped from 7,000 to 2,500. We were able to remove 7 million Kenyans from CRB. We have been able to transform lives of youths through Nyota funds, Hasura fund, so on and so forth. The results are addressed. The progress is ongoing. And I'm I'm cocksure that Kenyans will still grant His Excellency William Ruto another term of 5 years, and will just continue and finish his 2 terms. And at the end of it all, because each and every time comes to an end, at the end of the 10 years, Kenya will sit down and say, this is what William Ruto was able to do during his tenure.
Gilbert, why are you smiling? What is the reality?
Yeah, it deserves a rebuttal, because we are basically saying that you can kill us, but give us the roads. Who is going to use the roads? We are saying that you can have the best, stadia, but we are not going to use it when in our graves. I think the biggest responsibility we have as Kenyans is to hold the government to account. Some of the best, infrastructurally, sound governments are dictatorships. If you go to China now, I think it has the best infrastructure almost, I think, beyond our imagination. If you go to Rwanda, it's been said that Rwanda is one of the best, Silicon Valley of Africa. But what is the political, the human rights record in those countries? You cannot yawn, let alone, calling someone's name. You cannot yawn without paying the price for it. So for me, as far as I am concerned, that President William Ruto, yes, has... there are a few things that are attributed to his government. But the reality, Mheshimiwa, is that, Nyota Fund is a World Bank project. It's not the government. The president just, patched onto it, and that must be, put to record. 2, The government has its, functions. The Kenha has what it's supposed to do. Kenyans pay tax, and we expect it to do what they're supposed to do. We have gotten to a situation where even when, let's say, Safaricom does something, the president will come and lay claim to it. Any government institution that does what is constitutionally mandated to do, the president will come and, show you, see what I've done. Well, you can't give it to him because we are in a presidential system, in all fairness. But I think it is also good to see the other side. I am so saddened that we continue to see, abductions. We continue to see resistance towards, public protest. Yes, in the past we have seen, tear gas canisters being lobbed at protesters, but it has taken a new dimension where people just, you go for protest, but people come as civilians, maybe purporting to be part of the protest. Before you know it, they bundle you into even the cops, the senior cops have been actually made, into elegant protesters. When you have a protest in town, you will see, I saw Mr. Langat, the DIG, also, asking askaris, I can see you're doing a good job. But what is the message they're passing? They're passing this message that protest is not allowed. If you come here, we will deal with you. So I think for us, what has been done has been done. But I think there is nothing more sacrosanct than human life, and answering the question of what has really happened to Kenyans. For someone asking you to bring down the cost of living, they disappear forever. For someone saying this budget is really, this financial bill does not reflect what I put you in office to do, then that person disappears. So I think while the proponents are happy with what has been done, our role as citizens is to say, meet us our point of need. And life to us is more sacrosanct than anything else, because a dead man cannot use a stadium, a dead man cannot use the Ngong bypass, a dead man cannot transport themselves from Mau Summit to Nairobi and vice versa. So life is more important.
What is this dead man now? I'm wondering, who is this dead man? Because now the reality which is there.
Who's the gentleman?
No, he's talking about the dead man. Because now he's trying to confine and to try to divert their attention. Because I think we have done beyond their expectation. Kenyans did not expect that this can be delivered by a reader at this particular time.
Remember,
Go to Taranta Stadium there.
Remember, that is his valid opinion.
What I just want to put it very clearly that us as the UDA government, Kenya Kwanza, we have delivered. We have transformed life. And our mandate to Kenyans is one. Transform life, deliver. You promise something, deliver that something you promise to Kenyans, and that's all. And at the end of the day, the scorecards will be produced. That UDA, Kenya Kwanza government, where is your scorecard? Your scorecard is here. Then the other people will be told, also you people, give us your scorecards. Yeah, so at the end of the day, the most important thing, at that hour of need, Kenyans will tell everybody, produce your scorecard, and I'm cocksure that President William Ruto will carry the day.
Stephen?
Yeah, I am very surprised what I'm hearing today. I am flabbergasted that when you ask the reality is, everyone here would say one term. But everyone went and started saying things that are not true.
Is it the case?
One term or two term?
The reality is, as it stands today, William Ruto is going home by August 10th, 2027. And it's not the doing of anyone else except William Ruto. Because what happens when you go into an election, there's nothing else except a reposition of trust. That we are trusting you, you will lead and do as you have said, and deliver as you have said, and keep us all safe. When we
can all agree there are some deliverables that people can say.
No, don't interrupt me, boy. Let us be real.
Just asking.
Building a road is something
we can as well see some things.
Let us be clear here. Building a road is what every president is supposed to do. There is no president who we put in office expecting him to not build a road. We expect a president to build a road. So when you build a road, don't come and give us so much news that I have built a road. No, this is why we're expecting you to do. What we expect you to do additional to building a road, to giving us a hospital, is to make sure you stay with our trust. That we can trust you, that when we go to the street, no one will die. That we can trust you, that when we tell you we don't want a finance bill that's going to make us suffer economically, you will actually listen to us and put a stop. But you don't, when you decide that you're going to push through laws that the people of Kenya feel that are inconveniencing them, you lose our trust. Now, the reason why William Ruto will not be elected in August 10, 2027 is not because of Rigathi Gachagua or Kalonzo Musyoka or Sifuna or Mwakesi. No. The reason why he will not be elected is because his opponent in the 2027 election is the people of Kenya. It is not any other individual candidate, because the people of Kenya have lost trust in the president of this republic.
So the reality is, it's 7:30 and we need to take a break.
Thank you.
That's the reality. I want to serve you tea. I'm a good man. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Cheryl Dennis, natoka Nairobi. So France imecheza poa na Dembele amekuwa akiscore poa sana.
My name is Eugene Muhinda. World Cup iko fiti. The only crazy part ni ile time ina play. You know, if you look at the time inacheza midnight sana. It's only like 1, 2, 3 utapata inacheza around 10, 9, 11. But mostly inacheza from midnight all the way to morning hours. So inakuwa a little bit crazy to watch World Cup, since you have to catch up with few things here and there. You have to go to work, prepare yourself to go to work. Wale wote ambao wanatazama hii mambo ya World Cup, wale ambao wako mashinani, wako maeneo ya CBD, kila mahali, kumbuke tu ya kwanza #World Cup iko KBC.
Kazi ni kuingia, kuchukua mtoto, alafu basi unatoka clean.
Hakuna mali yangu hata kidogo nampatia, manake naona sasa anaanza kutumia kifua. Haya.
Yaani mimi na mke wangu tunapika chakula ya watu zaidi ya 50, alafu wanakosa kuja kwa sababu yenu.
Mimi na Andrew tuko na information kuhusu wizi unaofanyika sasa hivi.
Isijasikia mambo ya uwizi wa mabavu wala uwizi wowote.
Unajua Biblia imekataa talaka kabisa.
Sema chenye ilikuleta hapa kisha uondoke.
Nani angefikira Timandi ni tepe Andrew mpaka akona kizi zake za nyumba yake.
Just with the left foot, just bended into the far post. Johnny Ito, good break by and brought down out of the area. Free kick Japan. What a position for it too. Yellow card as well for Cunha. Japan accelerating. Yeah, Ito drifting in off that right-hand side, and he done really well. He just dribbles that, and Casemiro takes one for the team. And this is my concern about this Brazil team at the start of the game. Are they strong enough in the centre of midfield defensively? And the last thing, Casemiro
trying to do something down the right-hand side here, and that'll be a free kick, will it? Yes, it will. And it's a yellow card for Jinosuke Suzuki.
Sometimes we don't give referees enough credit. He just remained calm, doesn't he, in terms of decision-making. It's a definite free kick. It's a definite yellow card. Nothing rash from the referee. Takes his time. And Japan have to defend this set piece. They're getting cut out.
Totally different. All right, good morning. Welcome back. So I'm a good person. The reality is I serve them tea. Yeah. Now you can see all of them, they're happy. And you see when boys, in a bigger story, we have to drink something. In this case, we are taking tea. Why are you smiling, Gilbert? I say you are drinking something. This is tea.
Because it's coffee.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they put coffee for you, whether they put tea for you. And why
okay. You know, Victor, I've listened to the party leader is saying, you know, our politics does not start and ends with slogans. Saying 2-term, 1 term will not solve our problems. In politics, there is something called the political trends. Globally,
political strength. Trend. Okay.
Yeah, political trends. Globally, the probability of an incumbent president to be re-elected now, as we speak, stands at 65%. That is to say, if you pick 10 presidents across the world randomly, 7 of them will be re-elected. If you narrow down the probability to Africa, the probability is at 80%. That if you randomly pick 10 presidents in Africa, at least 8 will be re-elected. Now, if you narrow it down to East Africa and Kenya, actually the probability is 99.9% in East Africa and in Kenya. Because
where do you get all these statistics from?
It's there.
It's shocking.
It's there. You know, politics is a science.
Which one?
Politics is a science. It includes numbers, it includes research and logic.
Okay.
Yes.
I think Kenyans deserve better, particularly when we come here and blindfold them into such kind of slogans. Where is Africa? The convenience of Africa. When it is convenient for us, then Africa is one. When it is not convenient, then we compare ourselves to UK. When it is convenient, we compare ourselves to US. Why don't we just say that we are comfortable with what happens in China, where you're the president for as long as you like, or Museveni is, our paragon of democracy, or Kagame for that matter. Why are we not comparing ourselves to South Africa? They have had a president who never did a term. Why are we not comparing ourselves to the US? Because we are saying we are moving to the first world. Right. There are presidents who have done 1 term. Yeah. For instance, Trump did 1 term. He just came back the other day, and many others in history. You saw what happens further down in, I think it's Zambia. We have seen presidents losing elections. But when it is convenient, Kenya, by the way, if you travel, my dear brother, to African countries, you come and appreciate that. Kenya should not even compare itself to many of those African countries you speak about. They look at Kenya to be able to...
Okay. Let's bring this discussion to another level. The reality is there is the new voter who is coming to influence the next general election. We have got perennial voters who've been there. Mwakesi, you belong to the old guard, who've been voting. But there is that new voter who is being fronted to vote in the next election, the Gen Z. They had their 2nd anniversary last week on Thursday. We cannot assume and we cannot ignore these people. So the reality is Gen Z got a power to influence election come next year. True or false? What's the reality?
100%. I'm
in whichever way.
I'm with you on the fact that the Gen Z will influence this election because they read the Constitution not from a perspective that our brother here is reading it, but from the perspective that it says, every 5 years I get a chance to get the leaders that I want. And that's what's going to be the defining factor. So I think in this 2027 election, this Gen Z will bring us back to the reality that we do not have to stick with mediocrity in terms of the leaders that we have chosen last election. You can actually cause a change and have the leader that actually caters to your needs. My brother here is going to remove a UDA senator in Kiambu, right? Because he believes that he should be the change that Kiambu people need. So we are going to actually walk into a paradigm whereby business as usual will no longer transcend into politics as it has been with the millennials and older generations. It is actually going to be an election whereby the young people will say, you have condoned a lot of things that have hurt us in the past. You have condoned human rights abuses. You have condoned government laxity. You have condoned MPs who are elected and go and forget the voice of the people. 2027, August 10th, the young people, Gen Z, will show up for only one reason, that actually the ballot can actually cause a change. And luckily enough, the young people are also very aware that their vote counts not in KICC or Bomas or wherever that will be. Their vote will count at the polling station. And these people have shown us that not only will they be voting, but they will protect that vote. It will be the first election whereby guarding a vote will not depend on whether the party has money to spend in that region, but how effective you will be to make sure those young people don't take photos of the polling results as they are posted up by the polling station manager. Because at the end of the day, they want to guard what they have voted for. So this Gen Z, don't look at it as a matter of vibes and kelele and looking bright in the scene of things. They will be there to make sure that their vote not only counts, is protected, and they will choose leaders who speak their language. And their language is what? Take care of us, we take care of you. If you have no interest in taking care of the young people and their futures, you can be guaranteed you will be home by the cock crow. Because you will not be cocksure like my brother here that somebody will get re-elected. You will have to actually deal with the fact that you will go home if you do not actually speak the language of the young people, the language of the promise of Kenya in that constitution. So those, my people called Gen Z, are the guarders of this constitution. They are the people who will implement the Constitution 2010. We've done a terrible job of implementing this constitution. We have taken it like a suggestion. The constitution is not a suggestion. It is actually a blueprint of how to govern. My brother, William Ruto, I've been a very good friend of the president. So I'm just talking about someone I don't know. I know him personally. And I can tell you one thing. He is a good campaigner, but he has failed on the part of governing. Now, I can agree, in this 2027, he'll give people pressure in terms of campaigning. But I guarantee you, when it comes to the question of can the young people, the Gen Z, the millennials, and the people in general trust that he can get another term and govern as well, that's where the problem comes in. Does he have a shot at coming back? Well, if he puts his best effort and earns our trust, he probably will get the votes of the people. Even those Gen Z can vote for William Ruto if he can get their trust back. But if he fails to earn their trust back, when the June 25th commemoration is happening, the president is discussing Bomas instead of saying, oh, tulipoteza vijana, poleni sana wananchi wenzangu.
Okay.
That would have been something different. And that's how you get trust back. That is how you win a re-election. But for now, People Empowerment Party will be part of the change together with the Gen Z to ensure any rogue governor, in my county I'm running for governor of Taita Taveta, I am going to take that man home because he has failed to deliver for the people of Kenya.
Wait. They say, rewind, hold the rewind against. I'll come back to that. Look at the divisive numbers. They will influence. If they all come out and vote en masse, of course they are going to influence how the numbers will go up. Gilbert.
The Gen Z numbers, the Gen Z is a mirage in this sense.
It's a mirage?
Yeah, it's a mirage. There is no voter called Gen Z. There is a voter who is called a Kalenjin, there is a voter who is called a Luo, there is a voter from Taita Taveta, there is a voter who still identifies himself as a man from Kiambu, a man from the mountain. Those are going to be the significant factors that will influence voters, in addition to turnout. If you look at the Gen Z movement 2 years back, when Raila Odinga, and Ruto spoke, the protest stopped. So it tells you that the number of people who had been protesting there, you could see their political affiliation. If you speak to...
Okay, all right. But I think your battery is dead.
My battery is dead?
It's going to be sorted. Just sorry for that.
Talk about that.
Let's come back to Christian.
Yes.
So let's talk about, even, you can pick it from where he's left. Okay. Of course, he'll also come back to his point. He's talking about, actually, I was even coming to the issue of ethnicity, how the regional balance will also affect voting come next year, the reality about that.
Yes.
But let's come back to that gentleman called, or that lady called the Gen Z.
Yes.
There is that issue of the digital background, battleground, that they influence.
Yes.
We cannot ignore that. What is the reality?
Yeah, it is true that we cannot ignore the young voters. And you know, I am amazed when the party leader is speaking on the behalf of the Gen Z. You know, me myself, I am a Gen Z. I am 27 years old, so I don't need someone to speak for me.
For you and your
yeah, and I'm here. Yes.
When were you young?
So, you know, politics, it's an adjective that some people use to manipulate others. The name Gen Z was codified by a section of the political class. I can tell you, Victor. Gen Z was not an organic movement. If it were an organic movement, it could have made an impact on 2027 election. But unfortunately, it was not an organic movement. It's only a few people sat down and crowned the word Gen Z, with the reason that the young people don't have the benefit of history. Because they will be told that William Ruto is killing people, but they don't know what happened in 1969 when we had the massacre in Kisumu. They don't
What
know.
are you saying?
So the young people, yes, they are fighting a cause, but we have a section of the political class that are using them to score their political. You understand? So it calls for the young people to sit down and reconstruct themselves. You have seen the voter registration that has just ended like a few months ago. The numbers, it's not good. It's not good, actually. The young people, yes, they have tried to register, but IBC did not attain the target that it was speculating to attain. So,
IBC actually surpassed the number.
Yes. So
they did.
So
Are you a historian?
IBC surpassed the target, but not for the young people. But I'm speaking specifically for this bracket of the young people. So to some extent, I support my brother here that politics is local. Our politics is divided into tribal lines, that people vote based on their tribal kings, that the Luo will vote for their own candidate, the people from Mount Kenya will vote for their own candidate, the people from Rift Valley will vote for their own candidate. So it is something that is in our, that we have cultivated in our political culture for too long. So for us to have a change, we need to have a honest discussion. We need to sit down as a young people, being guided with people with the people like the PLP party leader, to have a honest discussion. That we say that William Ruto has failed. This is what we promised, and he has not delivered. We vote him out. But if he has delivered, why not for the young people to vote him in?
Okay.
Yes.
Before I come to you, it was your time, Gilbert, for fairness.
Saying that, yes, I agree with him to a small extent, but I would also want to say that as he was speaking, I was observing the face of the gentleman in front. And I think he's also a Gen Z. And sometimes when you speak for Gen Zs, you have to make sure that you represent what actually is in their minds. I think there was a mismatch. Now, in terms of the Gen Z numbers, where they will help is that for the longest time they have never been turning up to go and vote. Whether the elections of 2012, 2007, they have not been turning up. Maybe 2027 they will have a reason to go to the polling station and vote. Yes, in terms of the numbers, what he says is actually correct, that IBC, yes, indeed surpassed the target, but the Gen Z numbers were not as the apologist for Gen Z had thought. But I still think that what will influence the political arithmetic of 2077, politicians are the biggest marketers of the ideals that they have. The governor to be, and I wish you all the best, Bwana Mwakesi, bila kesi nyingi, sio? Now, so what we are saying that the message you take to the people of Taita Taveta and the other factors around your campaign, including where you come from, your history, what you have done, will play much more than you just appealing to a specific age bracket. And this transcends across the Republic, that if you're a politician, your message must resonate with what the people of that particular area look for. What is your name? I cannot go to Kiambu and vie as a senator of UDA. They want to vote for me because, yes, the Constitution allows me to go to Kiambu and vie so long as I register there, because my name is Awino and they need Akimani there. It tells you that indeed ethnicity still plays a much more important role
We have
than...
Mheshimiwa Bire, who is a member of parliament in Taita Taveta, right?
Outliers are always there in research. That cannot be ignored.
It's 1 out of 10.
Yeah, 1 out of 10.
Okay.
But to a large extent,
So we have
oftentimes...
in Kiambu County.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a here in
So Gilbert,
he can't go to
try.
Can he go to
Even in Busia, we have
Why not?
Why not? Go and try.
Try Rangwe constituency, Bana.
We can speak all the facts there. But when you go there, you'll see the facts. So I think what will matter to us is basically how we mobilize our tribal identity. Wamunyoro is not a Gen Z, but if you speak to every person in Central, because Central has gone, it doesn't matter whether a child is born now or Mzee is 90 years, they are all saying one term. It does not matter who is actually the age bracket, the person who is speaking.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
That's what I would like to say.
Very now, what I can say is that us as the UDA government, Kenya Kwanza, under the leadership of very able leader, His Excellency William Ruto, we have plans to talk and to have a conversation with every Kenyans, regardless of their age, and especially the youth. Also, we have their mini project we are doing, and most of these projects you are seeing us implementing through the government, we have been given these ideas by the young people. We go to them through the mitandao. Nowadays, we have the ICT superhighway, and we have really encouraged that we want a communication, and we communicate with them. I think sometimes they have a conversation most of the night. There is that which we also attend and listen to what they are saying. And remember that most of these meetings, they are started and supervised by the same young people.
Sure.
And we go there and we listen to them. So we have been having a conversation with them. And what I know is that at the end of the day, if you are talking with somebody and you are asking yourself this question, you are being told to do this, you're also telling them, for me to do this, please assist me do this. So what I know is that the big number of our young people who maybe I'll call Gen Z, will support His Excellency William Ruto. Because, for example, like what I have just indicated here...
But the question, it's not even about who they support. How they influence next year's general election voting plan. Not who they will support.
Now, how they are going to influence is one, that whoever is going to be in line with them, whoever will agree with them, they will definitely give him or her the support.
But by doing what?
You must first and foremost have a conversation with them. You must listen to them. They listen to you and agree.
Do you know what they've been agitating for from 2024?
Definitely, I know.
What have they been talking about?
There. They have been talking about many things.
Like?
And they have been talking about, for example, the empowerment. Most importantly is empowerment. And empowerment in terms of either be supported in business or employment. And so, because that's the most important part of them as far as is concerned. The other things are still there. We are not underrating anything. But the most important thing as far as they are concerned, it is the issue that we are not employed, we need to do business. And we have come in, Hadi, and we have supported that. We are giving them employment. We have kazi majuu, tuko na kazi za affordable housing, tuko na kazi za ICT. We are rolling out Nyota Fund, we are rolling out Hasura Fund. We are doing all what we can. And as I have told you earlier, most of these things we are implementing to youths, we don't come up with them. They give us these ideas. So we are in conversation, we are in talks with them. And what I have told you is this: yes, they are going to influence the forthcoming general election. How? Whoever they are going to agree with, whoever will be there with them, if they agree with Peter that this is the way to go, and you have agreed this is the way to go, they will put all their votes there. Because them, they are, okay, as much as my brother here has said that a tribal issue will not be ruled out, because which I agree also. But also somehow they have said that they are tribalists. They have said that, though you cannot really run away from that, but I also, one thing which is there is that if you can be able to touch their heart, the way we are trying our level, because this process is progressing on well. I can vividly say here, without any doubts in my mind, that the conversation we have with all the Kenyans, youth included, is progressing on well. Under the leadership of His Excellency William Ruto. And that's why we are saying that this journey is ongoing. the results can be seen in each and every sector, in each and every age group, in each and every part of this country. And at the end of the day...
You are giving a scorecard, but you're not giving me the reasons why Gen Z will. We are futuristic here.
But I have told you that we are in conversation with them. We are in talk with them. Whatever we have been delivering to them, for example, like Nyota Fund, Hasura Fund, ICT jobs, Kazi Maju, affordable housing job, among other many things we are doing to them. It's ongoing. The conversation is ongoing.
Yes, Governor. Oh, yes, Mukesh.
Yes. Thank you for that. And from your mouth to God's ears, the people of Taita Taveta are waiting for my time. But here's the point I wanted to make, and you're right to bring this conversation on Gen Z. The reason being, every election and every electoral cycle, every person who runs for president, they target the young of that election. And the young of this election are called Gen Z because of the time period that they were born, right? Nothing more. Now, that doesn't mean within the Gen Z, you will not find individuals who hold a contrarian view like my brother here and revisionists of history who say that if someone was killed in 1969, it's okay to kill in 20... You know, those are... No. Just let me prosecute my point.
I did not say so.
The point that we're trying to say is that amongst the young, everyone will try and make their case. That is the president, that will be whoever comes to challenge him in the presidency. And the reason being, the young energize the elections, right? They're the ones, when you capture their imagination, they amplify what you have said to them. That is why when we were doing 2013, there was a digital and analog conversation.
So let me just ask this question.
Yes.
Can the Gen Z power change the political ecosystem? How the politicians think?
Exactly. They create the momentum. I'm saying this in this way. There was a picture that was so powerful when William Ruto boarded a wheelbarrow and sat in there and did this. And immediately, the young people felt, we want a president that connects with us like that. Everyone knew he's older than them. But the moment the young people latched into that image,
he came to their level.
They only sang William Ruto until he won the election. That is what the power of young people can do. And this is why you have to be absolutely careful with how you message. You have to be absolutely careful with how you capture their imagination. And you cannot condemn. These young people are living at a time whereby, you know, when us guys were growing up, a story could be told today, you'll hear it after 5 days. These guys, the moment it is said, in less than 30 minutes, it's on their phone. And they're forming an opinion.
The digital background.
Exactly. And their phones have memory. So whatever you said that did not make them happy 3 years ago, they're remembering it today. And that will be a very big factor. So when people imagine you can wish away the Gen Z, you are actually making a mistake. And again, the Gen Z have made sure that their age, the way they've been categorized in terms of their age, has transcended to all others. There are Gen Zs who are 80, who are saying, I'm Gen Z because why? Ujana uko kwa roho, it is in the spirit. So if the spirit of Gen Z is what is being sent out to everyone, that is what will be captured. So you have to capture the Gen Z, and the party that's doing that is pretty.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I'll treat that as a closing remark. In 1 minute, 1 minute each, we have 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
What is the reality in your closing remark?
The reality is we are Gen Z when it comes to the music we like, when it comes to the youth energy, when it comes to the things that identify with the heart of the youth. When it comes to politics, it is all factors come to play. From the young, nobody can be ignored. Each plays a significant role. But the Gen Z will not come as an isolated block to influence the election. They will fit into already, segmented factors that someone as a politician must always look into to be able to win at the elections. If you look at the Gen Z itself as tribeless, you're cheating yourself. A Gen Z is still a Gen Z from Kiambu, from Molo, from Masai. That has never changed. That's what I want to say.
Very good. Yes. Senior.
Yes. Victor, our politics, as I said, our politics is local. That's why even during the demonstration, you see that we have demonstration in Nairobi, but some parts of the country, like Kisumu, in Kakamega, we don't have those demonstrations. It's because of the tribal alignments. So for me, I'll say that, yes, the voice of the young people need to be heard. And I call upon this government to at least before 2027 to call a mega rally of the young people so that we can sit down together, talk to the president so that they can air out their views to the president. Because the last time the president was on X, You remember during the 2024, the president was on X with the young people, but that was an online meeting.
Yeah.
But I request the government to have a physical meeting with the young people, so that we can hear their voice.
Thank you.
Yes.
Kiambu, wanakutazama? What is the reality?
Yeah, the reality is that we are working very hard, because it's not yet over until it's over. That's what I believe in. And we have the plans. We are implementing the President William Ruto's plans of talking to the people and going to the people, Mashirani kule, listen to the people, have a conversation with the people. Don't go there with built mind. We have been instructed that go to the people out there and have a conversation with them. Can you hear? Can you listen to them? Because you are going to learn what they need when you listen to them, not when you talk to them. So we have been instructed by His Excellency William Ruto. Go out there, as much as you are telling people are scorecard, also listen to them. And in fact, like today I have learned a lot from the party leader. I have been learning a lot from Bwana Wakili here. He's a wise man here. Also, I have learned a lot from the senior, but one of the Gen Z. So we are out there. We are ready for discussion. We are open. We are ready to listen to you guys, because when you want to serve you, if you want to serve you better, we must listen to you, and you must tell us this is this is the way to go. So as far as anything is concerned, I'm still appealing to Kenyans. Let's support His Excellency William Ruto in the ongoing projects which we are going. Let's keep conversation live. Let's keep on criticizing also. We allow it because it's very important. Tell us here you are not doing this, but also support us. And when it comes to 2027, Kaide vote for him for continuity.
Mwakwesi, you said one thing. Director, just 1 minute. You said you're going for Taita Taveta gubernatorial seat.
Yes.
I'm going to break a rule in 30 seconds. What is your manifesto?
My manifesto is just premised on 4 items. 1, chakula. People must be fed. Afya, we must get healthcare that works. Elimu, we must, from the lowest level, ECD all the way up, we must have our people capable of learning. And 4th, kazi. I want as many young people and people of Taita Taveta employed in businesses, starting companies, and even in government as much as possible, because it's when people have money in their pocket that they're able to redeem themselves. So that's my manifesto.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Victor.
So next time when you come here, just pick our calls.
Pick our calls and you
just always have time for you.
If you call, just pick up his call, because we know it. Thank you so much for joining us. The reality is there will be a game today, KBC, the match between England and DRC Congo, Batoto Congo, today at 7 p.m. So far, African countries are doing pretty fine. I hope that Congo is going to do something to England. When you talk about England, we know who they are to us. So yes, all right. So thank you so much for joining us. Stephen Mokesi, who is a party leader, PEP, thank you so much for coming. Gilbert Awino, who is a lawyer and Secretary Supracomp as well as Peter Ndungu, political analyst, asante sana, and Kriston Atandola Senior, who is a political analyst and historian. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming. The reality is, that's where we wrap it up. Asante sana for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is not your ordinary heart and soul.
My name's MC Mose Richards.
I'm Pauline Richards.
Tulipatana Dando back in high school. Mimi nikakuwa tu naona kadem kapumpum kako pale.
Sikuwa najua kuna that interest. Makosa kakafanyika. Form 4.
To be precise.
Naenda kufanya mtihani. Ati akuruka na kukubali.
I got another lady. Tuko kwa group ya WhatsApp. Msichana ameadiwa. Kaslide kwa DM. So kufika kwa gate na muone ndam like.
Nilishtuka. Me just wanted him to come and meet watu oi. It took our son. Akamwambia me, I want to reunite with mom.
Same siku ya harusi pia alitokelezea.
Mwingine akasema we.
Hakuna heartbeat. Akaanza kulia. Mimi na scream.
Just with the left foot, just to bend it into the far post. Johnny Ito, good break by and brought down out of the area. Free kick Japan. What a position for it too. Yellow card as well for Gunya. Japan accelerating. Yeah, Ito drifting in off that right-hand side, and he done really well. He just dribbles that, and Casemiro takes one for the team. And this is my concern about this Brazil team at the start of the game. Are they strong enough in the centre of midfield defensively? And the last thing, Casemiro trying to do something down the right-hand side here, and that'll be a free kick, will it? Yes, it will. And it's a yellow card for Jinosuke Suzuki. Sometimes we don't give referees enough credit. He just remained calm, doesn't he, in terms of decision-making. It's a definite free kick. It's a definite yellow card. Nothing rash from the referee. Takes his time. And Japan have to defend this set piece. They're getting cut off.
Kwenye Mkulima wiki hii tunakuza uyoga na kuendeleza kilimo biashara.
Lazima ikuwe ndani ya nyumba. Huwezi kufanya nje. Nimeelezea nikasema hata kama ziua zinakuwa kwa msitu, ule msitu umeipea conditions zenye ziko very good for that. Yeah. But sasa hapa tunajaribu kuleta ile conditions za msitu za forest hapa ndani.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
James Nyamwea was born on December 27, 1927 in Nyaribari, Masaba, in present-day Kisii County. He studied at Nyanchwa SDA Primary School, Kamagambo Mission School and Kisii Secondary School before traveling to London in the 1950s to study law at King's College. While in Britain, where he briefly practiced as a barrister, he interacted with future independence leaders including Mwai Kibaki, Munya Wayaki, Jean-Marie Saroni, and Matthew Guy Muli. On returning to Kenya, Nyamoya first worked in the colonial administration before resigning and opening a private law practice in Kisumu with support from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. He soon became part of a new generation of African lawyers involved in the nationalist movement alongside Agwin Skothek and Mareka Geshaga. During this period, he represented Odinga in a sedition case and reportedly wrote to the Queen of England protesting the treatment of Africans in colonial Kenya. After independence, Nyamoya served in several senior government positions including Assistant Minister in the Office of the President, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister of State for Provincial Administration, Minister for Power and Communications, and later Minister for Labour. At the same time, alongside Mwai Kibaki and Tom Mboya, he contributed to drafting a sessional paper number 10, which guided Kenya's early economic policy. As Minister for Labour, Nyamoya is credited for establishing the Industrial Court of Kenya and formulating the Employment Act, frameworks that structured labour relations between workers, employers, and government. Kenya also joined the International Labour Organization during his tenure. Nyamoya represented Nyaribari constituency in Parliament from 1963 to 1979, where he championed education and healthcare development in the region. When Joseph Murumbi resigned as Vice President and Daniel Arap Moi was appointed to the position, Nyamoya became leader of government business in Parliament, a role that effectively placed him above the Vice President in parliamentary hierarchy. This development created political rivalry between Nyamoya and Moi that would later shape his fortunes after Kenyatta's death. After President Kenyatta's death, his political influence declined. He lost his parliamentary seat in 1979 and later served briefly as chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission. In the 1990s, he joined Mwai Kibaki in founding the Democratic Party and became its national vice chairman. James Nyamoya died in 1995. He is remembered as a pioneer lawyer, nationalist, and cabinet minister who helped shape Kenya's early legal and labor institutions. Jackie Wambiru, The Cabinet.
We do apologize for that slight technical hitch. Now, as I was saying, we are getting into our next conversation, and today we are talking about fossil fuels and threats to marine life, specifically along the ocean corridor. And with me in studio is the National Network Coordinator, Kenya Oil and Gas Working Group. His name is Muturi Kamau. Muturi, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you here this morning. And before we get deep into the conversation, just why is it important for us to particularly speak about this right now? Why is it relevant for us to speak about this right now?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think first and foremost it is important to look at the trends. Over the last, we could say, 2 or 3 decades. While a lot of the countries situated in what a lot of people tend to refer to as the global north have predominantly relied on fossil fuel energy as a source of energy for different industries, sectors and spaces, and to advance the economies. We have gotten to a point where there is the realization that emissions from fossil fuel development has come with its own negative implications. Key or the center of it being that there has been the realization that we need to cap the global temperatures at 1.5 degrees. And that's why a lot of jurisdictions have taken up commitments under the Paris Agreement to ensure that through their nationally determined contributions, that is something that happens. Secondly, another thing that has consistently happened, again, has been looking at how the transition can happen. It's taken over 100 years to get to where we are with fossil fuel development. And right now, looking at all these factors in play, it's now important to look at how we can exploit renewables for advancing some of these industries and advancing economies. And Africa sits at the heart of it. Kenya, for instance, relies to a huge extent, approximately 90%, from renewable energies, and you're looking at geothermal, wind, and solar. So there is immense potential, but it will have to be gradual. Looking at the two dimensions at national level and at grassroots level. From where we sit, one of the bigger conversations that we've been having with communities have been how is this transition going to look like? Taking into consideration that a lot of communities rely on firewood as a source of fuel, for instance. So how can a sustainable energy and just energy transition look like for some of these communities? And I like the fact that there are so many inventions and innovations that have come forward to ensure that if it's addressing issues around clean water, clean and safe water, solar is being pursued as one of the options, and so on and so forth. So it has come as a result of where we are right now, and the projections towards the future, and considering that it does not look too bleak, how can we have that gradual transition away from fossil fuels?
Yeah, yes. And you know, just to pick on that, the transition has been ongoing, and it's a global transition, you know, to ensure that we are transitioning to renewable energy. But if you can touch on the alternatives that we have, you've already mentioned solar power. So what are the alternatives? Yeah.
So first and foremost, I think just to take you back, we need to appreciate where fossil fuels have brought us, and the fact that and I'll look at oil as one of the components. I mean, a lot of us rely on diesel and petrol to get us from point A to point B. Some industries rely on diesel-powered generators and the likes. So it's been able to revolutionize how we've been able to do things. But if you look at where we are right now, for instance, I have seen an increased number of companies that have come in with, say, for instance, e-mobility. You're looking at the increase in buses that are plying Nairobi routes that are using the lithium batteries, rechargeable lithium batteries. You're looking at border borders that are now relying on rechargeable batteries or the battery swap system. You're looking at tuk-tuks that are using solar panels to recharge batteries. So that transition is actually going forth. And I think for Kenya, we need to appreciate the fact that the policy architecture has slowly been shifting. We are seeing efforts directed towards ensuring that even as we are looking at expanding our fossil fuel investment, there is still measures that are being taken to do that. And so at the end of the day, I honestly believe that it needs to look at, it needs to have a multidimensional and multi-sectoral approach to it, because transportation is just one bit of it. You have the clean cooking options. You have the jiko-coas that of course are looking at energy efficiency and all that. Organization, for instance, has a very innovative technology called Solwaten that we distribute to communities, and it uses solar to purify water. So it looks at, we need to look at the different sectors and then also see how we can support this particular transition. Again, the other thing that has to happen is, how do stakeholders come together to ensure that there is a lot of investment in research and development? Because at the end of the day, we need to be in a situation where research can define a lot of the options that we have. Because if you look at the dependency on oil and gas, for instance, the byproducts that you get from petrochemicals are immense. From cosmetics, from pharmaceutical products, from transportation. So it's not an easy space that will just be able to say we are shutting down the use of fossil fuels and making the transition. We have to look at, say, for instance, pharmaceuticals. What are some of the byproducts that come from fossil fuels? And how can we then put in investment into research and development to look at the alternatives that can actually replace whatever is being used. So that is just an example, but a lot needs to happen, and that's why I think a lot of countries are now looking at how, in terms of the transition, it's not just about the energy component of it, but all these other factors that come into play. Yes.
Is it achievable in the near future for Kenya?
Well, near future is relative. Near future is relative because it all depends on the priorities that we have as a country. And at the same time, looking at one, what are some of the partnerships that we can actually enter into? Because if you're able to look at partnerships with other countries that have advanced some of these areas, then it is relatively going to be easy for us to sort of build synergies in supporting the development and as well as piloting of some of these technologies that we are looking at. So near future, unless we actually actively put in efforts, because the governance framework is just part of it. You know, you need to align with the policies and the institutions to understand that this has to happen. But at the same time, you know, you have programs such as the Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Program run by the World Bank. And it's one that has been there, you know, trying to support some of the most marginalized communities access electricity by setting up solar mini-grids as part of it. So again, access to energy vis-a-vis looking at all these other components that allow us to rely on fossil fuel byproducts and seeing what are some of the things that we can actually run with. But I am optimistic that in the next 20 to 30 years, we might be able to record some significant changes.
Some changes on that. Maybe what is standing in our way? What is standing in our way to getting to a point where we have fully transitioned to renewable energy?
Yeah, so the first thing is we need to look at our priorities. As it is, for instance, I know that there is an interest to open up areas for oil and gas exploration in the country. There has been the reconstitution of blocks, and there is a lot of interest in especially looking at investment offshore. So that might, while we are talking about having a just transition as a country, that might also be a limiting factor, because at the end of the day, it feels like we've not decided where we want to be. So how about then thinking about investing more in the transition and looking at safeguarding some of these areas? Another thing I think would be looking at not just the policy architecture, but now diving deep into the institutions. Do we have adequate institutions and the human resource capacity that understands the importance of this particular transition process? Third, I think, and I had mentioned, is the partnership element and the linkages. There are so many countries that we can actually benchmark on. And not just that, looking at if we are going to support the exploration and development process, how can we then utilize revenues that are coming from that to inject into renewable energy development? So there are quite a number of angles to it, but it needs deliberate effort to ensure that we are put in a place that ensures that we actually working towards that by setting targets. And for instance, I think perhaps just to talk a bit about the Oceans Conference that took place last month. One of the key things that particular convening was trying to address was the 30 by 30. So protecting 30% of the oceans by 2030. So you see that essentially gives us a timeline, and considering that we have 4 years, are we going to have recorded that we've been able to safeguard at least 30%? So there's a lot that needs to happen, and at the same time, I think one of the things that we're looking at is not just working in isolation. Right now, we are strategically placed in the region. We are considered as the leaders in renewable energy investment. So it's to see how we can leverage on the region and the linkages that we can also develop with the different jurisdictions from West Africa and South Africa and other areas to ensure that we are strategically placed for this year.
All right. And now I want us to get back to marine life, specifically along the ocean corridor.
Yeah.
Why is the ocean health important?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So if you look at the Kenyan coastline, for instance, it's estimated to be about 600 kilometers from Lamu to Kwale. And it is very rich in biodiversity. You look at the different mangrove species that we have, and a lot of the different species are actually concentrated in Lamu, from the Mkoko to Mchu to Mkanda and the likes. So we have a very wide variety. And these mangroves play a number of different roles. So one, they are very crucial areas for breeding grounds for different marine species. Two, they play a vital role in breaking down the waves that come from the ocean. So if we did not have mangroves, for instance, the likelihood of experiencing tsunamis and all that would actually be considered at a greater risk. We have endangered species such as the dugong. We have the marine protected areas, including Kiwayu, Kisitempunguti, and the likes. So there's quite a bit. And from a report that we did a few months ago with a US organization called Earth Insight and ourselves, as well as different, we're looking at offshore risks to marine species across quite a number of countries: Australia, Tanzania, Mexico, and the like. There were about 8 countries. And we noted that about 85% of offshore concessions as of 2024 were actually offshore, were in the marine environment. So these are places that, of course, are now, while they have a lot of sensitivity, they are at a greater risk because, one, if you now come back to Kenya and if you're looking at, say, loading and offloading of crude oil, there are risks of spills. And if there's that spillage, essentially then it will have an implication on the mangrove species and the different species. We saw a classic example is a few years ago with the Mauritius oil spill. And we saw a lot of, in fact, a lot of the communities that live along the coast were able to record reduced fish catch from tuna and all these other species because of that spillage. So the oceans are not just a source of livelihood for communities. It is an entire ecosystem that revolves around people as well as the marine species themselves. And that's why even as in the report itself, we were trying to advocate against opening up additional areas because the risks offshore are greater than risks on the terrestrial side. If you're drilling here, for instance, the risks from spillage and all these things, you can actually control them better as opposed to having them offshore. So those are some of the things that I believe that we need to take into consideration, and that's why we are calling for different stakeholders to reassess, and especially government, to just relook the interest offshore and try and see what are some of the sensitivities along the Kenyan coast, because 100% of the offshore blocks overlap these key sensitive areas. Yes.
Yeah. And with that, could you also just maybe point out on the threats that these fossil fuels tend to pose?
Yeah. So when you're looking at the award of a concession license, for instance, if it's offshore, a number of things happen once agreements have been entered into and investment decisions have been made. So you'll get investors putting together resources, and the most initial step is normally to get data to understand the area that you're looking at. So how they do this is that they use seismic boats during the seismic survey process that pull long lines of what we call hydrophones. And these hydrophones use loud bangs to generate sort of a noise that will give them a projection of an image to just understand the geology. So studies have shown that some of these noises have been detrimental to marine species, affecting their auditory systems. And then the other thing, and this we've also received from the fisher-folk communities that we've engaged, is that it has also been a risk to the fishing grounds, what they call IMBO. They've also been affected by these seismic activities. And beyond the seismic activities, once the decision has been made to undertake the drilling process, there is also the risk that even as you're drilling, there's the drilling mud. So at times there's risk of releasing this mud into the ocean, which at times, or most often when drilling, there are the chemicals that are used to, that are mixed in order to ensure that there's a seamless drilling process. So those chemicals, of course, are by and large are normally toxic to the environment and might pose disastrous implications, because if you have fish that has interacted, say, with an environment that has been exposed to, say, heavy metals such as lead, and you consume that fish, then essentially you're at a higher risk of getting effects of carcinogenic compounds. So, I mean, looking at the different stages, you can actually determine what risk can actually be posed to what factors.
Yeah. And from that, what you're saying is some of these risks or some of the impacts may not be felt immediately or may not be visible immediately, but have a ripple effect in the long run.
Correct.
Altogether.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And that's why while undertaking the environmental and social impact assessments, it is very important to identify the baseline conditions, the ecological baseline conditions for an area. And then secondly, to ensure that at the end of the day, there are mitigation measures put in place to ensure that any effects that may arise as a result of the work being undertaken can be addressed in a timely manner to ensure that the effects are not as severe as would be expected. Yes.
Would you at the moment say that our marine ecosystem is declining, and maybe what does that mean for our blue economy?
Yes. So Kenya as a country has been really keen on matters blue economy. And part of the blue economy strategy is looking at the exploitation, not just of marine species, but also looking at development of or exploration and exploitation of fossil fuels. Simply because if you're looking at the Somali, Kenya, Tanzania belt. For Tanzania, they have been lucky enough to tap into LNG. And for Somalia, just recently, they discovered quite a huge, significant amount of oil reserves. So there's a lot of potential for Kenya. But at the same time, we also need to really consider how that is supposed to happen. I know there's a strategy in place, but at the end of the day is to map out the sensitivities, because those sensitive areas are the ones that are going to determine how we go about it. And one thing that I always say is we should not prioritize one sector over another, because at the end of the day, if you're looking at this tourism sector, which pulls in a considerable amount of stakeholders from across the globe, and the amount of revenue it generates. So if you are having, if you're going to, say for instance, identify hydrocarbon reserves in a marine protected area such as Kisite Mpunguti, then essentially it means you'll now need to probably consider how to extract against having tourists come to appreciate the beauty and all these things that are given by that area. So as an example, that's one of the things that really needs to come into consideration. But again, we considering the length and extent of the offshore blocks, one of the things that we perhaps can consider is not really focusing on the places that are close to the shores, but doing everything else a couple hundred kilometers off the coastline. So at least it creates sort of a buffer zone where at the end of the day, communities as well as this marine ecosystem that they rely on is not affected. Yes.
All right, as we wind up on our conversation, maybe what is being done currently to ensure that we are avoiding all these threats that you've mentioned?
Wow, yeah, so there's a lot of discussion that is happening. I know that through KEMSFED there is the Marine Spatial Plan conversations that are happening. There are regulations by the different agencies that are involved in ensuring that we strengthen not just our fishery sector, but also looking at our energy sector as well as our upstream petroleum sector. There's a lot of multi-stakeholder dialogue that's happening, both at national level and at county level. But at the end of the day is to ensure that these risks are mapped out as early as possible and sufficient measures are put in place to ensure that there is adequate consideration to ensure that we do not end up losing a lot of the marine ecosystem to prioritizing fossil fuel development, for instance, because at the end of the day we'll end up losing one, and it's while we can create a balance, the balance should be at the end of the day we are looking at transition that can at the same time address the energy concerns that we have, but also ensuring that we put in place certain protections that can allow us to continue and enjoying the environment that has been God-given to us.
Yeah. So just as ordinary Kenyans, and this is specifically maybe to the people living along the coastline, what would be what are they supposed to do? How do they come on board in helping with all this?
Yeah, so first and foremost is looking at the processes that happen at county level. Counties now have the mandate to develop their own policies. I remember back in 2018, we were supporting Lamu County government to develop the energy policy. And so there are all these other organizations that are coming together to work together with county governments. And in so doing, channels of communication and consultation with some of these stakeholders who might be most affected need to be put at the center of these conversations. There's a lot that also goes around heritage, culture and heritage, because it's not just about the livelihood aspect, but also what essentially can be appreciated from a culture and heritage perspective. Third and most importantly is to ensure that at the end of the day, the communities who would by and large be affected by some of these processes are at the table, because if this does not happen, then there's a high likelihood, and we've seen it happening. A lot of communities are now realizing that while projects are being brought to the ground, they without consultation, they come up and stand up to agitate as a collective voice. And we have seen in Lamu, for instance, with the proposed coal plant. We have seen in Kilifi with the proposed nuclear plant. We have seen in all these other areas. So there's a growing shift where communities are now understanding and appreciating the importance of collective voice and collective action, and they want to be involved, so that at least when they say that they give information and say that the proposed area where you want to set up a project is going to have monumental effects on our culture and heritage, then that needs to be factored. If there's a way that can be navigated, then that can take place. But of course, having the voice of the communities at the heart of it.
Yeah. And finally, are you hopeful that we can reverse the damage that has been made this far?
Well, I am optimistic, but it will take a lot of effort. It will need strategic interventions, and at the end of the day, government, private sector, and communities need to work together and agree on certain measures that can actually allow for reversal of these effects.
Okay. Yes. All right. I'll take your final remarks.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we just need to, not just collectively, but also individually, we all have a role to play to ensuring that we safeguard our marine and terrestrial environments. And it's as simple as, recycling. It's as simple as understanding that you should not litter. there are some of the things that have been pushed and have been forced. I remember there's a time when guys used to be arrested in town for littering, and right now you cannot see that happening. So I think that mindset shift needs to happen now, so that at least at the end of the day we are able to move collectively as one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. It was a pleasure having you. This is where we end this conversation with Muturi Kamau. But don't go too far. We are going to be back with Good Morning Kenya, and I'll be coming with a conversation on our segment for Women at the Forefront. Stay with us.
Kwanza kabisa, mitandao ya kijamii imeongeza uhalifu mitandaoni. Kumekuwa na visa vingi vya utapeli, wizi wa utambulisho, ulaghai wa kifedha na unyanyasaji mitandaoni, hasa kimapenzi na kijinsia.
Mnaposema kuwa mitandao hii inaendeleza propaganda, sio mitandao, ni watu walio katika mitandao. Na kwa hivyo mitandao hii inafanya nini? Inatafuta njia za kuweza kuondoa watu kama hao mitandaoni hiyo ili watu waweze kuendelea kwa usalama.
Tofautisha sauti zifuatazo ukizingatia uzuiliwaji wa hewa. Sauti nya na ya.
Nya ni kingongo na sauti ya ni kiyeyusho.
And we are back with our woman at the forefront. Her name is Nyakeo Geshoke, and Nyakeo is the co-founder and the CEO of Universal Future Frontiers. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Vivian. It's such a pleasure to be here with you today on this cold 1st of June morning.
Oh, 1st of July.
Oh, July, sorry,
Yeah.
1st of July morning. Yeah.
It's a really cold morning.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, let's get into the conversation. So I would like for you to tell us a bit about Universal Future Frontiers. What are you about?
I happen to be privileged to be the CEO of Universal Future Frontiers, where I lead a team of very passionate individuals who are passionate about connecting young people of Africa and Kenya to educational opportunities in China. Yes.
Yeah. So if you could just maybe take us through a bit of your journey, you know, of becoming who you are right now.
Well, it's been quite a long journey of entrepreneurship. I did start in employment, but through the years I was privileged to get to travel around the world, and which is one of the reasons why I felt I needed to also play a part in providing that bridge for the young people to experience opportunities abroad. I have had the privilege to travel to some countries in the West and also in the East. And I can tell you that in terms of progress, the East is actually also coming up pretty well. Yes.
Yeah. So you're here today as our woman at the forefront, and this is usually a segment where we just highlight, you know, what women are doing, what women are taking up right now. And this is also just to inspire the next generation of women who are coming up. Maybe just with that, what would you say is the role of mentorship in ensuring that we are inspiring the younger generation?
That's a great question. I would first begin with leadership. And for women, and particularly for myself, for example, I draw my leadership skills from my values and from my beliefs. Now, once you couple that with purpose leadership, for example, where you tag whatever it is that you're doing in terms of work to something greater other than the, you know, the aspect of making money. Because I'll assure you, Vivian, if you start a business purposely to make money, when challenges come, and believe me, they do come, you will quit. But if you have a greater purpose, or if you've pegged it towards a greater calling, then it helps you become resilient as time goes by. And I think second thing would be the value of people, because particularly, and I speak about the young people, titles do not make a good leader. What makes a good leader is the people. As a CEO, for example, I do not think about how many people I'm employing, but rather how many lives I'm impacting. And that also falls on mentorship. You can imagine when in a position of leadership, you're expected to have all the answers. But actually, to the contrary, I'm always learning from my colleagues at work. I'm always adapting because the times are changing very fast. And of course, sometimes I'm just hopeful, you know, that my coffee is as strong as the vision that I carry. And another aspect is of service and understanding that in leadership, service leadership is essential. Without the people, then it becomes very difficult to carry out a vision by yourself. When it comes to mentorship, mentorship can happen upwards or downwards. You don't need to think of mentorship as something that you've got to learn from someone who's way above you. Even someone who's probably younger than you can be of valuable help when handling some of the things in business. Yeah.
And with that, why does it matter to be a purpose-driven leader?
It's extremely important to be a purpose-driven leader in terms of where you need to go in terms of your business or your enterprise, for example, but also because of the impact that you need to have for this younger generation, which is actually where my purpose and my drive comes from. What am I doing with the influence that I have been given to open doors for the younger generation as a woman, as a mother, to bigger and better opportunities? I'm a believer that where a child is born does not necessarily have to dictate how far they go in life. So I think being a purposeful leader is quite important.
And I like that. And you're big on purpose. And would you say that purpose and profitability can coexist?
Absolutely. Purpose and profitability can exist, but one needs to precede the other, as I began by saying. As the CEO of Universal Future Frontiers, for example, based on my belief that I need to make an impact at least to one young person, if I can change one young person's life to become better, then I will have accomplished my purpose. So ideally, purpose should precede profitability. However, profitability comes in if you get your purpose right. And if you tie what you're doing to a greater purpose, then profitability is inevitable.
Yeah. All right. Was there a defining moment that made you realize that this is the particular path that you want to take?
Do you have all day?
Well, you can summarize it as much as you can.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that I thank God for is that I've developed a very resilient spirit. I've had very many failures. I've had quite a number of instances where I have had self-doubt. But what I can say for me, a pivotal moment was during the COVID time. And I realized it's not just about making money for me. There's got to be something bigger and something greater. So that has been my driving force to date. So I think that is what maybe you would call a pivotal moment in my life, and that is what has propelled me so far. Yes.
And you know, you've mentioned challenges a number of times since we started talking. So it's so clear that, you know, challenges are inevitable. You know, we face challenges in our day-to-day life, whether you are a CEO, whether you are a leader, whether you're not, like we all just come face to face with different challenges in life.
Very right.
What would you say keeps you going?
Yeah.
Time and time again, you know, you don't choose to like quit because that would be maybe the easier way out.
Absolutely.
But you decide, you know, I'll keep going. I'll keep going.
Yeah. Thanks, Vivian. I think for me, one of the things that I came to learn later on is that failure is not the opposite of success. If anything, it's part of and parcel of that journey to success. My faith as well, in knowing that God has got my back, that God will magnify my steps as I take those little steps forward. That's one of the things that keeps me going. Of course, it's not without its challenges, but also it's as a leader understanding the essence of having your team behind you. Like I mentioned earlier, I have an incredible team, including Gen Zs. I've got quite a number of Gen Zs in my office. Hello to them. And they're quite instrumental in just, you know, getting us going. Yeah, so teamwork really does make the dream work. Yeah.
What kind of workplace do you strive to create? I can tell already you are one who's big on teamwork, as you've mentioned.
Absolutely.
So just if you can paint a picture of us of what you are striving to create in the long run.
My vision in the long run and the kind of workplace I would like to create is one where I have dreamers, and not just dreamers, but people who take action. I would like for the people who work with me to be able to actualize the vision that we've set for the organization. But not just for the organization, but also for themselves. Because a vision without execution really is just an idea. But if I can empower the people who work with me and for me to be able to attain their individual goals as well as the organizational goals, then I think I would have done my job as a CEO.
Would you say that that is how you define impact?
Absolutely. That really does sum it up. Because at the end of the day is, what are you doing to impact the next person? And the next person. It's more like what you call a domino effect. And as a leader, you should hope and strive to achieve a positive effect, escalating or cascading downwards. Yes.
From the time you got into this space, you know, the entrepreneurship space, would you say that over the years your leadership values have been evolving? And if they have, if you can just take us through that, how have they evolved over the years?
They have certainly evolved. Like I told you earlier, for me, the entrepreneurial space began at a very young age. I was employed for quite some time, but after that, I got into entrepreneurship. And with time, what has happened, it has morphed depending also on the changing times. One of the things that has impacted the same is the fact that technology is changing I mean, previously, we would say maybe it would take a decade for technology to morph. But now, every 3 months, you know, things are changing and things are moving. It has necessitated for me to change how I do things in terms of my adaptability, in terms of probably changing what is not working and adapting to a new way of doing things.
Yeah.
And I think for me, that is one of the things that I'm also advocating for as a business person, as an entrepreneur. Don't be too fixated on a particular way of doing things. If it's not working, it's not working. But if it's working with some challenges, I mean, you could always try and navigate around them. But do not, you know, have burnout, particularly if it's not working. So I think for me, it has changed over the years. I've also come to appreciate there's, to take it easy. We take it too seriously, you know, where you're really, really holding on. And sometimes you just need to take a breather and, you know, the ideas or the solutions will come to you. Or sometimes you just have to let go of the, you know, of whatever it was that you had ventured into. Yeah.
So you just allow yourself to just be.
To some extent, Vivian, I do. I trust the process. I know that's such a cliche, but I trust the process. I am one person who, as the saying goes, don't go, you know, where the path may lead. Instead, go in there and create your own path and leave a trail. That has been me. You know, even with Universal Future Frontiers, for example, it's something that has not really been done. So we're really just working our way through and morphing based on the needs and based on the times. Yes.
A lot of people, I wanted to say women, but all together, a lot of people maybe sometimes shy away from the ideas they have because sometimes they tend to look like they are so big and it may seem so far-fetched. And I'm sure this speaks to so many people that sometimes you just feel like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm thinking it, but can I really achieve it? Like, what would you say to such a person who feels like the idea is quite far-fetched?
I'll tell you something, I can relate to that in so many ways. I call it failure to launch. You know, you've got everything down on paper, you've got everything in your head, but just to take that initial step is what really holds people back. And it's a number of factors, but of course fear is one of the factors. But I would highly encourage anyone with an idea, believe in yourself, because you've got to believe in yourself first. Trust in God. Like I said earlier, that has been one of the things that have fueled my fire when it comes to entrepreneurship. You've got to have something that gives you hope. And as we said earlier, failure is part of the process. So you shouldn't be scared. Just take that leap. That would be my encouragement.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Would you say there are stereotypes about women leaders? And if they are there, which ones would you like to just see disappear?
I do not buy in the stereotype, to be honest. I believe that, you know, we're all human beings. We should all have an equal playing field. Of course, sometimes it doesn't play out that way. But as we said earlier, take up your place as a woman. Do not always peg your style of leadership to the next person. Create your own unique way of doing your own things. Like I said before, my leadership style is derived from my beliefs and my values. Plain and simple. So I think for women, that would be my encouragement. Let's just take on your role, take on your uniqueness, because that is what makes, you know, everything, you know, maybe a bit more diverse, as opposed to doing things in one particular way, where it's more of a copy and paste. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, we have to agree that as women, we've come a long way.
Oh yeah.
To think that there were days when you couldn't just go and open a bank account.
Oh, true.
Something as simple and you know, something that looks very normal now. There was a time when we couldn't do that.
I know. Yeah.
You know? So what does this mean? Just the fact that we are now able and maybe allowed, though that's the wrong one to use.
I know, but I
but
understand.
It's actually the truth. Yeah.
I do. I understand what you mean. I mean, I must say we're in a privileged society, and I'm saying that with all due respect, of course. We've got countries where women, I mean, are not allowed to do something as simple as even, you know, driving their children to work until very recently, or, you know, opening a bank account like you mentioned earlier. So I think one of the things I hold dear is an attitude of gratitude as a human being, not necessarily as a woman, but as a human being. I am able to do these things as a woman, as a man, or whatever the case may be, and have that appreciation. But yes, I understand exactly what you mean, and it's quite sad that some of these things are not possible for women in many parts of the world. And my encouragement would be, let us keep at the forefront and push. Let us not, you know, bury our heads in the sand like an ostrich and assume that these things are not happening. As women leaders, let us take that role and try a level best to lobby for these rights that are so basic, as you mentioned, Vivian, to be accessible to everybody around the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just speaking from, you know, maybe from experience and from just what you see around, would you say that we are taking up the space that, you know, now we have the freedom to? So are we using that? Are we taking up the space?
I think we are, Vivian. Of course, there's got to be a bigger push. Let's not be individualistic. I know you will create your own, you know, enterprise and your own bubble, and things are great. But it's always important to note that we have a younger generation to impact. And like I always say, things like exposure, you know, we do not lack talent in Kenya or in Africa in general. What we lack is access to opportunities. And that is one of the things, like I said earlier, I'm very passionate about, placing our students and our young people to universities in China, for example, because they are way ahead. The same thing. For China to get to where it is now, they had to send their students to other countries to bring back things like knowledge, change in perspective, to bring in new skills. It's time that we change the conversation, and particularly with China. I mean, it has worked for us bringing in goods and, you know, equipment in the past, and it's worked great. But what are we passing down to this next generation? Do they also need to bring things in a shipping container? No, we need to have them bring back skills, bring back knowledge, bring back new ideas and perspective. So I think that's an important thing as mothers and as parents and as women in leadership. Let us impact our children based on the changing times. Like I said, technology is here. We cannot fight it. We cannot resist it. It's here to stay. Let us guide our children, even in the pathways when it comes to their education. There's absolutely no point for children to study things that are becoming obsolete. Don't you agree, Vivian? Yeah. They need to now get into the space of climate tech, for example, or AI ops. That is the direction. The demand has changed. Like the famous book, Who Moved My Cheese? The cheese has moved, and it's time for us to realize that as leaders in our capacity. And I'm not just speaking about leadership in the enterprise. I'm talking about leadership in the family, as a big sister, as a big brother. That's the impact that we need to have on that generation in a more structured way. Yeah.
And you know, there has been a conversation on brain drain. And being that you are more or less in that kind of field whereby, you know, you're advocating for our students to go out there, you know, see what's happening outside our borders and all. What would be your take on that? You know, that we are taking out or we are sending away our best brains.
Yeah, you're right, Vivian. Now, brain drain is when you have educated your children within your borders and they go and study abroad. My advocacy is have them study abroad, and not to say that our universities are not good enough. I'm a, you know, I'm a student, former student of the University of Nairobi. We have great universities. However, there is opportunity out there for our children to go and study in China, like I said. However, my advocacy is for them to bring back the skills to Kenya and to Africa. So I'm not really for the brain drain aspect. Mine is to say we need to appreciate our country and what we have, you know, and build on it for the next generation and for the benefit of Africa in general. Yeah.
Is there a way really to ensure that these skills are being brought back and not staying in the countries that they are going to?
Yes, yes. By us taking pride in our country. One of the reasons, and I mean, China has progressed for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons is patriotism and love for country. If we can harness that aspect as the older generation to impact the younger generation, absolutely, they will want to come back home. I don't know if you've noticed that there's a surge of people going back to the rural villages and setting up, you know, their lives there. And the people within our age bracket, something that would never have happened before. So there is, you know, and you'll find even people in Europe and in the US are finding and tracing back their steps back to Africa. There's a reason behind it. There's magic in Africa. Yeah, let's build Africa.
Yeah. And with that, what would you say are opportunities that are available in the country and across the continent for young entrepreneurs?
I think, Vivian, one of the things that I've come to realize is that opportunity is everywhere. You ideally just need to probably quieten the noise and look at what is around you. Opportunity comes in different forms. It doesn't have to come in the form of, you know, what the other person is doing. If you look in your immediate environment, believe me, you will find opportunity. Be bold enough to take that step. Things like manufacturing, for example, which is one of the things that will propel us to, you know, the levels of an industrialized country, like we would like to do. Let us encourage cottage industries, where instead of, for example, I'm a farmer, I'm a tea farmer myself, and what we do is, you know, we ship everything in its raw form. There's really no money there. But you've seen what's happening in Murang'a through the governor of Murang'a, Kangata. Now there's value addition to the same tea. There's brand positioning, which now makes the, you know, the price point of that same tea to multiply almost 100-fold. That is opportunity, but it's the same tea. So everything that we need is actually around us. All we have to do is quieten the noise and take that bold step.
I love that. The opportunities everywhere, you know. You just have to ensure that you are taking them up and able to notice them and see them.
Absolutely.
I like that. Absolutely. If you were to mentor your younger self, what would you say to her?
Be present. Be present. We're always, you know, I mean, everywhere. I was mentoring myself. I would say just be present. In the time that you're in the season that you're in, be present and do not fear to forge ahead. Believe me, the universe conspires, God works his magic and will bring you the resources that you need. Do not be curtailed by the fact that you probably need money to start a project. Actually, it's the reverse. Start it, and God will meet you along the way. The universe will conspire and ensure that that vision is carried through. Yeah, and I'd also say, do not fear failure. Like I said, failure is not the opposite of success. It's part and parcel of the process. Yes.
I like that.
Thank you.
You clearly are purpose-driven, right? And that was our whole, the basis of our conversation today. And, you know, being a purpose-driven leader, how do you also get to ensure that, you know, the organization that you're in or the team that you're leading are also just as purpose-driven and not just on achieving, you know, the goals or the business goals?
I think that's one of the challenges when you're at position of leadership. And I believe that it starts with you. It starts with the head and cascades down. It doesn't, it has to be, what is your style of leadership? What impact are you having onto the people that are working with you? So I think when you have that vision and that that clarity of vision, then it becomes quite easy to cascade down. Yeah.
All right. I want to get into your routine. You know, just your routine. If you can just take us through your routine.
You mean my daily routine?
Yeah.
I'm very passionate about, for example, in the morning, I take my daily walks at 6:30. I love starting my day with the walks. During my walk, I pray, I meditate, I, you know, just clear my head and think, what is it that I can do today that is going to get us closer to the vision that we have or the vision that we're building as an organization? Then obviously I'd come back home, see my kids off to school, have breakfast and head on to the office. When we get to the office, we like having a word of prayer before, you know, it gets a bit crazy. And yeah, I mean, it's more or less that. I like to wrap up my day by about 4 or 5 p.m. And this is one thing I keep on saying, you don't have to be a 9 to 5 individual. My most productive hours, to be very honest, is from 6 to about 2. After that, I'm useless. And the same thing with some of my employees. There are those who come into work at 10 in the morning and will leave at 8 p.m. and they will do a stellar job. So I don't think we need to be very fixated on the 7 to 5 kind of thing. I'm very flexible. Yeah, I love spending time with my family. I've got my husband here who came to accompany me here today. So basically that's it. I love having an early night. I'm in bed by 9:30. Don't call me after that. Like I said, it's important to prioritize rest. It's important to prioritize taking things a little slow, particularly when you're at a position of leadership.
Yeah. And speaking about prioritizing rests and also prioritizing your well-being as well, are there habits that help you remain grounded on that?
Absolutely. I'm a creature of habit. I love structure. For me, things like exercise, nutrition, replenishing my spirit by going to church. Now, those are the things that keep me going. Otherwise, I find when I do not have that kind of structure, then it becomes a bit chaotic for me. Yeah.
There's something you've mentioned, and it's on, I'd say, productivity. And that's when you talked about, you know, you don't really believe in the 9 to 5 or, and there's a conversation we had earlier with someone and they were also for that. They were like, just allow people to come in the time they feel is their most productive time, as long as they clock the hours that they need to be there. Just let them be.
Yes, I'm a firm believer in that, because at the end of the day, what are we looking for? It's about productivity. So regardless of the hours that you're going to keep them there, I may say, okay, you've got to clock in at, you know, no later than 8, and, you know, you've got to leave at 5, when half of the time, you know, they're just doom scrolling, as you call it, you know. So for me, productivity precedes everything. Based on an individual, because I also understand myself. I do not like it if I'm dragged on to have meetings at 4, 5 p.m., to be very honest. Yeah, so I find myself most productive at that time, and I try and build my organization along those lines. Of course, I do not allow that it's misused. Yeah, I've come to realize and study my staff and get to know, okay, when is he or she most productive, and I just let it be. And so far so good.
All right.
Yeah.
Now we should be ending this conversation, but even as we approach to that, what steps would you say can create more opportunities for women to lead?
That's a great question. I think one of the things that need to happen is the encouragement of the cottage industries, like I said earlier. There's a lot of opportunity in that aspect. Let us embrace these cottage industries as we morph into the bigger industries. Instead of thinking that for you to get, maybe most people would think that manufacturing is a reserve of a certain few, but it's not. Once we embrace what we have around us, which, for example, we've got a lot of agricultural products and things like that, let us embrace those industries. That way, we'll create more employment. In every leadership role that we play, let us aim to pull up as many people as we can. Yeah, if you're able to 10, 20, 30 or more, do that. And for them, also inspire them to also diversify. I mean, I wouldn't want to have my staff work for me for 10, 20 years, to be honest. I would like them to come, learn, have an impact, and branch out and, you know, go and create their own businesses and bring others up. So for me, that's the way I look at it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your final remarks.
My final remarks would be, I mean, let us embrace change. Let us embrace technology. Let us have a structure to expose our young people based on the demand. Because like I said, demand is changing. Technology is shifting every other day. So let us embrace change.
All right.
Yeah.
Amazing. It was a pleasure having you on the show this morning. Now, my colleague is here with us, Victor Olo. I'm sure you have been following our conversation, and it's just on purpose-driven leadership.
Yes.
And I believe that, you know, you as a journalist who's more on the political side or politics side, you know, when you talk about purpose-driven leadership, does this altogether translate also with within our politics?
Absolutely. And you see, leadership is about giving back to the society. And when you are so focused on leadership, it's about taking charge and taking responsibilities and leading the flock. Because now look at it this way, and I like something that Nyaki has talked about. Just begin. Just begin, and the universe will always come around you to support you and move towards your direction. Absolutely. This is what happens. If you want to follow the path that many people have followed, then what will they say about you? There'll be no blueprint, there'll be no history when people will be judged. At least be known for something, pick it and run with it. There is one thing I normally say, Victor, just begin. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Just begin. So even you, Nyakio, even you, Vivian, Vivian, just begin. Let me give you an example. At what time do you wake up to come here?
I wake up at 4 a.m.
It's never easy, right?
Yeah.
But there is something that drives you. You must be here to deliver something. So Vivian, just beginning of something is never easy. Waking up, more so we are getting into the month of July. We know how Nairobi can be.
Yeah.
It's not easy. But once you are up, you're so psyched up about the day, everything will always be. And here we are. The result can be seen at the end of it all.
And actually also just to add on to that, there's something I usually say, you don't need to be great to start, but you need to start to be great.
Start to be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
Look at the story of David, you know, in the family of David. You know, when God was looking for a king, you know, he came to the family and, you know, the brothers, you know, some of them were big people, the CEOs of this world and all that. But they were like, no. There's one person here who is missing amongst you. Then all of them said, no, that boy who is a great, oh yes, that one over there. He was just but a shepherd, right? But God elevated him to be one of the greatest kings. Nobody talks about the family, the members, the brothers, and all those people who were CEOs and managers and, you know, running big business. God did not choose them. He chose the downtrodden, the shepherd in the grazing field.
I like that.
All right.
And now, Victor, I want to take you back to maybe the conversation that you were having in the morning when you were looking at the game plan for the year 2027. And there's something you had posed to us. You had said, okay, the reality is. Did you finally get to know what the reality is from your panelists?
All right. The reality is this. Everybody has already struck their mind, whatever they are going to do, whether it's 1 term, 2 term, the ideologies. But now the question is, so here we are. What else are you going to offer to Kenyans? Whoever, from whichever side, what are you going to offer Kenyans? Because Wanjiku is going to ask one simple question, I'm going to give my vote, then what next? Are you going to make my life better? Are you going to make the country grow even to the next level? The reality is, elections is already here with us. 1 year down the line for the politicians, I normally say there's no time left for them. There's no time left. And you as the voter, you need to be very careful and make a very good decision. Politicians are not enemies. They are not enemies. I have to put that clear. The reality is they are not enemies. They know how to whip emotions, how to play with the perception, how to coin the conversation, how to coin the message. And if you're going to make that emotional decision, then you have to. So starting from the MCA to the Member of Parliament, woman rep, county governor, talk about all those positions, make the right choice. It's as simple as that. Let's come back to football, right?
Okay.
Okay, so today we have one of the good matches. We have got Belgium. It's going to be, no, let's start with England versus Congo, all right? I have a feeling that England is going to get over the line and beat Congo 2-0. That is my prediction.
2-0 for England?
To England. And the blueprint about Congo is not going to be something that's going to be surprising. I have a feeling that they are going to replicate what Ghana did. They are going to put all their defenders at the back and then try to rank deeper to look for a counter. But we have got the likes of Harry Kane and Bellingham who have actually scored in the previous games. I have a feeling that Harry Kane is going to make a name for him against Congo, and Bellingham is also going to make a name. But remember, Congo also has one gentleman called Yohan Wissa. Yohan Wissa is a player for Newcastle. He's one of the stars. So it's going to be a 2-0, if not one narrow win, but 1-0. On the higher side is 1.5. That is 2 goals to England. And then Belgium is going to battle it out with the Senegal. Well, it's going to be a tight competition. We expect nothing so much about it. And of course, a 2-0 victory over to Belgium is going to go for me. Belgium is going to go 2 goals and 1 for Senegal.
Okay,
so
and that's your prediction.
Sadio Mane, please just do something. But that is just my prediction.
All right.
Yeah.
And going by the predictions you've been making so far, I will take that. But I'm still for Senegal and I'm still for DRC Congo.
DRC.
Remember, you can watch that game, the DRC Congo versus England, right here on KBC tonight at 7 p.m. This is where we call it a wrap. Do enjoy the rest of your viewing. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Kwenye Mkulima wiki hii tunakuza uyoga na kuendeleza kilimo biashara.
Lazima ikuwe ndani ya nyumba, huwezi kufanya nje. Nimeelezea nikasema hata kama ziua zinakuwa kwa msitu, ule msitu umeipea conditions zenye ziko very good for that. Yeah. But sasa hapa tunajaribu kuleta ile conditions za msitu za forest hapa ndani.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
Kazi ni kuingia, kuchukua mtoto, alafu basi unatoka clean.
Hakuna mali yangu hata kidogo nampatia, manake naona sasa anaanza kutumia kifua.
Haya. Yaani mimi na mke wangu tunapika chakula ya watu zaidi ya 50, alafu wanakosa kuja kwa sababu yenu.
Mimi na Andrew tuko na information kuhusu wizi unaofanyika sasa hivi.
Isijasikia mambo ya uwizi wa mabavu wala uwizi wowote.
Unajua Biblia imekataa talaka kabisa.
Sema chenye ilikuleta hapa kisha uondoke.
Nenda ningefikiria timandi nitepe Andrew mpaka akona kizi zake za nyumba yake.
Female entrepreneurs are navigating unique challenges but are yet breaking barriers and redefining leadership.
Over the years, if my bosses used to tell me do this and it wasn't in my job description, I would still do it.
Yes.
But those kind of things make you become a team player.
It does.
And builds you an empire.
Me, I believe starting small, growing big. So for women who are there watching us, I can advise them to start small. Whatever you do, start small, aiming higher. And when you aim higher, you grow big. You have to go and risk.
Where do you factor in sherehe in the middle of all that? Sherehe ni lazima.
Yes.
That one we find time.
Yeah, that one we find time. Like me, Friday is my social time.
Yeah.
And Saturday is my charmer.
Yeah,
with my fellow women.
With your fellow women,
yes,
your other daughters.
New ones.
Nothing happens overnight.
Yes.
Hard work, long hours, standing, all those things come into the gift that you have today. So if everyone can try to be consistent, especially to the young people out there, consistent, patient, hard work, it pays off.
This is not your ordinary heart and soul.
My name's MC Mose Richards.
I'm Pauline Richards.
Tulipatana Dando back in high school. Mimi nikakuwa tu naona kadem kapumpum kako pale.
Sikuwa najua kuna that interest. Makosa
kakafanyika.
Form 4 to be precise.
Naenda kufanya mtihani. Ati akuruka na kukubali.
I got another lady. Tuko kwa group ya WhatsApp. Msichana ameadiwa. Kaslide kwa DM. So kufika kwa gate na muone ndo mlaika.
Nilishtuka. Me just wanted him to come and meet watu oi. Took our son. Akamwambia me I want to reunite with mom.
Dem siku ya harusi pia alitokelezea.
Mwingine. Akasema we.
Hakuna heartbeat. Akaanza kulia. Mimi na scream.
You've been sucking up for so long, but in the end, you've chosen to surrender your life.
What's done is done. Let's do this.
Wow. How's that possible?
Why'd you choose Chow Yun-bin?
For the last 5 years, he's the only one who is willing to go there.
Is that everything then?
He's not afraid of you.
Lights on, volume up. This is where stories come alive. From local drama that hits close to home.
Huyu ni nani? Alinivamia akiwa na vijana wengine wawili. Toka nje. Hii nyumba yako. Yote ni porojo.
To international series everyone's talking about. Stories that pull you in. Characters you won't forget.
Stop complaining and just get out of here. Go now, go.
We turn up the volume with music that moves, showcases rising stars, and bring the beat straight to your living room. And when it's time to talk, we don't hold back.
How is everything going?
Real conversations, big personalities, the issues, the loves, the moment everyone's debating the next day. Every show, every night, different voices, one destination. This is television that feels alive, unpredictable, and missable.
Also this morning is that the members of the National Assembly shall consider 2 bills at the Committee of the Whole House stage. The County Governments Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the Senate. It is a bill that is co-sponsored by the Honorable Timothy Toritich. Also, the Basic Amendment Bill, Basic Education Amendment Bill. This is a bill that is originating from the National Assembly and sponsored by the Honorable Member for Madare, Honorable Anthony Oluoch. A bill that basically seeks to address a long-standing structural gap in Kenya's education system. That is the legal status and state funding of informal schools. The primary focus of the bill is to formally recognize, regulate, and mainstream alternative provision for basic education and training institutions into the formal education framework. The Honorable Member for Gilgil, Martha Wangare, who is a member of the Speaker's panel, is in the chamber. Allow me to hand you over.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we shall treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Sergeant at Arms, ring the bell for 10 minutes.
Well, the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the House. The member for Gilgil, Honorable Martha Wangare, a member of the Speaker's panel, the first chairperson of committees, has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. This is, of course, to give room to the members of the National Assembly to be able to make their way into the chamber and join their colleague, and also, most importantly, enable the House attain the quorum for it to be able to commence as provided for in the House standing order. So as we wait for that, we shall continue to take a look at some of the priority business that the members shall this morning transact for this plenary sitting or during this plenary sitting. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that the House shall be considering two bills that are lined up for consideration at the Committee of the Whole House stage. The County Government's Amendment Bill, originating from the Senate and co-sponsored by the Honorable Member for Marakwet West, Honorable Timothy Toroitich, and also the Basic Education Amendment Bill, originating from the National Assembly, the bill that is sponsored by the Honorable Member for Madare, Honorable Anthony Oluoch. The Basic Education Amendment Bill is one that seeks to address a long-standing structural gap in Kenya's education system, the legal status and the state funding on, or rather, of informal schools. The bill proposes amendments to Basic Education Act 2013 to be able to bridge the gap between formal public schools and non-formal learning centers, which heavily serve informal settlements and marginalized regions. This is a bill that will be considered at the Committee of the Whole House stage to be able to consider various amendments. In terms of legal recognition for this amendment, it integrates the APBET. This is the alternative provision for basic education and training institutions, schools, directly into the statutory definition of basic education. It also changes their status from temporary community-led initiatives to legally recognized anchors of the education system. Terms of access to state funding and capitation also, which has been a major challenge or a hurdle for this kind of institutions or schools, is that the bill proposes providing infrastructure improvement grants and capitation funds directly to the institutions to alleviate the financial burden on vulnerable families.
Honorable Moruidhania, it is out of order to exit when the bell is ringing.
Yeah, the Speaker reminding the members that at the time when the quorum bell is underway, that the House looks to correct, then the members who are in the chamber should not be walking out of the chamber, because that is the time that the House is seeking to be able to correct for it to be able to commence its sitting. And that is just a reminder for the members to stay put and wait until perhaps the House commences, and then they can be able to perhaps step out and then continue with the business of the day. So we shall continue to take a look at the Basic Education Amendment Bill, the policy framework for alternative provision of basic education and training 2009, and the Basic Education Regulations 2015 recognizes categories of APBET institutions, including the adult continuing education centers, the non-formal education learning centers, the vocational training centers, alternative basic education programs, which are referred to as non-formal schools, or mobile schools, night schools, and home schools. However, presently there is no proper recognition of such schools in the Basic Education Act 2013. It is on this background that the bill seeks to streamline the Basic Education Act 2013 to align it with the APBET Policy 2009 and the Basic Education Regulations 2015 in order to fully embrace and mainstream alternative provision for basic education and training, that is APBET schools, into the formal education structures or system. This is a bill that, as I had indicated earlier, is coming up for consideration at the Committee of the Whole. This is the time when members shall be able to consider any amendments that may have been moved regarding this particular bill. This morning also the bill that seeks to amend the Penal Code, that is the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024, also by the Honorable Member for Madare, Anthony Olwach, is coming up, or is scheduled to resume on its debate. It's a bill that is at its second reading stage. The bill is debate resumption after it was interrupted on the Wednesday of June 24th, the year 2026, during the morning sitting. There is a balance.
Sergeant at Arms will do another 5 minutes.
So there's a further 5-minute quorum bell that has been added for the House to be able to correct. We have seen members walk into the chamber. However, the quorum has not yet been attained. And of course, we shall continue to take a look at the priority business that is lined up for consideration. The Basic Education Amendment Bill, there are amendments that the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education intends to be moving following amendments to the Basic Education Amendment Bill 2025 that is at the Committee of the Whole House. Remember, the committee engaged the public on their views, to collect their views, and table their report with the proposed amendments to the bill, and also consider those amendments at the Committee of the Whole House stage. So that is part of the business that shall be transacted this morning. The Penal Code Amendment Bill, originating from the National Assembly, is coming up for a resumption of the bill that is at its second reading stage. And the bill seeks to amend the Penal Code to delete Section 266. The proposed amendment will decriminalize suicide and enable attempted suicide to be seen as a serious problem requiring mental health interventions and not be treated as a criminal offense. The bill that once the amendment sails through is that it will decriminalize suicide and enable attempted suicide to be seen as a serious problem requiring mental health interventions and not be treated as a criminal offense. In backing this particular amendment is that the sponsor of the bill indicates that reducing the global suicide rate by 1/3 by 2030 is a target of both the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the World Health Organization, that global mental health action and also global mental health action plan. Various countries have committed to taking measures in this direction. The World Health Organization policy brief on decriminalization of suicide provides that an impediment to meeting this goal is the fact that suicide and suicide attempts remain illegal in at least 23 countries worldwide. A decriminalization of suicide and suicide attempts represents one critical step governments can take in their efforts to prevent suicide, and also further that criminalizing suicide will not prevent people from acting on suicidal thoughts, and it simply stops them from reaching out and seeking help in times of acute crisis. So this is a bill that seeks to address that.
Honourable members, will begin the proceedings of the House.
The quorum has been attained.
First order.
Allow me to hand you over.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
We shall come after a while to order number 2. We shall revisit it in the course of these proceedings. But in the meantime, Majority Leader, to lay some papers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 1st July 2026, this morning sitting. Reports of the Auditor General Financial Statements for the year ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates they are in respect of the following schools: Dadaab Secondary School, Githunguchu Secondary School, Godoma Secondary, Itugururu High School, Kaaga Boys Secondary, Magarini Girls Secondary, Makanyanga Secondary, Mariakani Secondary, Njambindi Boys High, Shurie Secondary, and Umusalama Girls Secondary School. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
There are some questions, there are some statements to be requested. But before we do that, allow me to recognize in the Speaker's Gallery visiting delegation from Alternative Provision for Basic Education, APBET from Mathare constituency, Nairobi County. Kindly join me in the House to welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. I am told you're the guest of the member for Mathare, and because he's the one going first to request a statement, I'll indulge you. Before you request your statement, you can also welcome them. Yes, right now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to welcome to this House the directors, teachers, and school heads of the Alternative Provisions for Basic Education. The third reading that we are engaging in today is a brainchild of these directors and teachers. This is a process that I began in the 12th Parliament, And during that time, the bill went up to the second reading. Unfortunately, we broke for the 2022 elections before we could get this bill to the stage where it is. I want to thank you very much. There are close to about 3 million students who fall within the alternative provisions for basic education and who are unaccounted for in our basic education system. You appointed me to become the ambassador for alternative provisions for basic education, a role which I took with a lot of vigor, and it has resulted in this bill coming today for the committee stage and hopefully the passage for it then to go to a third reading and assent. Karibu, welcome, and follow the proceedings, and we encourage your students that through the affirmative action that this constitution recognizes, these children are not children of a lesser God. Hopefully, they will also become part of the mainstream children like the other children in the Republic of Kenya. Karibu, and follow the proceedings. Asante. So I may proceed then to go with my statement.
Yes, Honorable Member for Mathare, and I want to also congratulate you by the fact this bill has come. I remember in the 12th Parliament, you are very vigorous in championing for it. And it applies to very many provisions, including the right to getting food in the community centers and schools that are sponsored by alternative government and non-profit. And I think this is a very commendable bill that you have brought to this House. Go ahead and request your statement.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to request a statement regarding the rising cases of abduction and missing persons in Mathare constituency. And I hasten to say this has nothing to do with the 25th demonstrations. These are just people who have been missing. I need to make that very clear. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the alarming increase in cases of missing persons within Mathare constituency. Honorable Speaker, in recent weeks, several residents of Mathare constituency have been reported to have disappeared under unclear circumstances. Among them are Mr. Joel Karaoke Mwai, a business person and a former MCA aspirant who was allegedly abducted or went missing on the 18th of June 2026 by armed individuals in civilian clothing around Mashimoni area. There is also Mr. Michael Olo Osura, who went missing on the 19th of June 2026 in Umoja around Caltex. Mr. Maximilian Kiarie, who was reportedly abducted on the 20th of June 2026 by individuals operating an unmasked vehicle around Kizito Stage in Githurai, and Mr. Abdulaziz Molu, also popularly known as Zozu, a resident of Kiamaikol, whose whereabouts remain unknown and is the subject of the demonstration you saw yesterday on TV. Honorable Speaker, the reported incidences have caused great anxiety among families and residents, particularly given allegations that the victims were taken by individuals claiming to be security officers. Efforts by families to obtain information from relevant security agencies regarding the whereabouts of the missing persons have reportedly yielded no information. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the whereabouts and welfare of Mr. Joel Karaoke Mwai, Mr. Michael Olo Osura, Macmillian Kiarie, and Abdulaziz Molu, aka Zozu. I hasten to add, Honorable Speaker, that one of them I saw on the mainstream media has since been found, for which I am very grateful as Member of Parliament, and so we are still pursuing the other 3. 2, whether any unit of the National Police Service, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, or any other state agency was involved in their arrest, detention, and disappearance. And 3, the measures being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to investigate these incidences, prevent arbitrary abductions if indeed they are, and if not, or any enforced disappearances, and safeguard the rights and security of residents of Mathare constituency and the citizens of Kenya. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tongoyo, this is to your committee. Give Tongoyo the mic.
Madam Speaker, considering that the House is going for recess tomorrow, I can get the response immediately the first Wednesday when we resume back. But considering the importance, sensitivity of the matter, the sooner I get the response, I can also as well send to the member.
Honorable Mwago, is it on the same?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to join my colleague and my neighbor from Mathare constituency in seeking for a clear statement from the concerned committee, because there have been increased cases of abductions in Nairobi, and you know the volatile nature of Nairobi, which has caused protests that have led even to death of one person, and the youth are still protesting. They are demanding for the release of Zizu and the other people who are missing. So we'd like the Interior, the administration and Interior Security Ministry to actually tell us what's going on and produce those people so that we can mitigate more deaths, because people are still protesting, people are still very angry on the ground. Given the nature of Nairobi as of now,
you have made your point.
We don't really need.
You have made your point, Honorable Mwago, because this was Honorable Oluoche's statement. And I think, Honorable Tongoyo, yesterday, you indicated that the meeting you were to have with the CS and the security organs did not kick off. So these are some of the issues you can do a global view about. But on this specific one, you'll give the response the first week on resumption. But if you get that response before, during the recess, share with Honorable Tom Oluoch. Next statement, Mwago.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to seek a statement from regarding the perennial fires at Gikomba Market. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding status of investigations into perennial fires at Gikomba Market. Honorable Speaker, on the 21st June 2026, a fire broke out at Gikomba Market, resulting in the deaths of at least 2 people, injuries to several persons, and the destruction of property worth millions or rather billions of shillings at Gikomba Market. Gikomba Market has suffered numerous devastating fires over the years, including incidents in 2015, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2024, and twice in 2025, and the recent one that broke out in 2026, with each incident causing extensive destruction to businesses and livelihoods. Despite investigations and assurances by the government that measures would be implemented to address the root causes of the fires, the market continues to experience the recurring fires. Previous investigations have attributed some of the fires to faulty electrical installations within the market. However, reports emerging from the latest incident indicate that there was no electricity in the affected section at the time of the fire broke out, raising concerns regarding the actual causes of the recurring incidents. The frequency and circumstances surrounding the fires have raised public concern and suspicion that some of the incidents may possibly indicate arson. Honorable Speaker, it is again in this background that I seek a request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. A, the status of investigations into the fire that occurred at Gikomba Market on the 21st June 2026, including whether any evidence has been established regarding possible criminal activity, including arson. The findings and recommendations of the previous investigations into the fires that have occurred at Gikomba over the years, and the extent to which those recommendations have been implemented. Measures being taken by the government to permanently address the recurring fires at Gikomba Market, and plans by the government to compensate the families of the victim and the affected traders and to facilitate restoration of business operations within. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tongoyo, again, this goes to you. Also note that this is not the first time this issue of Gekomba has come to the floor. It has come over and over. It's a recurrent issue. So as you seek the statement, you seek to address the recurrence of this incident.
Obliged Speaker, but it's also important to note that majority, like what happens in these markets, there are shared functions. Actually, majority of markets are being run by the county governments. So it may be something that may need a concurrent or by also the county governments on the matters, mitigations, and long-term solution to this.
When do you bring the response?
I can do the first week on resumption.
And remember, under Article 125 of the Constitution, you can seek an answer from anyone, including the county government.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, well, yeah.
Thank you. So first week on resumption, Mwago.
Okay, to add on to what the chair has said, this issue of Gikomba fire, as much as it falls under the county government, has always been brought to the national government attention, and the president of the country has even gone to Gikomba and addressed it. And there was one time he advised that the land should be gazetted, and then a title deed issued. That has not been forthcoming. He actually...
Honorable Mwago, you've already made your point. I have ruled on when this should be done. I have guided the chair on Article 125, Article 189 on cooperation of the two levels of government, ensure that we get this to the floor of this house. Then when the response comes, we can indulge on further questions if it is not sufficient.
That's why you're bringing it to the floor of the house. Because
we have already heard you, Honorable Mwago. Honorable Mwago, you are properly in your place to bring it on this floor. So, Honorable Tongoyo, you'll bring the response the first week. And the Honorable member, including other members, are free to actually now indulge with that statement, whatever you'll bring on the floor. Next request is by Honorable Tonui, member for Kuresoi South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding the prolonged delay in the repair and replacement of faulty electricity transformers in Kuresoi South constituency. Honorable Speaker, access to reliable electricity is essential for economic development, education, healthcare, and the general well-being of citizens. However, communities in several parts of Kuresoi South constituency have experienced prolonged power outages due to faulty transformers that have remained unrepaired and replaced for extended periods of time, despite the matter having been reported to the relevant authorities. The affected transformers includes Kabongoi Primary School, Kamwarot Secondary School, Chebara Secondary School, Timbualo, Trigoi, Chenuko, Cabrengero, Gorova, Lendang transformers. It is reported that some of these transformers were declared faulty and reported for repair and replacement more than 2 years ago, while others have remained non-functional for periods ranging between 6 months and 1 year. Consequently, households, schools, business, health facilities, and other electricity consumers within the affected areas have endured prolonged interruptions in power supply, adversely affecting livelihoods, learning, service delivery, and economic activities. Speaker, it is against this background that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Energy on the following. Number one, a report on the state of transformers serving Kambongoi Primary, Kapungorot Secondary, Timbualo, Trigoi, Chenugu, Gorova, Leldany, Chebara, including the dates when the faults of transformers were reported and the action taken to date. Number two, that have contributed to the prolonged delay in repairing or replacing faulty transformers, particularly those that have remained non-functional for more than 2 years. Number three, measures put in place by the ministry and the relevant agencies to restore electricity supply to the affected areas and the timelines for the repair or replacement of the faulty transformers. And number four, long-term measures being implemented to improve maintenance, reduce response time for transformer failures, and ensure reliable electricity supply to consumers in Kuresoi South constituency and other affected areas across the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very thorny issue, not just in Kuresoi. You want to ride on it, on about Troy Teach?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue raised by Honorable Tonoi cuts across. Honorable Speaker, KPLC must ensure that their transformers are maintained occasionally. Honorable Speaker, they usually take transformers and they take a very long period of time to replace or to repair the same. So, Honorable Speaker, this is an issue that this House must take seriously so that KPLC addresses that issue with finality. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Sunguli.
Madam Speaker, that statement is very important, especially the fourth matter that the Honorable Member raised. I think myself that the ministry needs to come and address us on what is the quality of transformers they are giving to us nowadays. And this planting of those posts onto the ground, is it really being done professionally? Why are they falling down everywhere and they don't have a mechanism for putting them in place? So I think we really must take this statement very crucially and have the minister himself come and address us on these issues.
Haji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is a very important and it cuts across almost the whole country. The generator that serves the constituency became faulty, and they brought to Nairobi, kept it here for 1 month, took it back. After 2 days, they said, oh, the fault has not been rectified. They brought it back to Nairobi, and I'm told for the last now 1 week, it's on the way from here to Nairobi. We normally take 2 days. But this is now is a critical issue. Kenya Power Lightning Company, I think, needs to up its game. And the issue of monopoly, I think this House should look at the issue of monopoly of Kenya Power. We should have a competitor like Kenya Power. When you used to have telephones only from Telecom, we used to have serious issues. But when it came to Airtel and all these, the issue was solved naturally. And therefore, I request this House to look at ways and means of ending this monopoly. Otherwise, this issue will not end. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Wajir West, you are in your place and you can start that debate. It is
very good. I'll start the process.
Honorable Pareyo.
Okay.
Honorable Pareyo, we keep it short because this statement's time. It's
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to ride on this issue of transformers. I tend to think that it was only happening in my constituency, but we have a problem with the transformers. One, when these people install these transformers, you try to tell them to install a transformer where there is security. They install a transformer where there is no security. The following day, it is gone. And ordinary people cannot remove a transformer from where it is because they fear electricity. So I tend to think that there is an issue or a problem that is going on between these people who install these transformers. And then there's transformers they install wherever they install. It's like they bring it today, it's not working, and they claim that, yeah, we did that, we brought a transformer there, but the transformers they are installing are not working.
Honorable members, we keep it short. You have made your point, Honorable Agnes. Member for Nyando, I want to bring this to a close. No, your mic is not okay.
Oh yeah, this is better. Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is true that we have problems with the transformers. This may also have a direct link with the tendering processes and those who win these tenders to bring transformers into the country, Madam Speaker. The quality of the transformers need to be properly checked. This morning, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, in my Ahero market within Nyando constituency, there was an inferno early this morning. 3 shops were burnt down together with all the goods, items that are being sold in it. And this is attributed to faulty power lines, Madam Speaker. So whereas we have problems with the transformers that probably get damaged and we have to wait forever, they also pose great risk to the lives of the Kenyan populace, Madam Speaker. Finally, a long time ago, we used to have transformers that could that could last longer. But we don't know what is happening, Madam Speaker, currently. People who are crooks have also opening those transformers and siphoning some oil within those transformers. We don't know what they're used for. So the quality of transformers must be at the core of our consideration moving into the future.
I do not be the chair of the Energy Committee, that is Honorable Gekaria. The deputy, any member of that committee? Because when I listen, I think Honorable Sunkuli actually spoke to the main issue, and this affects all of us. In fact, Honorable, I was actually starting to think it is a Nakuru problem. Just yesterday, I was following some from Gilgil, Shokereria, Karunga, Kambiturkana. I think every member here has to keep calling to find out about these transformers. And I think there's a bigger problem. So, Honorable Wako, because I see you, I do not see the leadership of the committee. This is a matter that is very urgent and should be responded to not just for Nakuru, but across the country. Even members still want to say something, and it's the same thing. Because I think members have to come to those KPLC offices begging for these transformers to come. The issue of the quality is another issue, because they fail. It's installed after a month, it is out. It doesn't make sense. So I hope that you can relay that to the committee. Honorable Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will do that, and I'm sure the committee will give it all the attention it deserves. This is a case that is affecting most of us in many of our counties. That is what we are experiencing. And I think we should have serious discussion with KPLC, and the committee should give us proper response. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I am told there is a member of the committee. You have something to say, Honorable Ndege?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take the responsibility to report back to the committee and at the same time inform the House that we had a round of checks on our transformers, and we realized there are thousands of faulty transformers dumped somewhere here in Ruiru, which is a confirmation that the quality is an issue, and we need to look deeper. Supplies. I'll consult with my chair, and
we expect the statement
the first week
on resumption.
Yes.
And honorable members, be here to statement. If it is not sufficient, we cause the CS to appear here to deal with that issue. Very well. Next order.
Order number 8, the Kenya Information and Communications Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2025. First reading. For an Act of Parliament to amend the Kenya Information and Communications Act. Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Members, we are in the full house to amendment bill number 25 of 2020. Clause. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Doesn't have amendments. Does it? Is a is moving. Well, the owner of this, is it or not? All right.
Yes. Madam, to move the amendment in clause 2 as appearing in paragraph A, B, and C. And the justification is that we wanted removal of the the county executive level. When you are introducing we do need one, then of course progressively to that, when now you set them in the plenary of the county assembly, where now they to set the committee to investigate the conduct, and to that to remove, so that the county assembly members cannot be of course jeopardized in their role of oversight role, Madam Chair.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair Administration Committee. Honorable Toroitich, kindly use the intervention if you want to speak on any amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, the proposal under the proposed, first of all, Honorable Speaker, this is a Senate bill. And there was wisdom in trying to amend the provision that currently provides that the requirement to initiate the process of removing a CEC is a third of the members of the county assembly. Honorable Chair, we proposed to 2/3, to increase that threshold to 2/3. Honorable Speaker, this committee has reduced to a quarter. Honorable Speaker, if I give an example, if a county assembly has 30 members of the county assembly, the current provision as it is under the county government is you need a third. A third of 30 is 10. Honorable Speaker, we propose to increase to 2/3. 2/3 of 30 is 20. Honorable Speaker, this committee has further reduced the process to initiate removal of a CEC to a quarter, to 8, if it is 30. A quarter of 30 is 7.5, that is equivalent to 8. Honorable Speaker, in my opinion, this lowering of this threshold would be subject to abuse. Honorable Speaker, would bring instability in county governments, would initiate arbitrary removal of CECs. Honorable Speaker, CECs will be removed politically motivated grounds. So, Honorable Speaker, I do not respectfully agree with the proposed amendment by the committee. In any case, at the worst case scenario, Honorable Speaker, let us retain what it was.
Honorable Troitich, you are the co-sponsor of this bill.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Your intent was to retain it as?
No. My intent, Honorable Speaker, was to increase
from
the threshold from a third to two-thirds.
Yes.
But this committee has further reduced it to a quarter, which defeats the very purpose and the intent of the proposed amendment.
Sunkuli?
I personally really do not attach too much importance to the office of the CCs. I think this is one of the offices where the taxpayer is spending a lot of money for nothing. And Madam Speaker, the lower the threshold, in my opinion, the better, because they do not serve any important purpose in the running of the county.
Honorable members, are you saying the CECs are not useful in the counties? Honorable Nikal, that is a very serious submission.
Chair, I this amendment of reducing it to a quarter. I think I'm more agreeable with what it was 1/3. Again, 2/3 was making it too high to the extent that now it would be impossible. But I think 1/3 is more reasonable. And it is important to remember that when you deal with people in executive positions being oversight by politicians, they are vulnerable. And many times they are actually technical people. And what technical people do when they feel threatened is actually refuse to act or let things go wrong. They are quite clear this thing is not going to work, but if that is what the politician wants, let it be. So I think there is need to actually support them. So mine would be actually to propose, if it's possible, to do further amendment, because to post this, then it goes to 2/3 where it was, which I think is too high. I would propose that if the mover is put it back to 1/3 where it was.
Honorable Nikal, you have actually touched on the issue. If this amendment is lost, the one that takes it to a quarter, we revert back to the way the bill is worded to 2/3, not 1/3. The 1/3 is no longer there because the bill is amending to 2/3. So, honorable members, you will now debate between keeping it at 2/3 or to a quarter, not 1/3. Honorable Nyamai? Yes, Honorable Nikal. Hold on, Nyamai.
It is possible that if the mover is willing, they can do a further amendment and now bring the 1/3.
Your mic is lost.
Now it is
yes,
back.
It's back.
It's possible we can do and bring it to 1/3. What you have done, it was 2. Then we said, let's bring it to 1/3. And what we did now is say we reduce it to a quarter. Now, if you reject a quarter, you actually now go back to the 2/3. So the whole thing is lost. So I'm proposing
Member for Seme.
Yes.
The initial bill has 1/3.
Yes.
The proposed amendment has busting it to 2/3. But the proposed amendment by Honorable Tongoyo takes it to a quarter to introduce. So 1/3 is no longer there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Unless
it's a further amendment.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for a further amendment from Honorable Tongoyo from a quarter to 2/3. Actually just takes us back to where we are. But if we now defeat this bill, then we just now go back to 2/3. So I think 1/3 as was proposed in the proposed amendment is actually the best.
Honorable Nyamai.
Chair, I would like to request the mover to agree with 2/3. And also knowing that governors start very well with this, and then midway, because of politics, because of other interests that we would not want to discuss here, things change, and someone may be forced to act contrary to the law. So I would like to ask the Honorable Tongoyo if he can stick to 2/3. Thank you.
Well, Nyati, on this?
I stand to support 2/3. We know which hunting, which do happen at the county level. And if we lower this one, no work will happen down there. And blackmail will be the order of the day. So I support 2/3.
Kajwang?
Must be consistent. 2/3 is not known to law, except everywhere you look, even for women representative or gender equity or composition of the House, you can't reach 2/3. You can't. There's no office anywhere. There is no law, I can tell you, which requires that people should have a threshold of. And so it's impossible. Just making it impossible to supervise these people. Something which is reasonable, but we want the governors to joke with these people, but yet something which we can supervise in. So, Honorable Tongoyo, Nyekal has given you the way. Give an amendment which is reasonable.
Honorable Member, understanding, Honorable Toroitich, this threshold is not for the final vote removal. It is for the initiation of the process to remove. Because I think we are confusing the two, because there is a further section that speaks to which we have already said the national laws of a CS, of a president, a deputy president, to be a 2/3. But the initial supporting, that is the issue we are debating. Okay. Yes, Honorable Tongoyo, before I put the question.
Madam Chair, I think you actually, members are losing the point. We are trying to, if you look there further down, B and C, it progressively now states that after introducing, you are just initiating the issue of impeachment, we make it 1/3 to make it easy and possible, because these CCs are doing oversight. And mark you, that is exactly what is happening in this House. When you want to introduce the issue of impeachment of a minister, you require the same ratio. Now, when you go now to the plenary of the Assembly, we make it 2/3. So now that is now where the debates is come, reasons come in, and impeachment goes also to 2/3. So this is a well thought amendment that it should be easy to introduce, and voting now we take the direction.
So which one are you now saying?
Yeah, we remain at a quarter. That is exactly what happens even in National Assembly.
Yes, you can.
Where is this?
Use the other mic. I don't know, it's a roving microphone.
It's a roving. Madam Chair, I actually agree, but I'm actually calling for a midway. If we go with this and just say yes or no, then what we are dealing with is a quarter and 2/3. Now, what I'm saying is that what the original law was actually a 1/3. Me, for initiation, I think a 1/3 is actually proper. Now, what Honorable Tongoyo would have to do is then say, I do further amendment, and instead of a quarter, say a 1/3. I know it just takes us back to where it was, but I think that's when we come to actual removal, I support 2/3. So that one we don't touch. But initiation, if you just make it a quarter, officers will not work. Some of us have been in these positions. When you feel worried, you just don't. A technical person who is worried is a very dangerous person. So further make it 1/3 instead of a quarter is what Honorable Tongoyo can help us with.
Honorable Toroitich.
Speaker. The current statute as it is provides the process to initiate the number required is 1/3 under the current law, the current County Governments Act, Section 40. Honorable Speaker, I had proposed to increase the threshold to 2/3. but the committee has proposed a quota, which, Honorable Chair, reduces the number further required to initiate removing a CC. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I propose a further amendment to have the required to introduce the impeachment of a county executive committee member to a third. To initiate the process of removal of a county executive committee member to a third.
Honorable Toretich, but what you are amending actually is not the way it is worded. Because in this amendment, we are saying in subsection 2, you cannot say we are amending the threshold to remove a CC. It must be written properly to be accepted as a further amendment, and you must sign it. Honorable members, I know we are wrapping our heads around it. Maybe here the very good from Monica, but if you ask which strikes out majority to there will be no it has to be his amendment that is withdrawn on the bill. Which amendment? Which one? So B goes. To write it. Yes, Honorable Kajwang.
Probably I will defeat that amendment, and then we go paragraph by paragraph, so that when we come to C, we approve it. Simple. Yeah. Either he withdraws or we defeat it, and when we come to it, it will sit with the same thing.
Because what chairperson for national security, Honorable Tongoyo's amendment, is amending A to substitute, which majority of you don't agree with. It is also amending B by deleting it, and it is deleting C. Yes.
I know it is very simple, Madam Chair. The only point of departure here is one, is introducing, when you're initiating the motion of impeachment, and Madam Chair and colleagues, we wanted it to mirror exactly what so that it does not become almost impossible for these MCAs to do their oversight. Of course, when it comes to the plenary, traditionally it sets the committee to investigate, which now they take the threshold to 2/3. Of course, it will come, which will put it at 2/3. And largely, what we are the point of departure here, the proposal of the motion wanted to make it very hard, threshold of 2/3, make it almost for an MCA to get that number. And I think I hear what Nikal was saying. We can take it to 1/3, which is what it is under the current laws.
But also
so
realize,
if you are comfortable with that one, it is the option.
Honorable Tongoyo,
yes.
Honorable Tongoyo, Honorable Toroitich on this floor. He has is the bill.
Is the bill.
And he cannot purportedly withdraw the bill unless you drop the bill. Yes. You amendments on the so only honorable members debate on the amendment by Honorable Tongoyo in relation to the bill as moved by Toroitich. And Honorable Toroitich's bill is 2/3. Honorable Tongoyo's is a quarter. Very well. I think we have spent enough this.
It is posterity.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if we spend a day just doing this, is still important. You see, if everything goes as it is, then what is going to happen is the initiation will drop to a quarter. Now,
Yes, instead of 2/3.
yeah, removing is 2/3. So all for Honorable Tongoyo to do is amend A only, further amendment on A, and replace 1/4 by 1/3. Now, if he does that, what comes eventually in the is that what has been actually increased is been taken to 2/3, and that I agree with. But the initiation, you don't make initiation too low. People will make it a joke. So Honorable Tongoyo has got agrees, amends A only. Then we call, as Honorable Kajwanga said, we do A, we do B, we do C separately. Then we will support B and C, but then A as amended. Yeah.
Honorable members, have we crossed the divide? The reason I've actually allowed enough time is because this law is not just about this time. It is a posterity law. And the last 13 years of the county government has also taught us a lot, and it's very proper to refine the laws, setting up the operations at the county level. Toroitich.
Honorable Speaker, bearing in mind that I have listened to the wisdom of the honorable members, Honorable Speaker, is it possible, understanding order 1, we have a further engagement on this particular bill so that the bill can be recommitted back?
Honorable members, I think we've spent almost 30 or so minutes already debating this. It will be very unfortunate for this bill to go back, yet it is a very simple amendment. Honorable Tongoyo, if you ask me, to go back will be having wasted the time of this House, so to say. I actually implore on you to ensure that we deal with it because we've already taken so much time on it.
Because I can see Nikal and learned senior counsel there, the Chief Justice. Members, there is nothing wrong or extraordinary. There is wrong to make it easy to introduce and make it high threshold when you the real issue of looking the merit and demerit impeachment. And I think I had made it clear to the House that we wanted exactly to the National Assembly, which is at a quarter, then progressively we implore the House to accept the amendment so that we progress and move forward. There is nothing that holds anywhere in this House feel fit to reintroduce any amendment that may be considered necessary, Madam Chair, so that at least we move forward. On we support the committee position so that there's nothing hold this House. The House is going to be there into the future as well.
Moroidhania, without introducing a new angle, go ahead, member for Buri.
You know, this bill that has been brought forward by my very good friend, Mr. Rotich, stands to fail totally if we don't take some action. And the only opportunity that we have is amending as proposed by the chair of Internal Security Committee. Madam Chair, we cannot make it very easy to remove all my opinion is that we move and align it with the National Assembly procedure, meaning that we take the 1 quarter and then we delete section B and C. Because if we don't do it, then the 2/3, which also might be impossible to introduce, and it will defeat the purpose of impeachment. So I suggest that we proceed and enact with the National Assembly, and the council had indicated that in law the 2/3 does not exist. So we cannot really put an illegality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, honorable members, I want us to make progress. Yes, Honorable Kajwang.
Chair, thank you so much for indulging us, because we are making law for posterity, and this is an important thing. We have agreed as it is. The law is a third.
Yes.
And so Honorable Timothy was raising it. And also Honorable Tongoyo was also talking about initiation, but there is also something in B, which is formation of committee. So what we are generating consensus about is to defeat Honorable Timothy's amendment, so that we go back and also defeat Honorable Tongoyo's amendment on B only. Go back to the Act. So it is a third, and accept Honorable Tongoyo's amendment on C, which is 2/3. So initiate 1/3. You committee 1/3. Then if you want to accept or remove these people, 2/3.
So, honorable members, we will therefore prosecute each part independently. And honorable members, check the amendments on the order paper. Those are the ones by Honorable Tongoyo. In the order paper, he proposes that clause 2 be amended A by deleting 2/3, substituting with a quarter. That is one amendment. B by deleting paragraph B, all of it. That's another proposed amendment. And by deleting paragraph C. So, honorable members, because we have had that debate, allow me then to propose the question that clause 2A be amended as proposed by. I now put the question that clause 2A be amended as proposed by Honorable Tongoyo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Before the global question, we go to 2B.
Clause 2B.
Honorable Tongoyo.
I'm sorry, it will look a bit confusing. If we defeat this amendment, it will take us back toward the proposal of the bill intended. No, don't, I'm talking, you're not the chair. If we defeat this, it means we revert to do that to introduce it, which makes it almost completely impossible.
In fact, Honorable Tongoyo, you are totally in order, because each honorable members, as I had said, has no amendment. We therefore go to the global question of that 2A be part of the bill. Then if you make a decision to defeat that, then you'll revert back to 1/3. But if you accept, it goes back to 2/3. So honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2A as amended I now put the question that clause 2A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Have it. Read it out.
Clause 2B.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 2B be amended and deleted as proposed by the chair. Honorable Tongoyo. No debate, no intent on debate. I put the question that clause 2B be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The next. I now put the question that clause 2B be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it.
Clause 2C.
I propose the question that clause 2C be deleted as proposed by the chair. Honorable Toroitich.
Chair. C, no, Chair, it has to be very clear. C provides that the final resolution to remove a county CEC member, the final, under the current law as it is, section 40, provides for a simple majority. I have proposed it to a 2/3. The committee has taken us back and said we delete our proposal of 2/3 and we retain a simple majority. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I pray that my proposal is sustained so that we have a new.
Very well.
Yes, our amendment goes through of 2/3.
Honorable members, Honorable Toroitich is right, because his bill is to take it to a 2/3, which we are in agreement if I hear Honorable Tongoyo. So, honorable members, I therefore put the question that clause 2C be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 2C be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I know this is confusing, but the import of it, honorable members, is that we have taken the threshold of the actual removal by your aye remains as proposed by the member for Marakwet West, which is 2/3. So it is in order, honorable members. Yeah. Honorable members, allow me to put the global question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. No amendment. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of that committee. Mover to move reporting. Honorable Tongoyo. Toroitich, are you ready? And they have defeated your division. So it stays the way it is on the bill. Honorable members, I do not know why we are a bit confused, because Honorable Toroitiches is the bill the way it is. The moment the deletion has been defeated, we revert to his bill, which goes to 2/3. I do not see the confusion, Honorable. Are you ready to move reporting?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have now agreed, and Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023, and its approval, therefore, with amendments. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and also request.
You're moving reporting. Honorable Toroitich, you have already moved reporting. I therefore put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are still in the committee. But before the start of the next bill, allow me to recognize a delegation from the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the 14th National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China, who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. They are, number one, Honorable Lu Xinshe, member of the National People's Congress, NPC, Standing Committee and Chairman of the Environmental Protection and Resources Conservation Committee. Kindly stand up if I mention your name. We join to welcome you to this house, or they're in the speaker's row. Honorable Wang Yi, member of the National People's Congress, NPC, Standing Committee and member of the Environmental Protection and Resource Conservation Committee. Honorable members, the delegation is accompanied by the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, Ambassador Guo Haiyan, and the technical team of the committee. They are in the country to further strengthen the long-standing relations between our two parliaments and also hold discussions on matters of environmental protection, renewable energy, sustainable natural resource management, climate change, and green investment. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. I have been requested by Honorable Shakil to make some statement on the same welcoming note. Honorable Shakil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair at the moment in time. Madam Chair and Madam Speaker, we have a very close relationship with the People's Republic of China. And I'm honored to be the chair of the Kenya-China Parliamentary Friendship Group. We have had a number of engagements, not only in China, but also here. We've had what we call online meetings at the time of COVID, where we are meeting the members of the People's Republic, the People's Congress in China. We had a meeting here. A number of our members of parliament were active in that meeting. It is a great honor to receive the team, and they will be going on to the Masai Mara. They are here to look at some of the environmental aspects that we have and we've put into force. Madam Chair, our relationship with the Chinese People's Party and our relationship with the People's Republic of China is a very strong one, and we have gained a lot, even as the Member of Parliament, as members of APNAC. They have been guiding us on the issue of corruption, and we have had a great relationship. Madam Speaker, may I request kindly one indulgence, and we could ask my colleague, she also...
It's not in your place, Honorable Shakil.
I was asking your
You
indulgence.
have made your point.
I'm asking your indulgence.
You have made your point. Honorable
Yes.
Shakil, thank you. I'll give, first of all, Honorable Sunkuli as the former ambassador. Were you in China, Ambassador? Make a very quick statement, 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I would like to welcome the members of the National People's Congress, the NPC of the People's Republic of China, where I served as ambassador. The NPC is the highest political organ in the People's Republic of China, and it's the equivalent of our parliament. And we had great relationships with them, together with the Communist Party, and they have been foundational to the development of our country in the last 10 to 12 years. And we want to welcome them to feel at home. And I'm glad that my constituency, or the Great Masai Mara, is one of their destinations. And I hope that many, many more Chinese people will continue making Kenya a destination, both for business as well as for tourism.
Very well. Honorable Nyamai, honorable members, we keep it short.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reason as to why the Honorable Shakil was asking is because we traveled together. I represented the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Honorable Shakil was the leader of the team because as the chair of the Kenya-China Friendship Group. I would like to welcome the high-level delegation and say that it's a delegation that is extremely important for us as Parliament and as a country. We value the treatment and the exposure that you give members of Parliament when we visit, and we would like this to continue, and we encourage you to always start with any new Parliament that comes so that Kenya and China can continue benefiting from the relationship within our parliaments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Finally, Osoro on this. Honorable Osoro.
Okay. I think I have two mics, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair.
That tells you do not come with your card. That's why it's roving.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That is true. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome the high-level delegation from China and inform them that China and Kenya share a very cordial relationship, both on matters development of our region and also, sharing matters politics. Honorable Chair, when the government of Kenya partnered or opted to partner or face towards the east, Kenya, since the government of Kenya opted to focus towards the east and even west, Honorable Speaker, you'll notice that there has been tremendous growth in the country in terms of development. And I'm happy today, as a person who is an advocate of the environmental matters, Honorable Speaker, to hear that their interest is largely on the line of the climate change, when the country and the world is focusing on the, green energy and other matters, Honorable Speaker, that are very important to our health. But of importance to inform them this morning, they may have noticed that there are several seats that are empty here, Honorable Chair. But it's because today, being a Wednesday, is usually a private members' bill day, and members of parliament also hold sittings or committees in various, departments. So many of our members are also legislating in their committees, in their committee rooms. But those of us who are not in some of those committees this morning are here to legislate also for the private members' bill, and that is why they sit in the House this way. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and I welcome them. Thank you.
Karibuni Kenya. Honorable members, we are now in the committee of the whole House for the Basic Education Amendment Bill, sponsored by Honorable Tom Oluoch, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2025.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment by the Chairperson Education Committee. Therefore, honorable members, I will treat clause 3 as though it has no amendment, because the mover is not in the House. Yes, the committee. Honorable members have been requested to defer this amendment. We'll go to defer the whole committee.
Defer the committee and proceed. Apparently, not even a single member of the committee. Which is very strange.
We defer the whole committee. Yeah. So, ambia letu wakae yeah. Kuna amendments mob sana. We also cannot ignore the committee always. It feels bad. Itaenda ile activism. Input ya serikali. Honorable members, there seems to be a bit of consultations that needs to go into. So allow me to defer this committee until the next appointed time of consideration. We'll do.
Chair, Committee of the Whole House, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover? Mover of the bill?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the Committee on. I also request the Honorable TJ Kajwang to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the... I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now call upon the mover to move third reading.
Speaker, I beg to move that the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023, be now read. Honorable Speaker, I also request the Honorable TJ Kajwang to second.
Honorable
Madam Speaker, I wish to second the third reading. Madam Speaker, we had an instance when we had to consult across the House, and at the end of the day, Honorable Timothy was gracious enough to understand where we were going, but also Honorable Tongoyo and the member from Meru were very in our minds. One thing to my mind, age is gold, and being around is a good thing. I'm asking Honorable Timothy to come back the third term, and I'm sure he's going to come, the second term, and I'm sure he's going to come. When he will come, these issues will be very clear. And I also ask those who are watching, Some of us who are third termers should be given fourth term or fifth terms. So, because investing in this house is gold, and it comes with age. And I second. I second, and it's not in my place, but Honorable is itching next to me here. I'm sure you know.
Jang, you are a trained speaker. You're actually a trained speaker, but let me just say that I am going to allow the Honorable Nyikal to make a comment. You know all the rules, and I know that you know that you shouldn't have done that. On the Honorable Nyikal to
propose.
What? Before I give you a point of order, can I first of all propose? First, I now propose the question that the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023, be now read a third time. Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Madam Speaker.
And please don't talk about the fourth term like your colleague did.
Well, it's almost obvious, but let's leave it at that. A very important amendment we have done. The position of counties, people have wondered whether they are functioning or not, but I think it is important that they feel. What I know, the power play between politics and the executive has to be looked at very carefully. So when appointed positions feel unstable, they don't work well. Even if they know things are going to go wrong, they let it go wrong because they are afraid for the positions they are holding. Therefore, this is a good amendment that actually makes that position feel a little wrong, unstable, but also still gives the county assemblies the authority with a little bit of effort to actually sanction them when necessary. So this is an important, and I support in the third reading.
Thank you. Ambassador, please proceed.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I support the third reading, but I hope that in the near future, the Senate will come up with more amendments to actually get rid of redundant. I personally do not believe that we need both the CEC and the CEO and all these positions. We are using taxpayers' money to name people with big names, and yet they do not have abilities. I hope that these amendments will come, and I can see that my colleague from Nandi is actually having her hands up because very soon she'll be a governor. But, Madam Speaker, she will find offices are not useful.
The Honorable Mother Wangari, who has also ably chaired the third reading of this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this has been very engaging because it is not just about this time. Since the introduction of devolution, a lot has changed, but the one thing remained constant, Madam Speaker, other we are dealing with is a wage bill. Madam Speaker, we take money and billions to the counties, and when you go to a funeral, a governor has 2/10 of people attending a funeral. They don't even know who is being buried, Madam Speaker. Then accompanied by 20 vehicles of the county. And Madam Speaker, that then makes sure that when you go around the constituencies, you do not see the money that we have ably appropriated in this house. And Madam Speaker, the other issue that we are dealing with is the issue of governors wanting to be senators and senators wanting to be governors. I know we do not want to talk about it, Madam Speaker, but it is eating into how things are being run at the county level. And I hope that we can bring, the Senate can bring some more progressive laws, including what NGCDF has done. Can we appropriate this money and say 30% goes to health, 30% goes to ECDs, goes to polytechnics? Madam Speaker, that way we'll be able to look at the amount of money that is going vis-a-vis the work that is being done by the county government. But I agree with Honorable Sunkuli that the bulge at the workforce must be dealt with at the counties. Otherwise, we'll just have so many people in the county level that you do not know even what they do, but the work they churn out and the output is almost negligible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Soro, the whip of the majority party.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much. I don't know why today. Hi, what is happening here?
Honorable Soro, you know the reason as to why we are struggling to trace you. You know the reason. The table office is struggling to trace you, so you know the reason, okay?
Well guided, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join in this debate and support this third reading of this amendment, Honorable Speaker. Several years post the 2010 Constitution, I think it's about time that we also review what works and what doesn't work, especially matters that pertain the county government, Honorable Speaker. You know, just like the Honorable Mother has said, the ballooning wage bill in the county governments is a challenge here, Honorable Speaker. That you send a lot of billions to the counties, but 90% of it goes to the wage bill. When you talk about the CECs and the CEOs, you forget the fact that those CECs and the chief officers, each of them has been allocated a driver, a PA, I think somebody to carry a handkerchief, another one to carry I don't know what, you know. And without roles well defined, a chief officer has got about 10 officers behind him or her. A CEC has got about 15 officers. And by the way, going to the nitty-gritties of the operations within the county government, you realize, Honorable Speaker, that even CECs have no role. Governors engage the chief officers directly because they are accounting officers. So the CEC's role is limited to reading newspapers from page 1 to obituary, Honorable Speaker, every day in the office, and called upon to accompany the county governors to functions. And that is why you see in the functions of the county governors, the very tent that you see that shouts, you know, with ululation and clapping for the governor, 90% of them are county government workers. It has nothing to do with the public. All those seats that you see in front there and people clapping in suits, well-dressed suits, designer suits, very smartly dressed ladies, all those seats in front there, and gentlemen, all of them, I'm being guided by Honorable Cynthia who wants to be governor, but all of them sitting in front there, Honorable Speaker, clapping for whatever the governor says. If he laughs in his speech or her speech, they will clap, because that is the limitation of their role. Honorable Speaker, I am on record in this, I was having said, Honorable Speaker, that you send billions to a county, but you'll need a microscope to see what they do. Unlike what you send to the constituencies under NGCDF, that is in full glare of everybody to see the classrooms, the bursaries. But what they are doing, Honorable Speaker, is simple PR, you know, and having a crowd that has been hired every time in public functions, you know, and with big names and podiums and big titles, call Your Excellency, Excellency, Excellency. It's about time that we review what works in the 2010 Constitution. And that is why Kenyans to date, Honorable Speaker, and you'll all agree with me, Honorable Members, that Kenyans today do not know how to differentiate the roles of members of parliament and the roles of the county governors. To date, we are being asked about development. To date, we are being asked about hospitals. To date, we are being asked about matters agriculture. To date. And I mean, across all over, all these places that we lead, Honorable Speaker, because people do not understand that this is supposed to be done by these county governors or the county assemblies because of such, you know, confusion. So it's about time that we review. And that is why, in copying the words of the Honorable Mother Wangare, perhaps it's about time the Senate and even the National Assembly come up with the laws that in division of these revenues that we send to the counties, as we send to, we don't give them an open check like NGCDF. We shouldn't give these county governments an open check that go spend the way you want. We should give them with a vote that this 20% we should be doing this job. 30% should be doing this. 50% should be doing this. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, with the open check that we've left them with, I can tell you, and members here can say, 99% of the allocations that we give goes either to their pockets or their proxies' pockets. And sadly, Honorable Speaker, they use it to maintain that seat. They simply use that money. It hardly helps them. You use a lot of money so that when a chief guest comes to your function, say the president, you buy everybody around. So you keep on revolving around. And this is a challenge to any person that wants to be governor. All of us want to be governors. Today you are here, we are speaking large, we are talking big on resources and everything. When you go to the counties, you realize that perhaps that is the modus operandi. You are being, when you meet your colleagues, what they do, they guide you, they teach you that, oh, if you want to lead, this is how you do it. You know, beat those people who don't side with you, have a whole dozen of goons around you, have a team that cheers you in funerals and functions, and then you find yourself having lost hope. But when you leave office, the world is round. You will suffer because you've spent public resources, you've left mothers and children die in hospitals because of these things that, because of selfishness that we have. So, Honorable Speaker, I feel bad for devolution. We added money here the other day. We gave them 428 billion in this house, Honorable Speaker. But trust me, we need to ask ourselves, we've been giving we started with about 250. So we are at an average of about 200 billion, Honorable Speaker, since devolution started up to now. Ask yourself what 200 billion shillings has done in your counties. Start from here in Nairobi. Just look around. And I'm not really name calling anybody, but just look around Nairobi, where we all live here. We all live here. We all come from estates. Look at the dirty state of our areas. Look at back streets. Look at the way it's disorganized, Honorable Speaker. And, it's not about you are from a member of my party. No, let's speak facts. If you're doing nothing, you're doing nothing. Go to your counties and look. People are suffering, Honorable Speaker. People are suffering. The ECD teachers are suffering, Honorable Speaker. What these people are only doing is PR stunts, Honorable Speaker. Get something for small kids in school. Get something for, that is branded your name. And so that it is a sad state of affairs, Honorable Speaker. And it's about time we ask ourselves, do we really have proper laws that bar these people from stealing, Honorable Speaker? With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I call upon this House and even the Senate to review, to look beyond what the amendments that have been brought so that you can be able to have proper laws that will stop thuggery that is in the counties. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Cynthia Muge, member for Nandi County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and allow me to appreciate the Honorable Member for Marakwet West, who is very diligent and also progressive, going by the amendment that he has brought to this House in regards to how the counties operate and how the CECs should be operating in the counties. Of course, Honorable Speaker, I support this third reading, and I support the content that is in this third reading. Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, of course, it's on record that I have served at the County Assembly. So serving at the County Assembly, I have also been in a sitting that a CEC has been brought to the County Assembly for impeachment. And Honorable Speaker, I want to echo the sentiments of Honorable TJ, that he clearly said, and Honorable Nyikal, that they clearly said the people who are in office should be able to have some sort of security in their jobs, so that, Honorable Speaker, they can have a good time and a better time in delivering on their mandate. And I honestly do appreciate that, Honorable Speaker, and I support it. Because, Honorable Speaker, if you make it as easy as it was previously before this amendment came in, it would be something that is used for witch hunt. If you're not bowing to my demands, I can be able to marshal a few numbers and you're gone. But making it watertight, Honorable Speaker, I think is good in supporting the issue of devolution and making devolution work. Of course, Honorable Speaker, I also do support the suggestion that the county government and devolution should actually be looked at more deeply. Because, Honorable Speaker, this is also giving us an opportunity to look at this devolution baby, to see if it is actually meeting the milestones that it should be able to meet. And to be honest, Honorable Speaker, like all the members that have spoken before, we are feeling like this baby is not meeting the milestones as they should be able to meet them. And part of the things that should be done is look at the issues and the reasons why this baby is not meeting the milestones. And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Hosoro has spoken passionately about what happens in the county governments. And of course, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I do agree with him, because I have also seen what happens in there, of course, from the County Assembly of Nandi that I served before. And of course, Honorable Speaker, it is our job, it is our duty to make sure that we are able to support devolution by not killing it, but by enhancing the good things that devolution came with, and by completely killing the bad things that came with devolution. Part of the ways that we are able to kill the bad things that came with devolution is by making sure that we are progressive in amendments of the laws, in amendments of the bills that are actually anchoring devolution altogether. So, Honorable Speaker, I do support this amendment, and I appreciate the Honorable Member, Toroitich, for being this progressive to be able to bring this. And I can assure you, Honorable Speaker, if anyone has a doubt that when I become the governor for Nandi, the third one in 2027, this will happen, they should know that I will not change my ways, and I will make sure that I do the right thing, because I'm a supporter of devolution, and devolution can work. Devolution is actually the God-sent agent for the people of Kenya, so that they can be able to get services from the lowest level, that is the village administration, Honorable Speaker. So I do support this, Honorable Speaker.
Good luck, Honorable Cynthia. Good luck. The Honorable Indikiri will be the last one on this. Members, knowing that this is third reading, so just make quick comments. Don't debate.
Okay.
I allowed Cynthia purposively. I knew how she was going to end. So I was just waiting for her to make the right comments for herself. So please don't take the Cynthia away.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I was there right from the beginning of this morning together with the other wise men and women. Madam Speaker, I think this issue of the county management is a thorny issue. Madam Speaker, I look at my account that is going to receive 10.8 billion. And out of that 20.8 billion, 75% will go towards recurrent expenditures, leaving very limited amount for development. Madam Speaker, the governors have turned the management of the counties into something like a private property. And that's how many of them are treating even the employees, CECs, directors, etc. Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate that we are appropriating 428 billion shillings, but at the end of it all, you can only see about 25% of what that money has done to the counties. Madam Speaker, I agree. Some counties are bloated employment, and they are continuing doing so at the expense of development. So in as much that you are saying yes to devolution, we need to ask the governors to show us the value of the money that we have appropriated to them. And it is not only the money appropriated to them, they also receive donor funds. They also do own corrections. You look, County of Melo, at the it will end up by about something like 15 billion. But then when you go to look at the education sector, ECD classes is a problem even to build. You go and look at the health institutions, they're in deplorable state. You go at the roads that they are supposed to be managing, they are in deplorable situation. So you ask yourself, where is this money going? We should not make it easy for governors who have failed to start sacking or impeaching the CECs, etc., so that they can get an excuse. This aspect of impeachment is not a good thing. But some people are going to make use of it. And that's why the mover was trying to make it very difficult for them. But again, we should not make it very easy for them. We shouldn't. Because some of them will put some of things, if you can't agree, then you have to be impeached. And you are going to tell you, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, these people will target the people who challenge them in the management. They like sycophants. They don't like people who are professionals, who are ready to work for the counties. So this bill is good.
Thank you.
And it's a warning. It's a warning to some of the governors. And some of us we are seriously thinking either to join Munge or not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Kibra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Despite the fact that you had said that was the last speaker, I must be grateful that you have given me this opportunity also to put in one or a few comments. The kind of money that we give to the governors At this time, it was over 428 billion. And some of the counties get almost 15 billion at their disposal. I think in the future, the profile and the kind of governors that we choose, we need to have basic requirements for people to be governors. They are those governors who have never been in any managerial position. They have never been in any public office or any other office to allow them to manage such kind of monies. When we talk about the NGCDF, it has been managed that the MPs now do not have direct control on that money. We need to have clauses within these systems that do not allow the governors to misuse the funds that we give to them. The governors have made this as their personal property. We should not be seen that we are fighting the governors. No. We are looking at service delivery to the people of this country. You will find that some MPs have done better than the governors have done. Yet the governors have been given a colossal sums of money in this country to take care of the needs of the people that they govern. Now, this devolution did not come to benefit a few individuals. The devolution that we fought for in this country was meant to bring service delivery closer to the people of Kenya. I therefore say that this bill, I support it, and I say that we must, as a country, look at the way that we govern our counties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Dorothy Kiara, nominated member by the UDA party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to weigh in this bill and say devolution was brought to our country and we overwhelmingly voted for the 2010 Constitution because we thought it is a cure to the historical injustices in some of our areas. But today, as we stand, Honorable Speaker, it is very evident that devolution has failed. But for this particular bill, it has come in handy because we need to strengthen devolution. The only way that counties will move together as a unit is by strengthening devolution. Madam Speaker,
Honorable members, I encourage you to just take a minute or two. Just make comments. Let's not debate.
Honorable
This is the third reading.
Honorable Speaker, we need to channel our efforts to areas that weaken devolution. And Honorable Speaker, we also need to ensure that the expenditure and the money that goes to the county, we don't spend all of it on recurrent expenditure, which is eating all the money that goes to the county, Honorable Speaker, as opposed to development. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment by Honorable Timothy and say it is our duty and responsibility to ensure that we strengthen devolution. Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Umi Harun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute to this particular amendment, and to congratulate Honorable Timothy. I support this amendment because the drafters of the Constitution had a very good vision when they brought the concept of devolution, but that did not include governors who would twist and corrupt the resources that are available to them. I hope this bill will also not create emboldened CECs, and that it will allow them to do their work diligently. Madam Speaker, I come from a region where devolution has helped in developing so many things, but we still have the problem of corruption. So I hope that this will provide the proper oversight and the support that the CECs need, and that the county assemblies will also be able to do their job very well. So I want to thank the honourable member, and I support this particular amendment. Thank you.
The Honourable Toroi Teach.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I wish to sincerely thank the honourable members who have contributed substantially to this bill. the County Government's Amendment Bill. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable TJ Kajwang, the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, the Honorable Sunkuli, and all the members that have contributed to this, making this bill better. Honorable Speaker, it is my sincere prayer that the people of Marakwet West will give me a second term so that I can bring more bills to this House. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Roitich. Honorable Roitich, you know I've been in this House, this is my third term. And I want to tell you that I've seen you doing something right. And you know the right thing that you have been doing. You continue doing it. I hope the people have seen and they'll give you a second term. Honorable members, before I put the question, I would like to welcome our visitors. Seated in the public gallery this morning, we have students from Providence Academy, from Kasarani constituency, Nairobi County, students from Kageraini Secondary School, Kinangop constituency, Nyandarua County, students from Ngamwa School, Mukurweini constituency, Nyeri County. And also seated in the speakers galleries this morning, we have students from DEB Nkiria School from Wuri constituency, Meru County. I take this opportunity to welcome you to Parliament, and on behalf of Parliament, I would like to ask the member for Wuri to welcome you. I'll also give a chance to the Honorable Kajwang, TJ.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
After him.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all students from the various schools that you have mentioned, and specifically the school of Nkiria, DEB, from Boli West of Boli constituency. Madam Speaker, this school is one of the largest schools that we have in a very remote area of our constituency. And as you can see, they are very determined. It's one of the best performing schools in that region. I want to tell all the students, welcome to Parliament. This is where the laws are made. This is where your member of Parliament sits. This is where we make laws for this country. This is where we make the election on which the government, on how government is going to operate. I want to congratulate all the students who have come and tell them you are going to learn quite a lot. Please don't be on a hurry to learn and to see and to interact with the parliamentary environment. Madam Speaker, this is cool. This is cool. The parent, Nkiria Primary School, the parent, the product of their fathers who are workers in the forest. And for them to reach here, I think it's a very important occasion for them. So I want to encourage you, please, some of you become members of Parliament, some of you become MCAs, some of you become doctors, some of you become engineers. Please work very hard. Finally, please, school is the factory of growth. Don't take advantage of the school to ban the schools, to execute a lot of disciplinary activities. I know this school on Nkiria, you are very well disciplined, and we expect to see you through successfully in your life. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Those comments are meant for all the schools seated in the public and also in the speakers gallery. The Honorable Kajwang, I would like to give you an opportunity to welcome students also from Nairobi and the others. But before you continue, I realize that members were wondering why I said that the Honorable TJ is a trained speaker. For your information, in the 11th Parliament, the member for Ruaraka was a member of the speakers panel, and he did a wonderful job. So please go ahead and welcome students.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for those kind words. I was a presiding officer until I blew the whistle. And I've learned all these terms. And I think, Honorable Timothy, you should learn the good things here. Don't blow a whistle. If you blow a whistle on on a sitting president, you can be in trouble. Madam Speaker, I want to welcome the children, the young people, the students that are here with us, not just from Kasarani, but from all the counties that are here. This is interesting, the fact that they have opportunity to come and see these elegant members do their things. They will have incentive to work hard and to achieve even more than those of you and I have achieved. I just want you to, when you go back to your schools, geography, science, physics, and chemistry should be your staple food, because you have had all the opportunity to see where things are done. You have no reason to do poorly in your exam. You have all the reason to be energized, to be better than member for Buuri. And so I thank you for having the opportunity to come. And you see, member for Buuri is already wearing a white hat. So aim not for your hair to go that direction, but make sure that you are able to do better than we are doing in this house. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that the Honorable Member, the Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi, is a wonderful, excellent Member of Parliament. So, Honorable Members, I would like now to put the question. You know, I'm seeing someone with hands up, and I do not see any intention to speak from the screen. Go ahead, go ahead. Please trace where he is and give him a mic.
Speaker, I want to take the cue from the Honorable Kajuang. And I want to congratulate the students for coming here. And I want to tell the students who are here, you cannot connect the dots looking forward, but you can connect the dots looking backward. Many years ago, I came to Parliament as a student of Kenyatta University. Little did I know that many years later, I'll be seated right here in the House talking about issues affecting the nation called Kenya. But lastly, students, there's something called stimulus and response. Your business in school is not to beat fellow students. Your business in school, the teachers provide the stimuli, and you are supposed to choose the right response. The right response is to inspire, motivate you to pass exams and build a better country and a better nation. Thank you.
Lastly, the member for Kisii County, the Honorable Doris Donya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate for the opportunity. Let me tell our children, sometimes you want to be perfect while in school. The school is not where you have to be perfect, but just know if you make mistakes, that is part of learning. It's like saying we have all angels in our churches, then we close down the churches. So don't fear making mistakes. When you live here, know that that is part of learning. Above all, you have to obey your teachers. You pray hard. And to our girls, don't enjoy so much on receiving love letters from the small boys. You will have those letters when you go to university, and the beautiful ones are not yet born. They are there. So don't be in a rush. Hold it. Read your books and know that the future is bright. Thank you.
Lastly, the Honorable Jalango.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. May I also take this opportunity mostly to welcome all the students, and in a special way, the students from Kasarani, Nairobi County. But you hear we have students from all over, as far as Meru, far as Kisumu, wherever you are. Mine is just to tell you that it doesn't matter which school you are in. It doesn't matter that you had to travel to be here today. It doesn't matter how rural a school may be or how much infrastructure a school might have. From that school where you are, you will be able to be whatever you want in this country. I was a student of a school called Nyangoma Boys Secondary School, P.O. Box 23 Bondo, very far and in the deeps of Nyanza. But here we are. Today I'm representing the people of Langata constituency in Nairobi as their member of parliament. So keep the faith, keep working hard, obey your teachers, your parents, be the best in everything that you're doing. And don't worry where you are from anywhere. Just like Lupita said, every dream is valid. Welcome to Parliament, students.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'll now go ahead and put the question. I therefore put the question, which is that the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the County Government Act to increase the threshold for removal of a member of a county executive committee and for connected purposes.
Next order. Anything out of order, Honorable TJ? What is out of order?
Madam Speaker, something is not right. We came this morning and in the order paper, there was the committee of the House of the whole with the Senate bill and the Basic Education Act. We finished the committee on the Senate bill and we entered to begin the Basic Education Act. And when the chair called it out and asked for the mover to move his amendments, the mover was not in. Standing orders would have required us to proceed because the order had been called. So, Madam Speaker, standing orders would have required that we proceed with business because the order had been called. And so somehow we don't understand what happened. And the presiding chair decided to defer the proceedings. It is very embarrassing on the honor of the bill, Honorable Oluoch. It is very embarrassing that we are all here, we are all prepared, and somehow without following standing orders and the House, something happens. This needs to be explained properly. Number two, where is the chair of education? He can't just decide not to come. If he decides not to come, it means that he has dropped all his amendments. Please, treat us equally. And this is about private members. This House is for private members. We need to pass legislation. We can't have a situation where government throws it all on our voice. Otherwise, we are not able to do legislation. So, Madam Speaker, I call for a reasoned explanation from the presiding chair and why she did not follow the standing orders and why we find ourselves in a very embarrassing position as we are. And two, this matter came before the House Business Committee. And it is the House Business Committee that brought this matter today. So can we do it this afternoon if we are unable to do this morning? And furthermore, the Vice Chair is here. And she's ready and willing to prosecute. Why can't we go to committee so that we finish this matter? I feel very bad. And some of us are from the Upbet constituencies. And we know that government is fighting us. No, Madam Chair, government is fighting us. They don't want Upbet. They just want to do things the way they want. We are forcing them. But we will force them because this is the legislative house.
I think you have made your point. You want to ride on the same? I wanted to respond to him first, and I can give you a chance because this concerns you. Yes. So just take your seat, first of all, because... okay.
Direction on
okay.
this. Madam Speaker, this morning I'm a very embarrassed member of this House. Extremely, extremely embarrassed. This bill is not just coming for the first time. I prosecuted and brought this bill in the 12th Parliament, and it is not out of idle concern that this bill came. The bill concerns and affects close to about 3 million unaccounted for, discriminated, and excluded students. These people you see here sitting are representatives that take the burden that the government should be taking under Article 43 to ensure that every child in the Republic of Kenya is entitled to free, basic, compulsory education. So when this bill came for the second time and went through all the statutory steps, the first reading, public participation, pre-publication scrutiny, we even went before the Budget and Appropriations Committee and considered all the reasons that would require that should be considered that are budgetary. And then it came to the second reading and passed. There should therefore be no reason or explanation. And if there is, it should be given to the 3 million Kenyans as to whether they are children of a lesser God. The House Business Committee, once it is seized of a matter, House business, whether it is government or private members' business, becomes the business of this House. And once it has been brought to the floor of this House, it is no longer the property of Anthony Oluoch, or the property of the chair of the committee, or the property of the Committee of Education. It is the property of this House collectively under Article 95 that enjoins us to resolve issues affecting people. This issue is affecting 3 million Kenyans. And if there's a reason why these children don't belong to this country, we should be told. We should be told. I am a very embarrassed member of parliament this morning that very casually a member of parliament should come prepared to prosecute a matter so serious as this one. They are not children. When you give birth to a child, there is no child of one living in Karen and Langata and another one living in Mathare and Kibera and Ruaraka. They are all children of Kenya. This House owes an apology to the people of Kenya and the people in these constituencies. This matter requires a considered ruling of the Speaker under why and for what reason a matter should be stood down. If a member is not here, it should be dropped. We demand a considered ruling of the Speaker this afternoon and a reinstatement of this matter. These children have been discriminated for how many years? Since the Constitution 2010. One more day of their discrimination, even up to 29th when this matter is being deferred, is a day too long. I am very, very embarrassed today.
You want to weigh on the same? Member for Kibra?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really didn't want to weigh much after two of my colleagues who are ranked members and they are also lawyers have spoken. But because I represent Kibra constituency, where we have the majority of the upgrade schools in this country. But most importantly, I am also a member of Education Committee. And for this bill to pass the first reading, second reading, this bill came to us in the committee as Education Committee. We went through all the amendments of this bill as a whole committee, and it was unanimously passed by the Education Committee, and that is why it came to the floor of this House. Because it is a money bill, it went to the Budget Committee, which also passed the bill. It went to the Business Committee, and it was now brought for third reading in this House. After it has passed the first reading, second reading, and now the third reading. And this is now a committee of the whole House. Now, this bill now does not belong to Education Committee. The bill now becomes the bill of the House. And as I say, my colleague is very annoyed. We are all annoyed because the procedures are not being followed. when the bill has been called out, then we need to debate and we need to go on with the bill irrespective whether the chairman of the committee is present or not present. I am also a member of the Education Committee and I stand in. When the chairman is not there, the vice chairman is here, we are also here. There is no reason why this should be deferred to a later date. And as my colleagues have said, it needs a weighing decision from the chair so that we know why this bill cannot. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, honorable members, I think the three members have made their point. First of all, the honorable chair, the one who was chairing the committee of the whole house, consulted with the honorable Oluoch before the decision was made. As you may know, the honorable Oluoch, I've given you your time to speak, and I've also allowed your colleagues to speak. So you need to allow me to speak. That I feel that you are ready to prosecute, and the chair education committee is not in. He is busy in a very important matter that concerns this house. So it is not that he chose not to be here. Number two, this is going to be scheduled again, not this afternoon, but on a Wednesday morning. You know, as per our standing orders, that is standing order number 43, that Wednesday mornings, a bill or a motion not sponsored by the majority or minority party or by a committee shall have precedence over all the other business. So I assure you that this is going to be done again. And also I listened keenly to the Honorable Kajwang, and I think he was also very ready. And I believe that you have also guests gallery who were going to also, I mean, they would have been very happy to see this happen. But I'm assuring you that it's going to be done soon as possible. House of order, this is a house of records. I know that the Honorable Kajwang also approached the speaker. I think that we reorder change. And this is a house of order and house of procedure. It is not possible to do that at this moment. And I would like to ask you to allow the House to proceed with other business, and this will be scheduled by the House Business Committee in the earliest opportunity possible. So thank you very much, and I would like to call for the next.
Order number 10, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
But members, there was no one on the floor, so anybody who wants to can continue. And Honorable Julius Ole Sunkuli, member for Kilgoris.
Madam Speaker, I stand to support this bill. Now, the intention of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to amend Section 226. Sorry, there's a bit of too much consultation here. Unfortunately, it's being done in the Luo. So, Madam Speaker, the intention of this bill is to amend 226 of the Penal Code. And Section 226 of the Penal Code says, any person who attempts to kill himself is guilty. And the intention of the mover is to remove the offense of suicide from our laws. Now, attempted suicide in our laws remains one of the sticky parts because, Madam Speaker, the penal code that we have today in the Kenyan law was inherited from the English law, from what we call as lawyers the common law. That is the law that was left to us by the British to punish crime. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as soon as even before we got independence, in 1961, or rather, if I may use the United Kingdom, itself abolished the offense of attempted suicide. Actually, under the Suicide Act of 1961, it's no longer a crime in England and Wales to try and kill. That was removed. And I think it is important to know that the purposes that we want to amend this law is so that we can align ourselves to what other civilized countries are doing. The countries that depended on the common law of England included countries like Canada, including countries like Australia. And in those it's no longer a crime to try and commit suicide. Now, a lot of things have been said about it. Why do we want to remove this offense? I know, Madam Speaker, that there are two ways of looking at it. One, that attempted suicide is against the law. Attempted suicide is a religious issue. Churches, like my own church, the Catholic Church, consider that taking life, even your own, is a sin. In England, which I want to refer to, it is still not possible for a person who committed suicide to be given the normal church rights. If you try and kill yourself, if you kill yourself, you don't get a Christian burial. As far as it should go, Madam Speaker, because in reality, the argument we use for the sanctity of life is that it is God-given. And it is important that if you commit an offense against God, we leave the judgment to God himself. There are many things that are actually sins in the Christian religion that do not become crime. For instance, adultery might be punished, but it cannot be under our law. So attempted suicide is one of those things where morality and law might differ. But, Madam Speaker, suicide is an interesting offense because the person who commits suicide is both the culprit as well as the victim. Victim being the person who suffers the loss. So we would like to look at more from the point of view of this person being a victim. And the human rights organizations in Kenya have gone to court. And a judge has already given his judgment that in fact Section 226 is an offense, is against the Constitution, and therefore it should be repealed. And Madam Speaker, this is important to know that even in England, the case of had already proceeded and made it an offense had removed that offense from our books. So in order to with the rest of the world, it is important to remove this as an offense. Now, many people in this house, from the point of view of sympathy, that look, the person who tries to commit suicide is actually guilty, might be guilty of wanting to take his life, but is also a victim of the circumstances of his own brain, of his mental situation. Now, if you want to punish a person who has actually tried to commit murder of himself, but has not completed the offense, what should society do? Continue to punish that person, or should we employ some sympathy towards that person? I realize that in our country now, especially from where I come from, when people want to kill themselves, they take deep, the side, Coopertox, Stelladon, and so on. I think it's quite favorable in to kill yourself. It's the best. I don't know whether it is sweet. I have not tested it. But it is a common thing that we don't say committing suicide. We say somebody has taken deep. And when you looked at it, most of it has the root in the problems that people have with society. And as our friend Francis Mbuga says, when the madness of the entire nation becomes a solitary mind, we should not call the person mad. We must treat them because they have a problem, and instead of punishing them, it is also better that we help them. After all, Madam Speaker, attempted suicide is one of those offenses where attempting is a crime, but the final crime itself is not a crime. Because suicide as such is not a crime. It's only a crime. It's like treason. Treason is only an offense if you don't succeed. But if you succeed, that is no longer a crime. So why should we try and punish a crime that is not successful? We should not do that. Madam Speaker, as I said, the Western countries actually banned attempted suicide as an offense. But of course, we must caution ourselves that the liberalism of the West is a little bit too far. Fortunately for us, because we rely very much on the common law of England, under English law, it is still an offense to induce somebody or to encourage somebody to commit suicide. As you know, in countries like Switzerland, Germany, Netherlands, you can go to a doctor and say to the doctor, I no longer want to live. And they just test your brain if it is working very well. If you do not have a mental problem, they allow you to die. So you choose the date of your death, and you choose the manner of your death, and they give you, and you pay the funeral expenses, and they give you the pill and you die. An offense under the law of England, and it should remain an offense under our law. But our law should not lose the grip right now. Let us tell everybody who has tried to commit suicide, let us take them to a good rehabilitation center. Let us try, and as much as possible, to rehabilitate their thinking. Let us tell them that to live in this world is as good is better than they think. And let us tell them that if you do not want to live what you are in the life you're trying to do now, try and improve. I always tell people when I get to a funeral of a person who has committed suicide, somebody want to die, I think the best thing to do is to take a trip, a long trip. Maybe go to the coast and go get a ship and go and come when you are very tired. But don't take your life. And we need more counselors to be able to come into this field, because attempted suicide is actually not an offense. It is a problem that somebody has, and let us try and address the problem at the root. Madam Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, member for Seme and Chair Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Madam Speaker, this is actually an amendment that we should have had a long time ago, because I'll just take one major aspect of this. Attempted suicide is often associated with mental illness, such as bipolar illnesses, particularly in the depressive mood. And this is a very common problem. We all know that mental illness is a major scourge in our society now. And another important element of it is that a big symptom of mental illness is lack of insight. That is actually the most important, one of the most important things. You do not recognize, or you do not know you are sick. So if somebody is unwell, they are not actually aware that they are unwell. And then one of the symptoms that they exhibit is suicidal ideation or suicidal tendency. Now, if that is a crime, then you are making illness a crime. Instead of actually getting somebody treated, you then actually choose to take them to court and try them. And as we all know, many times there may not be opportunity when somebody is now before a court of law with attempted suicide as a crime to actually get the opportunity to be assessed and even to be treated. So for me, for all the reasons. I think the fact that attempted suicide is a major symptom in mental illness makes it so almost mandatory that it should not be treated as a crime. It should actually be treated as a sign of illness, and the person assisted and help should be made available to them instead of dragging them to court. With that, Madam Speaker, I support the bill.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Samuel Parashina, member for Kajiado South.
Madam Speaker, okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I also stand to support the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024, that has been sponsored by Honorable Anthony Oluoch, MP. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the bill is just to reappeal the attempt under the Penal Code. Madam Speaker, argued or contributed, the attempted suicide should not be treated as a criminal activity that is supposed to be taken to a criminal justice system, but should be taken to a mental health. And it's because once a person attempts suicide, the cause. And basically the cause of attempted suicide is distress that people go through in life. Sometimes we find a person, we are not able maybe to appreciate the challenges that we go through in life, perhaps by going to maybe asking for guiding and counseling. Sometimes we find someone goes through a lot of challenges, maybe even just because of the job, the person lost a job, challenges of maybe even basic things in life, and even challenges in terms of families. By the time you are getting a person attempting to do suicide, it is always probability of being the last resort is very high, Madam Speaker. And this Parliament will be able to save the country a problem that is currently going on. If you go on data, since there have been, since the attempting suicide has been treated as a crime, we ask ourselves, how many lives have we been able to save? The answer is no. So, Madam Speaker, in other jurisdiction or other in the jurisdiction internationally, in Wales, England, they have also challenged and reappealed the penal code. This is what we inherited in the colonial time, whereby you just find out that things that are not supposed to be happening, in fact, in the continent of Africa, today, we want to ask ourselves, what can government do once we reappeal the penal code today, or the House approve the bill, as I stand to support? Is the creation of mental health centers should be more in this country. In fact, it should be in every county or even every constituency. Because even use of abuse of drugs, abuse of even alcohol and those kind of things can cause a person to decide to attempt to do suicide. But if at all we have a mental health system that is able to take these challenges of the psychological problems that people go through in life, then we are able to save many Kenyans, and not only to see as a justice being the only way to sort it out. Madam Speaker, under Article 28 of the Constitution that guarantees and prevents human dignity, and human dignity I mean the value of life, the right of life. It is totally, if you check on that article, it's basically showing that everyone has a right on how to carry his or his own life, But it's upon the government to be able to give a free and fair place that and even promote and try to help these people. I was trying to see why we're not doing public campaigns the way people are on polio, malaria issues, vaccination issues. We also put the issue of challenges of human being to be part of a campaign. People to feeling, how can we be able to come out and speak? And Madam Speaker, in this country, recently we just got a big challenge in this country, the loss of life to Mishi girls. And when I was looking at what might be the cause or what was the problem, you'll find out even the kids, by the time the students are trying to move to ban even dormitories, when they know their colleagues are inside. It's all about the challenges that people go through. So even if you want to criminalize those, even if we criminalize everyone and criminalize maybe it was a bad thing to which has happened. But I've learned today that one student said that there will be a challenge. These things we will going to do these things, maybe because they fear the exam, maybe they're going to peer pressure. But I was looking at if we had a program that even our students go through in schools of counseling, guiding and counseling, a subject on itself, it was going to help a lot of people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that I urge this House, let us all of us support. It is something that will help us. It is something that will now try, even you see what is happening. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, currently, people cannot afford everything in life. We are not created equally. And we cannot say because I am able to sort out my issues in this line, then the other person will also be forced to do the same. We are not born, our cultures are different. Our beliefs are different. The way we handle challenges in life is also different, Madam Speaker. And I stand to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very much. The Honorable Indikiri Mugambi, member for Buri.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I have some very interesting statistics on the study that was between 2025 and this year. The suicide cases among men was, the cases reported on suicide, 70 to 80% was men. The age group during the same period, 15 to 29 years old. In terms of regions, the following counties were quoted as having high cases of suicide: Kiambu County, Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Nyandarua, and Meru. Madam Speaker, these are very interesting statistics in light of what we are discussing today. The element of criminality among the suicide. This is a very interesting statistic because, Madam, it is telling us something. What is this that is very common that is causing people to commit suicide? That 70 to 80% are men. That the age blanket is our young people, 15 to 29. How is it coming out in a region that we all know they have the largest number of suicide cases? Madam Speaker, it comes out in so many ways. One, there is a lot of stress in life. We have been taught that there are a lot of cases of drug addictions in some of these regions. There's a lot of stress associated with alcoholism. There is a lot of suicidal cases associated with the normal pleasure of life. Madam Speaker, the cases of illegally, they are very minimal these days. Because there are some people who are saying your family commits suicide. But no, it is not coming out statistically as it used to be before. But if you look at the mental cases associated with stress, Madam Speaker, it's quite an worrying situation. Madam Speaker, there are cases where people have become terminally ill and they want to take their life. That's another cause. Madam Speaker, there is what is called forced suicide. You know, you can push someone until you are told to commit suicide. And lastly, Madam Speaker, there is something called religious suicide. The Al-Shabaab, they go and commit suicide. Now, Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill because really we cannot criminalize some of these people who have committed suicide because of stress. Mental illnesses appear because life is so difficult. We can also go ahead and see that not very poor people who commit suicide, interestingly, the people who commit suicide are from very rich families. And some of these people will throw themselves from the houses upstairs.
The Honorable Rindikiri,
Madam Speaker.
Would the one for Kilifi County, where people decided not to eat until they died?
Yes.
Would it also be part of religious suicide?
It's part of the religious suicide because the Shakaholas and also the Al-Shabaabs, you also talk about, it's also cases of suicide. So, Madam Speaker, it is not right to criminalize these people. We might, as a country, start investing quite a lot on research and continuously engage particularly young people aged 15 to 29 to know exactly what is this that is eating them. And then we go to some of these regions where suicide is quite high. That will give us some case studies. But also, we cannot criminalize these people. Let's give them counseling. Let's provide health rehabilitation centers. Let's understand their kind of situation. Let's try and talk about this issue of suicide publicly without hiding. Madam Speaker, it's very unfortunate that we educate our children. At the university, they commit suicide. It leaves straight to the parent. So it is a very emotive thing. We would like to give these people a second option of life. And that's why I agree with the mover of this bill, that these people deserve a second life. As a state, as a nation, there is something that we can do. And I can assure you, if we continue talking about it, public awareness, rehabilitation, we will come up with a solution. We cannot condemn our people to gallows of death, knowing what they have gone through is not their cause. Madam Speaker, we are not the only country that is trying to bring registration. We are part of the global network. Other countries are doing the same, and I would like to say Kenya is not in isolation. Let's address this issue from local, national, and at the international. Madam Speaker, I support this amendment, and I tell my very good friend, Orioch, thank you very much. I don't know why. These days you are coming up with some very interesting amendment. Do you have a lot of cases of suicide in Madali? I can't set it in statistically. I don't know the reason why. But I think, thank you very much, because you are patriotic Kenyan. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Mary Emase, member for Teso South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I also want to support the proposed amendment, called Amendment Bill 53 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, when people commit suicide, they commit suicide for reasons. Sometimes one feels they have gotten to the end of it. I hear some of them say, I'm tired. Meaning there is a lot of hopelessness. They feel trapped. They feel like there's no way out. And that happens, Madam Speaker, because of certain causes this person has been going through. So when we criminalize attempted suicide, actually we are punishing a sick person. This person should be given support, There should be someone coming to say it is okay, it will be well. They need psychological support, they need counseling, they need to see a doctor. Honorable Speaker, this is a very good bill. We should decriminalize attempted suicide. Article 43 of our Constitution talks about the right to life. And to commit suicide is not easy because it's painful. So when you find an individual has gotten to a level where they are committing suicide, then it means they're going through stress. It could be a loss of a loved one. It could be a debt. It could be pressure at work, pressure at home. They're going through a situation that calls for psychological support, love, but not to criminalize. Because in an event that they're not succeeding, that they're not successful in committing the suicide, that individual needs support. So, Honorable Speaker, there are countries that have decriminalized attempted suicide, like Singapore and many other countries. So, I think this is the right thing to do because we need to support individuals that are going through these situations by giving them the necessary support that they need as opposed to criminalizing. And imagine somebody has just survived a suicide and then is being taken to court and being charged that it was a crime, and we forget about what the causes. So what should be done is to focus and address the causes that push someone to even start thinking about committing suicide. And by doing that, we shall be helping these individuals as a nation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Beatrice Adagala, member for Vihiga County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also talk about this issue, this amendment bill, number 80. On this amendment bill, Madam Speaker, Kenya at the moment is experiencing an alarming mental health and suicide crisis. This is driven by socioeconomic distress, unemployment, relationship issues, with crisis hitting mostly young people, the age of 15 to 29, that's, let's say, age of 35, which is very rampant in this society. Madam Speaker, something has to be done urgently. We don't need to criminalize this. It's not individuals liking. Life itself is forcing people to go to some extreme extents. We have drug and substance abuse. We have marital issues which are culminating from economic power, which is making our people cannot manage to live. So most of these people, they need to be taken to centers, and I think the Ministry of Health should establish centers whereby most of our people should be taken there so that they can be given counseling, be talked to, and maybe from being talked to and other things like change of the economy, maybe people employment. If people can be talked to, I don't think we can have these rampant cases of suicide that is affecting our young generation from the age of 15 to 29. My colleague here talked about issues of what is happening in schools. Actually, some of these are attributed to drug and substance abuse. I'm sure if action can be taken, the Ministry of Health, to ensure in our counties and even our sub-county hospitals, we have areas where people can go for counseling, and even the churches take charge. People should go for counseling so that when somebody has an issue, you should not look at it, he or she should not look at it, that's the end of life. Life must continue despite the hard economic times that people are passing through, despite whatever is going on. I think it's a high time the Minister of Health should come in, and the religious leaders. Kenya is mostly religious. We have the Christians and the Muslims. We need to give our people information. We talk to our people so that most of our people are not colonized by drugs and alcohol, so that when somebody sees there's a problem somewhere, or somebody will resort to maybe planning to, the devil may use his head to think of committing suicide. Madam Speaker, if this is taken seriously, major risks that include economic hardship, unemployment, drug and substance abuse, we will have no cases of people trying to commit suicide. If this is addressed, the church, I'm appealing to the church to strongly take charge, and the Minister of Health. We shall have a free society where nobody will want to commit suicide just because of an economic hardship or anything that is not even irrelevant. So I want to support the committee that the amendments that are making, I'm supporting them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do support this amendment, and Madam Speaker, I'm saying it has come in handy when, Madam Speaker, we must think critically on this matter of decriminalizing suicide. Madam Speaker, suicidal people are sick people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before someone reaches the stage of suicide, we normally start with the small things that we think don't matter. In psychology, we start with stress. When you become stressed, sometimes you are not in your normal self. Then from stress, you graduate to anxiety. When you start becoming anxious over things, you are not yourself. Then, Madam Speaker, we also go further and enter into depression. Depression is a stage in life where you just feel you are off, you just feel you don't know what to do with your life, and you feel deeply that you have been neglected, you have been betrayed, you have been left by people that you thought would be close to you. Madam Speaker, in all these circumstances, a suicidal person is not aware of what he or she is going through. Madam Speaker, the primary act of identifying a suicidal mind must start with the people who are close to you. The people who are very, very close to you must be the first people before you even see a doctor to notice and realize that this person, there is something that is not right. And Madam Speaker, in most cases, when people enter the final stage of depression, this is when they become hopeless. This is when they feel dejected. This is when they feel they don't have anybody holding on to them, and they just feel as the last resort, let them leave this world. Madam Speaker, it's difficult for us along the way to identify these people and take them to the hospital before they do the act. This is why I've said, Madam Speaker, the primary person who should identify a suicidal mind are people who are close to you, your peers, your teachers, your parents, your brothers and sisters. Honorable Speaker, it is interesting because the World Suicidal Day is globally celebrated, Honorable Speaker. It is recognized and celebrated across the world on 10th of September each year. Apparently, this happens to be my birthday, 10th of September, as much as I've never had a suicidal mind. Madam Speaker, it is good that as we think of what steps the government should take, it is first of all to acknowledge that, Madam Speaker, suicidal people should be identified by others. Then number two, Madam Speaker, we should ensure that we treat them with a lot of passion. They need to be loved. They need to feel that the world has not come to an end. May the feeling they don't have jobs, they don't have money, they have been rejected by the people they loved most. In most cases, Honorable Madam Speaker, the young people, like in our midst, our young children will always think of suicide as the last resort when they feel their lovers have left them. Honorable Madam Speaker, it is up to us through our daily life, even in our institutions of learning, even in our schools, even at the university level. Let us have a moment of counseling our students by ensuring that they go through counselors to tell them being rejected by a loved one should not be the final thing in their life. There are always men and women who are ready to pick them up and love them again. Because, Honorable Speaker, we have seen very young girls in our society even deciding to kill their young lovers simply because a girl has said to their advances. Honorable Madam Speaker, it is up to the schools, to our learning institutions, to have guidance and counseling tutors in every stage of the child's growth, so that these children can be taught how to go through life, how to persevere, because this life is about perseverance, Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not easy even for us as politicians. Sometimes the expectations in life, even among politicians, is too high. Let us not look at suicide as it is only for the young people, even older people. As we go through even this political career, it is extremely very difficult, Honorable Madam Speaker. Sometimes you are very certain that your resources, in the belief that you are going to secure your possession, you use penny. Honorable Speaker, even as politicians, we need counselors so that we are prepared to know that even in the event that things go our way, suicide should be the last thing that we should think of committing. So, Honorable Madam Speaker, let this matter be treated like people who are suicidal are not criminals. It should not be criminalized. There are people who are not in their right state of mind. And, Honorable Speaker, I comment that this committee and I support this bill and say, Honorable Madam Speaker, if there is any bill that is progressive, it is this bill where we treat suicidal people like normal people in the society who need. Honorable Madam Speaker.
Honorable Emase, anything out of order?
I want to raise a point of order. According to our standing orders, Honorable Speaker, and going by the mood of the House, we are all agreeing with the bill. I would like to
you are not on the mic. You are not on the mic. You are not on the mic.
Please be on record.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying, going by the mood of the House and with our standing, we seem to be agreeing with the bill. I want I would want to request that you call the mover to reply.
It might be the mood of the House,
Yes.
but however, you just spoke to this bill, so you are not qualified. You are not qualified to do so. You're one who has not spoken to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Actually, you spoke very well. So now you do not qualify. I give a minute to the Honorable Ikiara to conclude.
Madam
1 minute,
Speaker,
please.
Madam Speaker, I was almost concluding, but now I think I'll start afresh again. Madam Speaker, I want to say...
Honorable Ikiara, you have just about a minute.
Yes, Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say we have students today in the House when we are discussing this very important bill, and I want to call upon our learners. Nothing in life is simple. Everything that we go through in this life, we have to persevere. And I want to encourage them, even if you don't produce the best results, to take back home to your parents. Even if you have the last grade, take it back to your parents with a lot of pride if you have put your best foot forward. Because, Honorable Madam Speaker, we even push our students to give us results. We push them to become number one. Sometimes they are not capable of delivering that. And we push them until they contemplate suicide. Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to encourage them and tell them, we seated in this house today, personally, I have never been number one in class. I have never given grade A, but God has a space for each one of us. Please, go do your best in school, get the marks that you get, but what is more important is have a positive attitude towards life, and everything shall be well. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill and thank the committee and say, let us have this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mary Wamaua, member for Maragua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'm going to take the shortest time possible. I thought I would have time to move my motion, but allow me to take this chance to congratulate the Member of Parliament, Honorable Anthony Oruoch.
Order, Honorable Emase. Before we continue, Honorable Members, I know that we have guests who have been seated in the public gallery, and I would like to recognize them. This morning, seated in the public gallery, we have students from Chumfi Comprehensive School, from Laikipia North Constituency, Laikipia County. 2, we have students from St. Joseph Girls, Chepterit, from Chesumei Constituency, Nandi County. We have students also from AIC Chemoiben Church, from Bureti Constituency, Kericho County. And we have students from Machakos Technical Institute, from Machakos Town Constituency, Machakos County. You are welcome to the National Assembly to continue observing proceedings of the House. Which one? Say, once again. Honorable members, for the purpose of record, the third group is AIC Chemoiben Church from Bureti Constituency, Kericho County. And I see the Honorable Member really very keen to welcome students. Please give him the mic. He's on his feet. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Lenamegit.
You know, Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to just welcome and recognize the students present here today, and particularly from the St. Joseph's Jepterit Girls, who are my neighbors, who come from Chesumei constituency. We are just neighbors from Mgwen constituency. And I want to tell the students who are present here today, this is an opportunity for you to learn. I know it's been a learning process, and also to see how members of parliament debate and to get the first-hand information. This is an honorable house, and it belongs to all of you. We were once students like you, we worked hard, and that's why we're here. So I want to urge you to really work very hard, work smart, and you will excel in life. And most of you here might also be leaders like us and become members of parliament and even become the president. God bless you, and safe travel as you go back to your various schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lemagit. Now I'd like to take back to the Honorable Wamaua, member for Maragua, so that she can conclude her remarks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that I want to take the shortest time possible. I thought today I would move my motion, but allow me to appreciate and to commend the honorable member, Anthony Orwoch, for coming out with a very good area for amendment within the penal code. And Madam Speaker, it is true that when we talk of attempted suicide to be punishable, then we are somehow becoming very mean when we know there's no one who would attempt to commit suicide, not unless that person is sick. Madam Speaker, we are supposed to look for ways of how we can help that person, because we understand, and it has been enumerated by several members who have alluded there before, the issues that makes our people, either old, middle, or young, to get to a level of feeling like committing suicide. And Madam Speaker, what we are supposed to do instead of punishing the act is to come with ways of how we can protect that life, because there are those who commit suicide, they die, but for these who never dies are the ones who are within the category of attempting because they do not die. And we can save a life by coming out with ways like guidance and counseling. These are people that we can also look for ways of how we can rehabilitate, because the issues that had brought the mental torture or the mental health, the illness, are still surrounding. So as a government, we can come with the issues that we can address and minimize all, fight this with the totality by making sure those who are attempting can be handled in a better way and they add value to their life once again. Some are fathers, some are mothers, and others are youths, maybe who had out of drugs and substance abuse, who had come to a step that they feel it's like there's no one who loves them. That is a state of desperation. And if you are able to take care of such a life, then you can see there will be value within the family. I want to congratulate the honorable member so that at least I can leave some time for the next speaker and maybe a possibility of the mover to respond. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Esther Passaris, member for Nairobi City County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the Penal Code Amendment Bill 2024 because it reflects the kind of society we aspire to be. One that responds to pain and compassion, with compassion rather than punishment. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable has really worked closely on this bill. And for me, the bill is Honorable Speaker, attempted suicide is not an act of criminality. It is the final cry of a person who has lost hope, someone battling depression, trauma, addiction, financial distress, family conflict, or even overwhelming emotional pain. At that moment, they do not need handcuffs. They need help. They do not need a charge sheet. They need counseling, treatment, and a community with them. For decades, Section 226 of the Penal Code has prosecute those who have already reached one of the darkest moments of their lives. We have effectively told them that if they survive a suicide attempt, they may face imprisonment. Has never prevented suicide. Instead, it has deepened stigma and discouraged people from seeking help and left many families suffering in silence. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution guarantees every Kenyan the right to dignity, equality, and the highest attainable standards of health. Mental health is health. It deserves the same seriousness, investment, and compassion that we give physical illness. When someone suffers a heart attack, rush them to hospital. When someone suffers crisis, we should respond with the same urgency and care. The High Court has already affirmed that criminalizing attempted suicide is inconsistent with our Constitution. Today, Parliament has an opportunity to bring laws into harmony with those constitutional values. As legislators, we must also ask ourselves a deeper question: what kind of nation do we want to leave for future generations? One where people hide their struggles because they fear arrest, or one where they know, ask for help without shame? The answer should be obvious. The bill is not about encouraging suicide, it is about preventing it. Decriminalizing opens the door for interventions, early diagnosis, counseling, and recovery. Not just families, teachers, workers to engage without the burden of criminal sanctions. Honorable Speaker, we have witnessed rising cases of mental challenges among our young people, our security officers, healthcare workers, parents, and professionals. Economic hardship, unemployment, substance abuse, gender-based violence, and social isolation continue to take a heavy toll. We cannot continue responding to these realities with laws drafted in a different era. I also urge that once this is passed, the government must not stop at repealing an outdated provision. We must strengthen mental health services across the country, ensure that every county has accessible counseling services, integrate mental health into primary health care, support school-based counseling programs, and establish crisis hotlines to invest in public awareness to reduce stigma. Honorable Speaker, the scripture reminds us in Psalms 34:18, the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in.
Cheryl Dennis, natoka Nairobi. So France imecheza poa na Dembele amekuwa akiscore poa sana.
My name's Eugene Muhinda. World Cup iko fiti. The only crazy part ni ile time in play. You know, if you look at the time inacheza midnight sana. It's only like 1, 2, 3 utapata inacheza around 10, 9, 11. But mostly inacheza from midnight all the way to morning hours. So it's a little bit crazy to watch World Cup since you have to catch up with few things here and there. You have to go to work, prepare yourself to go to work. Wale wote ambao wanatazama hii mambo ya World Cup, wale ambao wako mashinani, wako maeneo ya CBD, kila mahali, kumbuke tu ya kwanza #World Cup iko KBC.
Good calm control by the St. Troidan captain, and that's a free kick for Brazil.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Brazil on the attack, and we think they're quite strong in the wide areas. And we see Nakamura there, high wide on the left-hand side, and he's crossing the ball into the box. Not afraid to get people forward into the box. I think Vinicius Jr. will feel the full blunt of that, and VAR will have a little look. It looks accidental, but when these things are slowed down, it can cause defenders all sorts of problems. But Sanyo should be lucky enough and get away with that one.
Kai Susano following up of Mike St. Germany, his brother in the Netherlands with NEC Nijmegen, who had such a wonderful season. They finished third.
Kwenye Mkulima wiki hii tunakuza uyoga na kuendeleza kilimo biashara.
Lazima ikuwe ndani ya nyumba, huwezi kufanya nje. Nimeelezea nikasema hata kama ziua zinakuwa kwa msitu, ule msitu umeipea conditions zenye ziko very good for that. Yeah. But sasa hapa tunajaribu kuleta ile conditions za msitu za forest hapa ndani.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
The FIFA World Cup 2026, hosted by the Triumvirate of Canada, Mexico and the United States of America, promises to be blissful. Explore the most exciting edition of the tournament to date as 48 teams from around the globe compete in 104 fixtures across 16 host cities. We celebrate culture, friendship, and more importantly, monetizing talent at this first ever Tri-National World Cup from 11th of June to 19th of July 2026. Just like the formidable 10 African nations represented, be at the center of the FIFA World Cup 2026. 34 free-to-air matches live on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Did you know that you can purchase a last expense insurance for you and your loved ones? Consider purchasing this insurance policy to avoid unnecessary stress and fundraising when you lose a loved one. The policy covers funeral-related expenses, thus easing the burden of losing a loved one. Now you know. Read and understand the terms and conditions of your policy. This message is brought to you by the Insurance Regulatory Authority, IRA. IRA, Bima Bora kwa Taifa.
It is indeed the first day of July 2026 and indeed the first day of the 2026-26 financial year. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to KBC Lunchtime News. We have a lot in store, including the 8 minors suspected of the Utumishi girls' arson attack are currently in court in Kibera. We'll be crossing over there. And of course, the big one, we are still having the World Cup. Eco KBC. You have the latest from Mexico, Canada, and the United States, including business, not forgetting the other news from the world of sports. My name is Ben Troinjoe. Anne Wangeshi is my co-anchor on the sign language interpretation. Straight to the news. We begin our live coverage from the Kibera locus, where 8 minors suspected of the Utumishi girls' arson have denied 16 counts of murder before Judge of the High Court, Diana Kavetsa. They are now currently arguing the bail. Let's first of all cross over to Kibera locus.
All of us, my lady, want substantive justice for all the parties involved. My lady, you may issue conditions while granting them bond as far as witnesses are concerned. Denying minors bond because they had discussions as classmates is too drastic. It is too draconian a remedy, my lady, with regard to provisions of Article 53. They do not amount to exceptional circumstances.
And those were live pictures from the Kibera law courts. And allow me to fill you in. The 8 Utumishi girls have indeed denied the 16 murder counts, and the defense is arguing that they are minor, so they should be released on bail. But prosecution is arguing that the gravity of the offense, just they have to have custodial orders. Remember, just a quick one, 16 Utumishi girls died and 79 others were injured. My colleague Ruth Wamboi is currently on that beat to bring us more in our subsequent bulletin. Moving on, the Cabinet has directed the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, to investigate payroll fraud amounting to over 6.2 billion shillings from only 12 sampled state departments out of the 53. The investigation is to verify personal numbers used in payroll processing, dismantle criminal networks, manipulating government systems, recover lost public funds, and ensure the immediate arrest and prosecution of all persons found culpable. The decision follows a comprehensive government payroll audit that uncovered widespread weaknesses in payroll governance, with a sample audit of 12 out of 53 state departments revealing suspected payroll irregularities amounting to 6.2 billion shillings.
The Cabinet has approved sweeping reforms to dismantle deeply entrenched and decades-long payroll fraud in government. The decision follows a comprehensive government payroll audit that uncovered widespread weaknesses in payroll governance. A sample audit of 12 of the 53 state departments revealed suspected payroll irregularities amounting to 6.2 billion shillings, exposing unauthorized alterations to payroll records, irregular payments, weak controls over statutory deductions, and fragmented payroll management and major oversight gaps. Consequently, the Cabinet directed the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to probe payroll fraud, verify personal numbers, and ensure the immediate arrest and prosecution of all members found culpable. The meeting also ordered the immediate implementation of a comprehensive payroll reform program, an audit of all remaining state departments and public institutions, and also onboarded them to the newly revamped integrated human resource and payroll system. Kasichana Masha, Lunchtime News.
The Kenya Environmental Health and Public Health Practitioners Union is accusing the Ministry of Health of leaving out trainee public health officers from the latest placement and salary list for qualified health workers deployed to health facilities nationwide. Speaking in Kwale County, the Union Secretary General Brown Ashira termed the move discriminatory and unlawful, warning that it could undermine preventive healthcare services and efforts to curb the spread of disease in the country. The union is threatening legal and industrial actions if the ministry does not include the graduates in the deployment program and facilitate payment of their salaries.
Framework. We have been listed with the doctors, we have been listed with the clinical officers, we have been listed with the nurses, we have been listed with the pharmacists, even with the dentist. But they have decided to give, to pay and post a stipend to other cadres, and have actually excluded the PHOs.
Interns are not volunteers. They are professionals gaining practical experience while delivering valuable services to the people of Kenya. It is only fair that they receive their stipend and be considered to the internship program by the Ministry of Health.
Tumeteseka miaka yote, mwaka mzima unafanya kazi bila kuweza kupata hata angalau maji ya kunywa. Jamani, serikali mnatuangalia vipi sisi kama intern? Jamani, tunatuangalia tufanye namna gani? Kefu, oye. Oye.
And away from that, a family in Shauvini village, Kakamega County, is demanding justice after their 10-year-old daughter was defiled and brutally murdered and her body dumped in an unused pit latrine 2 days after she went missing. This is even after a family after their 34-year-old daughter was allegedly sexually assaulted and killed by an old assailant. This and other stories in our crime roundup.
A distraught family in Shevuni village, Kakamega County, is still coming to terms with the demise of its kin, a grade 5 pupil who went missing on Saturday night.
Mtoto wangu ameuawa na ametupwa ndani ya choo. Amerepiwa, amedungwa hata hizi miguu, kila mahali, hata mikono zimevunjwa.
Amenyongwa, amevunjwa hata mikono, hata miguu, hata shingo na wakarusha.
Family and residents are accusing local authorities of laxity in investigations.
Ukienda kwa chifu anakurudisha kwa mzee wa mtaa. Mzee wa mtaa anakurudisha kwa chifu. Sasa tutasaidika aje?
Area Police Commander Daniel Mukumbu has however confirmed the arrest of a suspect whom he said will be detained for 14 days to pave way for investigations. Also, the family of 34-year-old Teresia Nyukabi, who was killed by unknown assailants, is seeking justice. The body of the mother of one was found outside a pub in Getundu Town, Kiambu County on Sunday.
Mama Nyokavi alikuta mtoto wake akiwa usi, ametendewa matendo mabaya, hata alianguka hapo.
Hata sio wa kwanza, kuna mtoto wa primary, Garuru primary, huyo alishikwa. The suspect is still loitering, hajashikwa. Kuna wa Getundu wao alishika huyo mama mzee, hawajashikwa.
Authorities say investigations into the matter are ongoing and the outcome of the post-mortem will inform their next course of action.
Muendelee kutusaidia na information. Chochote uko nacho kuhusu ili jambo, tafadhali kuja utuelezee. Tukiendelea na uchunguzi.
And residents of Mlolongo town in Machakos County are living in fear following a series of violent attacks in the last month, allegedly carried out by a gang armed with crude weapons. The suspected gang, which residents say operates under the cover of darkness, has reportedly left several people injured, with victims also reporting cases of robbery and sexual assault.
Kuna rungu wanatembea nayo ya Masai, wamefunga na polti hapo mbele. Hiyo rungu ndio alitumia kunichapa meno, kunichapa hapa kwa mdomo. Ikang'oa meno yangu yote, 2 ya juu na 5 ya chini. So kuanzia hapo waliendelea kunichapa hata sikujua waliacha saa ngapi. Mimi nilistukia sichapwi tena.
At River West Sub-County Police Commander Anderson Bai confirmed that the reported incidents are under investigations, adding that police have intensified patrols in Mlolongo and environs to enhance security. Yusufa reporting for Lunchtime News.
Moving on, residents of Isulu and Bushiangala in Kakamega County are seeking clarity on mining activities by Shanta Gold Company on their land and the compensation process for those who will be displaced to pave way for the project. During a public participation forum in Ikolomani constituency convened by the Senate Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources, chaired by Mohamed Faki, petitioners Andrew Maleche and Dan Kubasu, on behalf of the residents, raised concerns over land ownership, compensation, public participation, and the impact of mining operations on local communities. Mining Principal Secretary Harry Kimutai, who attended the session, and Senator Faki assured residents that the concerns will be addressed.
Hakuna siku Shanta itaanza kutoa madini hapa bila hiyo agreement. Inaitwa Community Development Agreement. Na nilikubaliana na ule ndugu alisoma vizuri sana kwamba we must sign the Community Development Agreement.
Serikali sheria yake ya mining ni kuwa kiwanja kinaweza kuwa chako, lakini madini chini ni ya serikali. Kwa hivyo sheria tutaweka katika recommendation yetu kwamba tubadilishe hiyo sheria ili mwenye shamba aweze kuwa na a bigger say in the determination of how much he gets on that land.
We would be the last people to stand in the way of anybody who comes to bring development to Bushangala village. But if you want to invest in Bushangala village, you must come in a transparent way.
And a quick one, it's Harry Kimutai, not as the name tag had suggested, Hilary Kimutai. Moving to the coast, the government has stepped up efforts to fast-track the completion of major infrastructure projects under the Malindi Integrated Social and Health Development Program. Speaking during the 7th National Program Steering Committee meeting in Kilifi, Principal Secretary for ASALS and Regional Development, Dr. Caroline Karogu, says the projects are critical to improving healthcare and transport services in the region.
We have the confidence that the contractor will be able to deliver within the stipulated timelines, and by December, January, we should be able to launch the completed road, which then opens up the economic activity.
The program started way back in 2023, and now we are finalizing. It's supposed to end next year, and we have remained with two main activities. The already commenced road project that has been launched, as said by our PS, and we are also equipping the already built ICU and HDU block at Malindi Sub-County Hospital.
And still at the coast, health stakeholders in Kilifi County, in collaboration with the non-governmental organization, have launched a program to sensitize the public against drug use through sports. Speaking to journalists at the launch of a 10-kilometer race in Mariakani, the stakeholders said that many youth continue to engage in drug and alcohol abuse. They cited dropping out of school, an increase in criminal gangs, and mental health challenges as some of the consequences.
Tunajua zile hatari za mihadarati, ikiwemo kushuka kwa viwango vya elimu, ikiwemo pia upungufu wa usalama ama kushuka kwa usalama nchini. Kuna madhara kama vile mental health issues, kuna madhara ingine kama ile gender based violence.
Wanakuja kule, utaona kwamba ina historia ya matumizi ya madawa.
Hapa moral wale vijana kwamba kando na ule utumizi wa madawa kulevya, waachane nao. Kuna mambo mengine ambayo wanaweza kufanya, mojawapo ni hii talanta.
Hii hafla inasaidia sana kusensitize watu wote, haswa wanarika, against drug abuse ambayo huharibu vijana wetu.
Nimeona sasa hivi tukienda kazini wanaanza kukupima, waangalia afya yako iko vipi. Ukipatikana uko na hicho kitengo ama kini chochote cha dawa kulevya, unapatiwa nafasi ya kazi.
From the sandy beaches of the coast to the lakeside city of Kisumu, where the County Assembly has considered and passed the 14.4 billion shillings budget for the financial year 2026-27 and the subsequent appropriations bill, now awaiting assent by Governor Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. Described as the legacy budget for the governor, it is designed to clear pending bills and finance legacy projects, including modernization of the Kisumu County Referral Hospital and completion of the construction for the Kisumu County headquarters.
Projects and leaving contractors to go to pending bill. And that is why we introduced all of us. The all of us, once a contractor is not able to finish the project, and he has not been paid, then what we do is that we don't terminate the project and we allow the contractor now to go and look for the money in terms of pending bill. We roll over, giving more sufficient time, as the county also strive to look for more money. And 3, we have been over-projecting on our own source. And if you're very keen, last financial year we had projected to collect 3.7 million, and it even formed part of our budget. But so that we are able to reduce those pending bills, we have reduced our own source projection from 3.7 to 2.3. So you see now that aspect of reduction of that, meaning we are having a realistic budget, so that what we get as revenue is actually what we spend.
The House stands adjourned.
Moving on, harmful cultural practices, high rates of teenage pregnancy and under-reporting continue to be cited as causes of the growing number of sexual and gender-based violence cases in Meru County. During an anti-SGBV technical stakeholders committee meeting in Meru Town, Meru County Commissioner George Omolo urged the public to report incidents to authorities, noting that gender desks have been set up in police stations to give survivors a safe reporting environment. The State Department for Gender Deputy Director Winfred Kagweria said the committee is reviewing progress while prioritizing empowerment of boys and girls and involving men in preventing gender-based violence.
Within police stations, we have gender desks. We have tried as much as possible to make them very friendly in a manner that will ensure maybe a lot of reporting. So, for instance, if we have got a girl who has been probably affected by the same, we normally would rather a scenario where when they go to the police station, they get somebody whom they will be very willing to engage and bear out the experience that they have gone through.
Tumesahau that pia ule mtoto wa kiume pia yeye ako hapo na anahitaji intervention measures za serikali. So kuna partners wengi ambao walikuwa katika huu mkutano na wamesisitiza kuwa hii mwaka tunaanza kesho wataendeleza hiyo program ya male inclusive katika mashule.
Back to the coast, where Lamu County has become the first county in the country and the first local government in Africa to win the United Cities and Local Governments Peace Prize 2026, a global award recognizing excellence in locally led peace building and inclusive governance. The international jury cited Lamu's peace model for embedding peace building in county legislation and governance while integrating climate resilience, disaster risk management, maritime safety, refugee inclusion, and community participation into a single coordinated framework.
It is the result of years of commitment, partnership, innovation, and the collective belief that peace can be built through inclusive governance and community ownership. Allow me to pay special tribute to the Directorate of Peace Building under the Office of the Governor, whose technical leadership was instrumental in developing the internationally acclaimed Lamu Peace Model. I equally commend its Department of Public Service Management, PSM, and the entire technical team for their innovation, commitment, and dedication in advancing peace, resilience, and inclusive governance across Lamu County.
Now, Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has called for collaboration in the war against substandard and falsified medical products that continue to flood the market, posing a danger to the public. The CES said the government is employing a multi-sectoral approach to dismantle criminal networks involved in the manufacture, importation, and distribution will be defeated. Duale spoke in Nairobi during the inauguration of the Inter-Ministerial Steering Committee for the Kenya National Action Plan on Substandard and Falsified Medical Products. According to the report, Kenya recorded 32,833 adverse events between the year 2011 and 2025.
I am shocked to see that we have fake HIV test kits in the market. You know what that means to your youth, to our youth. You did not mention, because I've come across this in my county, and don't ask me how. We have very, very many fake P2.
The criminal networks involved in the manufacture, importation, distribution, and sales of falsified medical products do not recognize institutional mandates. Neither do they recognize jurisdictional boundaries. So what is our response, good people? Our response, therefore, cannot operate in silos. It must be coordinated at all levels of government and at all agencies.
Moving on, children of Mau Mau representatives drawn from all the 47 counties led by General Director and Chairman James Njuguna Mahuria paid a courtesy visit to the family of the late Josiah Mwangi Kariuki, popularly known as JM Kariuki, the outspoken post-independence politician who was assassinated in 1975. During the visit, the delegation presented the family with documents containing historical information about JM Kariuki compiled through extensive research by the Children of Mau Mau organization. They said the records are intended to help preserve his legacy and educate future generations about his contribution to Kenya's history.
Na mimi ni General Director wa Mau Mau. Lengo letu ya kukuja kwa hii bomo ya Honorable JM Kariuki ni kuleta kitabu hiki ambayo ni makampuni yote ya JM Kariuki ambayo mahali alikuwa na shares, na sababu yeye ndiye alikuwa custodian ya mali ya Mau Mau, tulikuwa tumekuja kuomba ruhusa kama familia itaturuhusu wakifanya succession watuhusishe ili ile mali ambayo ilikuwa ndani tuweze kupatiwa.
Hii kitabu amelete hatakuwa naye na mambo mingi wamelete na tunashirikiana na wao, lakini hiyo nimechika vizuri ni habari ya Mau Mau. Hiyo pesa ya Mau Mau iko huko, itoke watu wagawanye, mtu akule kitu yake.
Now, the Cabinet has approved the Kenya-United States Health Cooperation Framework, a partnership aimed at strengthening the fight against infectious diseases. According to the Cabinet, the framework is key to the country's ambition of transitioning towards a more self-reliant health system.
Cabinet secretaries have ratified the Kenya-United States Health Cooperation Framework aimed at fortifying the fight against HIV, malaria, TB, and emerging infectious diseases. The initiative focuses on disease surveillance, laboratory enhancements, digital health systems, and seamless integration of over 13,000 US-supported frontline health workers into Kenya's public health workforce. The Cabinet also gave green light to the 4.5 billion shillings Mother and Child Lifeline initiative aimed at improving maternal and child health care. The facilities will be in Nairobi, Embu, Garissa, Uasin Gishu, Bomet, Kisumu, West Pokot, Nakuru, and Kwale counties.
In other news, retirees from the Nairobi County government have vowed to camp outside City Hall until their pension arrears are paid, accusing the county leadership of failing to honor repeated promises. The retirees spoke during a protest outside City Hall, where they decried arrears amounting to 40 billion shillings in pension benefits, with many claiming that they have endured years of financial hardship while awaiting what they are owed. The irate protesters are now demanding immediate action from the county government.
Zilitengwa na serikali Senate 1.6 billion. That 1.6 billion kuna 72 zilikuwa zimetengwa by February kulipa watu wachache katika retirees. Lakini kufikia leo hakuna pesa yoyote imetengenezwa kulipa retirees.
1.6 billion zimelipwa watu wengine. Not even a single cent is being paid to the retirees, and they are not ready. Every day tunaangalia tunapata for retirees is not being haziendi.
Mfanyikazi alifanya kazi akiwa na nguvu na akiwa anapembelezwa. Wakati amelitaka hakuna mtu akumutetea. Sasa tuko hapa tunalia na hata saa hii kutoka asubuhi hakuna mtu hata ametuongelesha.
Very well, at about 27 minutes past the top of the hour, you're due for a fast break, but when we come back, we still make a sense of business before we head to the three countries hosting the World Cup. Last night, one African country and one South American country were eliminated. We have two African countries playing today. Which are they? And who are they playing against? I will be back with that plus much more, so don't go away.
Pakatan, now the chance to break again, but given away by Danilo. The break is on, and Jabana 5 coming forward here. Good breaks, and oh yes! What a goal! What a brilliant goal! Kaishu Sano! Edge of the area.
And we touched on the pre-game, Will, about the lightness of that midfield, and Casemiro hasn't got the legs that we touched on to get there. And Sanyo fires a brilliant right foot shot into the bottom corner. Nothing Allison can do.
I am Chef Ombachi. Today I'm cooking ugali na Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Boil water, done. Add Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Done. Grab your mwiko and stir the mixture. Done. Enjoy the amazing aroma. Enjoy incredibly soft ugali. Done. Ingia ligi ya kipekee na Ajab Premium Maize Meal.
Kazi ni kuingia, kuchukua mtoto, alafu basi unatoka clean.
Hakuna mali yangu hata kidogo nampatia. Manake naona sasa anaanza kutumia kifua. Haya.
Yaani mimi na mke wangu tunapika chakula ya watu zaidi ya 50, alafu wanakosa kuja kwa sababu yenu.
Mimi na Andrew tuko na information kuhusu wizi unaofanyika sasa hivi.
Isijasikia mambo ya uwizi wa mabavu wala uwizi wowote.
Unajua Biblia imekataa talaka kabisa.
Sema chenye ilikuleta hapa kisha uondoke.
Nenda ningefikira Timandi nitepe Andrew mpaka akona kizi zake za nyumba yake.
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.
This is not your ordinary heart and soul.
My name's MC Mose Richards.
Pauline Richards.
Tulipatana Dando back in high school. Mimi nikakuwa tu naona kadem kapumpum kako pale.
Sikuwa najua kuna that interest. Makosa kakafanyika. Form 4
to be precise.
Naenda kufanya mtihani. Akuruka na kukubali.
I got another lady. Tuko kwa group ya WhatsApp. Msichana ameadiwa. Kaslide kwa DM. So kufika kwa gate na muone ndo mlaika.
Nilishtuka. Me just wanted him to come and meet watu wawili. Took our son. Akamwambia me I want to reunite with mom.
Dem siku ya harusi pia alitokelezea.
Mwingine akasema we.
Hakuna heartbeat. Akaanza kulia. Mimi na scream.
Welcome back to Lunchtime News, and we value your continued support. And in politics, Jubilee Party Deputy Leader Fred Matiang'i has faulted security agencies for failing to tame the mushrooming of goons used by some crafty leaders out to settle political scores with their rivals. Matiang'i, who was in Kirinyaga County, claimed the country is witnessing the return of abduction cases and security is partly to blame. But speaking separately, Kirinyaga County Governor Anne Waiguru says the Independent Policing Oversight Authority (IPOA) is to blame for abduction cases.
Speaking after opening Jubilee Party offices in Kutu's Kirinyaga County, Matiang'i urged Kirinyaga residents to rally behind his presidential bid, pledging to reintroduce Linda Mama and other programs omitted by Social Health Authority.
Sisi tunataka kurudi serikali kwa sababu wakati tulikuwa kwa serikali wananchi nyinyi mlijionea mipango ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta ya Linda Mama kusaidia wakina mama. Mnakumbuka Linda Mama? Linda Mama iko siku hizi.
Matiang'i, who was accompanied by the party Secretary General Moitalel Olekenta, claimed the party will return the country to the path of constitutionalism.
Vile sisi tunataka kurudi kwa serikali tusimamie usalama vyema. Hatuwezi kukubali sisi wakora wanatembea na polisi.
For this country to become a country again, and we have to reclaim our country back,
We cannot continue like this.
However, Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru has turned the blame to the Independent Policing Oversight Authority for failing to rein in on rogue police officers alleged to be involved in abductions of innocent Kenyans.
Do your job. Kwa sababu munafanya kazi yetu iwe ngumu sana. Kutetea serikali kama hiyo ndio itakuwa kila siku ni news. Ikifanyika as the Independent Policing Authority, please do your job.
Speaking during the distribution of consignment of milk coolers, Waiguru said the wave of alleged abductions was giving the government a bad name.
Ndio watu wawache kusema ni serikali kwa sababu kuna wale wanataka kufanya siasa na hiyo maneno. Sasa waanze kutuingiza hapo kwa hiyo maneno. Hiyo sio maneno ya serikali hii. Sisi hatuko huyo upande.
Meanwhile, Saboti MP Caleb Amisi claims he will back Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna's presidential bid on condition that he won't cross over to DCP leader Rigathi Gachagwa's camp ahead of 2027.
Sasa ile makosoa nasema ni kwamba Sifuna usiende huku, angalia barabara, hata wewe unaweza kuwa rais wa taifa. Na watu wataunga mkono wewe. Lakini kwenda kwa Wamunyoro hapana. Sawa sawa. Mnasema tawe, si ndio?
Give us Maina, Lunchtime News.
Away from politics, the National Drought Management Authority is warning that parts of Kenya will be facing drought in the next 2 months. Speaking in Garissa, NDMA Chief Executive Officer Hared Adan said though the national outlook is encouraging, there is need for investment in building resilience for ASEL communities to be protected before conditions deteriorate. Completed for 1.7 million shillings to replace a hand-dug watering point that communities have been relying on for years.
Nationally, the drought status, all counties are in normal phase of drought in terms of drought classification. But within the next maybe 2 months, some of the counties might be drifting to not a pocket within the counties and a pocket within the sub-counties might drift to a lot. But at the moment, between now and end of July, the drought status we expect to be normal as it is now.
Today here at Arera, we came to commission a water project, and I would like to appreciate NDMA for the continued support that we got from them as a county. On behalf of the county government, the county leadership, I would like to extend that appreciation to NDMA. The county did the drilling of this bore. They help us in having the storage facility as well as the water troughs.
Elsewhere, Machakos County Assembly is considering an impeachment motion tabled by Mbioni Ward Representative Peter Kilonzo, seeking the removal of Finance CEC Catherine Mutanu. In the motion, Kilonzo is accusing Mutanu of abuse of office and failing to sign off on funds to run the county assembly's operations, including payments of salary arrears for ward representatives for a period of 3 months.
Alluded the grounds of the impeachment of the one Catherine Mutanu, mali ambapo amefunja sheria. Kwanza kuna sheria ambayo ni ya wage bill. The wage bill ya Machakos imepanda na iko around 60 according to the control budget. And the law provides that the wage bill should be at 5. She has also failed on matters of on abuse of office, whereby she has made sure that the assembly and frustrated all the assembly proceedings by not releasing the money to the county assembly.
As an assembly, we cannot be held at ransom just by one officer that we actually ourselves vetted here.
Time to make sense of shillings and cents in business, where local insurance and clearing and forwarding companies are rushing to beat the July 1st deadline, which requires all imports to be covered by locally insured marine cargo insurance. This has seen 6 insurance companies collaborate to launch the digital marine cargo insurance platform to comply with the new legal requirement. The new system will ensure faster cargo clearance, seamless digital payments, enhanced transparency, and localized claims processing.
Under the revised Marine Insurance Act and the Insurance Act, the law now requires importers to obtain marine cargo insurance from local underwriters as the government moves to grow the niche market. The Kenya International Freight and Warehousing Association says logistical congestion at inland depots and logistical bottlenecks with international shipping lines continue to cause huge economic losses for Kenya and its landlocked neighbors.
The days of fragmented manual processes are giving way to seamless digital experience that gives importers, clearing agents and regulators confidence that every certificate issued is genuine, traceable, and fully compliant with the law.
The digital marine cargo insurance platform will provide a seamless, secure, and fully compliant digital solution for obtaining marine cargo insurance certificates through an integrated ecosystem linked to payment gateways provided by eCitizen, KRA ICMS, M-Pesa, participating banking institutions, and relevant regulatory bodies.
While for us, as the underwriters, we bring the underwriting capacity, the capital required to do this business, and importantly also the commitment to pay claims faster.
This partnership presents a unique opportunity for all of us to ensure service delivery, improve risk management, leverage technology, and create lasting value for KIFWA members and the wider industry.
In preparation for implementation, KIFWA and its partners say they have concluded nationwide sensitization and training programs for members and industry stakeholders in Nairobi, Mombasa, Malaba, Busia, Namanga, and Isebania. Alan Auko, Lunchtime News.
Elsewhere, Kenya is positioning itself as East Africa's manufacturing hub after being selected as the first African host of the Africa 4P exhibition, an international platform that connects manufacturers with global investors, technology providers, and export markets. The exhibition, scheduled for January next year in Nairobi, will bring together players in the plastic, printing, packaging, petrochemicals, signage, and graphics sectors. Global Exhibitions Incorporated Country Director Edwin Masivo says the platform will promote technology transfer and expand access to regional export markets. Industry stakeholders also cited outdated production technology and limited industry awareness of the benefits of trade exhibitions among the key challenges the initiative seeks to address.
We've analyzed different African markets, and the market that was very ripe to bring those exhibitors first to Africa was Kenya. Better technologies out there that we want to come and showcase to them so that they can embrace, one, to cut on their costs, two, to increase their production. Yeah, so that means a lot of things. One, they're able to make more profit for them. Two, they're able to sell more. Three, they're able to produce more for export to other neighboring African countries, and that also means more revenue to government. That means more job opportunities.
In terms of industrialization, looking at our regional level, we are ahead of everybody else. We have been ranked upwards in terms of our economic performance. Some of those things are considerations across the board on what we are doing as a government to support our manufacturers and our people who are exporting.
Packaging is a fundamental infrastructure to support trade, to support industrialization, to support sustainability. And we are looking at 4P for technology that will enable us to develop packaging that will first and foremost support the SMEs, because SMEs are looking for cost-effective packaging.
Moving on, the government has moved to approve policy frameworks aimed at leveraging artificial intelligence, AI, and expanding the business process outsourcing sector. A cabinet readout from Thursday's cabinet meeting says the executive has established a standing cabinet committee on artificial intelligence AI in a bid to anchor Kenya's digital economy.
According to the cabinet dispatch, the committee will drive AI-led innovation, boost public service delivery, increase productivity, and catalyze inclusive economic growth and job creation while putting in place appropriate governance safeguards. In a complementary move to boost the country's digital transformation agenda, the cabinet also adopted the National Business Process Outsourcing Policy. The policy aims to position Kenya as a leading global outsourcing destination, targeting a significant share of the global BPO market, which is projected to exceed 68 trillion shillings by the year 2030. The government intends to leverage Kenya's highly skilled multilingual workforce, strategic time zone, and advanced digital infrastructure to attract international investment and create thousands of quality digital jobs for young people across the country. The BPO sector employs more than 40,000 workers, with a target to move this to more than 300,000 by the year 2035. Alanauko, Lunchtime News.
And in other news, investors in Kenya's leather industry are calling for deeper stakeholder engagement in the industry to attract investments. KenInvest Chief Executive Officer John Mwendwa says Kenya has one of the biggest opportunities in the leather industry, with the potential for investor growth and employment expansion.
According to the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA, Kenya's leather industry accounts for roughly 21 billion shillings in export revenue and contributes about 1.5% to the national gross domestic product. However, while the country is home to Africa's third largest livestock population, it primarily exports raw hides and semi-processed leather.
We want to understand where the challenges are, because we are doing some export of raw materials, and it is also slowing down production from existing manufacturers.
Players in the sector say more could be done in policy and legislation to improve the industry, even as the country looks at ways of improving its value chains through stakeholder engagement within the country.
We want to see whether by the time we turn the month of July going into August, we can really have some alignment. And alignment is where the voice of the private sector and government is all seeing the opportunities in the same way.
The most important for us is if all the raw material is converted into a product. And since we are already in the international market, and also we are now the domestic market increasing, we need raw materials.
Speaking during a tour of Alfarama Tannery Limited in Athi River, KenInvest Chief Executive Officer John Mwendwa says Kenya could do more, with the sector said to have an untapped potential, with the sector's value put to a potential size of 120 billion shillings and a further capacity to create 100,000 jobs. Alanauko, Lunchtime News.
The Agricultural Finance Corporation is rolling out a production cycle lending model to offer farmers longer payment periods. The lender's managing director, George Kubai, says the credit model will ensure farmers service their loans after harvesting their crops to reduce the lender's non-performing loans.
Access to credit remains a challenge to farmers. To address this, the Agricultural Finance Corporation is seeking partners to boost lending to farmers. Kubai is urging lenders to adopt the production cycle lending model as an agriculture de-risking strategy.
What we are doing right now is to basically lend money to the SACCOs, to the cooperatives. These cooperatives are the secondary institutions. I mean the primary institutions which you are appraising for lending to. But behind the scenes, downstream, they are able to lend to their farmers who do not necessarily need to have the conventional securities. And this is how we are able to drive the financial inclusion and make sure that even those that do not have the necessary collaterals are able to access financing from AFC.
The model will ensure farmers service their loans once they harvest and sell their produce.
We are going to enhance the financial ability of these farmers because they'll be able to maximize their benefits from their produces through this model, and hence be able to repay their loans. And this is what creates sustainability in the model, in the agricultural financing model.
AFC has signed a memorandum of understanding with Dan Church Aid Kenya, ease access of solar-powered cold storage facilities more accessible and affordable for farmer cooperatives.
This is all about a partnership where we want to make sure that we are able to avail to the cooperatives financial resources to basically help us in terms of managing the post-harvest losses.
Britain Elia for Lunchtime News.
The Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry has launched its 2026-2029 strategic plan, emphasizing empowering MSMEs, expanding market access and strengthening regional trade. KNCCI Mombasa Chapter Chairman Abdul Jamal has said the strategy was a transformative blueprint for driving economic growth and reshaping the country's commercial landscape.
The strategic plan is towards improving the MSMEs that we have in our fold, not only in Mombasa, but across the coastal region and our country. So ukiangalia in terms of global competitiveness, in terms of access to markets, access to finance, we actually had the SMEs at the back of our heads when we were developing such a strategic plan.
This is a giant achievement, and we are here to wish them well and to commit ourselves to further collaboration with them to ensure that their aspirations become a reality for the good of our two countries, Uganda and Kenya, because trade and investment are our areas of collaboration.
Now, African nations have been urged to confront unfair global practice on tariff escalation. This has seen developed markets allow raw agricultural commodities to enter the African market at low or zero duty while imposing higher tariffs on the same products once they are processed. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe has told the global agricultural leaders that this unfair practice is hurting Africa's industrialization agenda. My colleague Ezekiel Owino with the details.
These goods have fetched higher earnings in the global market. Unlike raw materials, this has trapped Africa into exporting cheap raw materials while importing expensive finished goods. To correct this, Kagwe is calling for adoption of policies that prioritizes local processing, noting that Kenya's ban on raw in-shell macadamia exports demonstrate the direction the continent should take.
You create a taxation regime that favors or that zero rates taxation on agricultural inputs or processing equipment or tractors. That is helping and financing agriculture.
CS Kagwe further revealed that the government was exploring strategies to increase processing, branding, packaging along the tea and coffee value chains.
The future depends on agriculture, and agriculture depends on farmers. Should not therefore the welfare of the farmer become the foundation upon which every agricultural policy, investment and innovation is built? And I believe that it should.
Meanwhile, the government plans to clear more than 70,000 bags of unsold Mwea rice through the Kenya National Trading Corporation. The move is aimed to easing storage constraints, improving farmers' cash flow, and preparing for the next harvest.
This rice has taken some time, but we are really going to mop it up for us to be able to see what's happening in the market. For us to import any rice, the government is committed to buy local rice before buying imported rice.
Deliveries are expected to continue until mid-August before the rice is distributed to public institutions across the country. Ezekiel Owino reporting for Lunchtime News.
Kenya has entered a new financial year, setting in motion the implementation of the 2026-27 national budget as the government begins executing a spending plan expected to shape economic activity and revenue collection over the next 12 months. The new fiscal year, which officially commenced today, comes just hours after millions of taxpayers raced to beat the June 30th deadline for filing annual income tax returns, with the Kenya Revenue Authority marking the transition from the one tax cycle to another.
Strengthening revenue mobilization, improving tax compliance. The start of the financial year gives legal effect to budgetary allocations approved by Parliament, allowing ministries, departments and state agencies to begin implementing programs financed under the 4.8 trillion shillings budget. The rollout will also see the National Treasury operationalize expenditure ceilings, while the Controller of Budget oversees withdrawals from the Consolidated Fund. The commencement of the new fiscal year also ushers in the implementation of the recently assented Finance Act 2026, which introduces a raft of tax and administrative reforms aimed at strengthening revenue mobilization, improving tax compliance and attracting investment. Among the measures taking effect are changes to tax administration, a reintroduced tax amnesty program, incentives targeting investment in the petroleum sector, revised duty-free allowances for arriving passengers and tax relief on selected healthcare products. The government hopes the reforms will support economic growth while enabling the Kenya Revenue Authority to meet its ambitious revenue targets and reduce reliance on borrowing to finance public expenditure. July 1st also marks the beginning of a fresh budget implementation cycle for county governments, with counties expected to roll out development projects and recurrent expenditure programs funded through equitable share allocations and locally generated revenue. The transition comes amid continued fiscal consolidation, with Treasury seeking to narrow the budget deficit through enhanced domestic revenue collection and prudent expenditure management while keeping public debt on a sustainable path. Meanwhile, attention has also shifted to tax compliance following the lapse of the June 30th deadline for filing individual income tax returns. Under Kenyan tax law, every registered taxpayer is required to file annual returns regardless of whether they earned taxable income during the year. Taxpayers who fail to comply with the filing deadline risk penalties and interest as the Kenya Revenue Authority intensifies enforcement efforts. The close of the filing season now allows KRA to begin reconciling taxpayer declarations to identify non-compliant taxpayers and pursue enforcement actions where necessary. Trevor Ngendo for Lunchtime News.
Switching gears to matters sports now, where Football Kenya Federation President Hussein Mohamed has welcomed FIFA's and CAF's intervention in the federation's leadership dispute, saying unity and constitution order and stable leadership are essential as Kenya steps up preparations to co-host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations. The remarks followed a high-level mediation in Nairobi involving the FKF National Executive Committee and the joint FIFA-CAF delegation. Mohamed said the two governing bodies have urged football leaders to put the interest of the game first and ensure all decisions strictly comply with FKF constitution and principles of good governance. The meeting came after months of internal wrangles, including an attempt by a section of NEC members to suspend Mohamed after a move, FIFA later declared unconstitutional. Mohamed reaffirmed FKF's commitment to strengthening governance, restoring stability, and working closely with FIFA and CAF to ensure Kenya is ready to successfully co-host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations.
Mission and delegation are unanimous on the fact that it is imperative NEC members together with the entire federation works in harmony to ensure that we deliver a memorable AFCON next year.
Moving on, Junior Starlets head coach Mildred Cheche has named her final 23-player squad for Kenya's decisive FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup qualifying tie against South Africa. The Junior Starlets will face South Africa in a two-legged final qualifying round, with the winner securing a place at the 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco. Kenya will play the first leg in Pretoria on Saturday before hosting the return match at Nyayo National Stadium on 12th of next month. Cheche has retained a balanced squad led by goalkeeper Michelle Okoyo, midfielders Ife Nora and Clarice Demba, and forwards Emily Adhiambo and Tabitha Wambui. The team is currently in residential training as they fine-tune preparations ahead of the crucial qualifier. Very well, that's all the time we had for KBC Lunchtime News. Many thanks indeed for joining us. More news in our subsequent bulletin, but you can also check out our social media spaces as we are live. Remember, World Cup Eco KBC, and we will continue to be your true sports partner. More at 7 in our subsequent bulletin. More at 9, I beg your pardon, because at 7 we will be having the Ivory Coast game. Do have yourself a blessed afternoon. And do check out our www.kbc.co.ke, our website for this news and much more.
Umechoka kutumia links za kukwama? Cheki, free rewards ni hatari.
Bro, ulikuwa unatumia wrong link na wrong info. Unahitaji info sahihi na link sahihi.
Ni time ya info sahihi. IEBC Continuous Voter Registration iko live. Mistari ndefu Z, hakuna cha wrong links.
Main character energy unlocked. Right information, right direction. My vote is my ultimate choice.
Jisajili leo katika ofisi ya eneo bunge, kituo cha huduma au Customer Experience Center iliyopo Anniversary Towers, Nairobi. Kuwa change. Kura yako ndio future yetu sote.